the beginning, it was a game, an island called Catan, made by the creator, Klaus Teuber.
Hello.
It brought building, trading, strategy, called
like my favorite game ever
by my friend Scarlett. Now, 25 years later, it's a global phenomenon, with a bunch of versions in over 40 languages, bringing together millions around the globe. A game that can be learned fast and played to infinity, with endless options for gameplay and imagination. The world building continues.
That violent storm has left you barely alive, stranded on a tiny island in the middle of nowhere. Your life and fate depend on your decisions. Keep up with the story on the cards, make your choices, and follow the instructions. Washed Ashore is a story-driven adventure that develops differently depending on your decisions. Play the game several times to find out all 13 possible endings.
Valiant Vikings, you must secure resources for the prosperity of our settlement. Explore and conquer new lands. Onward, fearless warriors! Welcome to Loot, a family board game in which each player leads a Viking clan. Gather the treasures needed to develop your fjord. On your turn, place the Viking on a terrain space on the main board and collect a resource. You can also seize control of buildings from rival players if you're swift enough. Then haul your hard-earned loot back to your fjord. Use your resources wisely to complete construction sites and load your longships. Bring back the most riches and build the greatest settlement to be proclaimed Jarl. Loot is available in your favorite board game store, and you can also play it now on Board Game Arena. Gigamik.
From their humble beginnings to the first call to adventure, create a rich history for your character, giving them a family and a home worth fighting for. Or take a quiet moment to reflect on all you have done. When the time comes, you can hang up your sword and begin a new life. Bring your characters to life like never before. With A Life Well Lived for 5th edition by Cubicle 7.
Good morning.
Hello, how are you?
We seem to be a little bit loud today, so
That's not my responsibility. I just talk into the thing.
there we go. Is that a bit better now?
I
Okay,
assume so nobody's waving frantically through the window, so that's always a good sign.
Welcome to day 2 of UK Games Expo 2024. I must be sitting closer to the microphone or something today because everybody's frantically going, "Oh, you're too loud, you're too loud."
That's so unlike you in every way, shape, or form. Shrinking violet that you are.
Right, so day 2 is upon us. A big hello to everybody out on in the live studio audience out there. Hello, everybody. And a big hello to all of you at home watching and engaging in the chat. So we're live on YouTube, we're live on Twitch. And I'm monitoring the chat right here. So I just want to say big hellos to Sundancer, to Andrew Bonner, Jill Gorham, Kurt Coons. Yeah, big hello to everybody who's jumping into the chat.
Yes. Big hello to you as well, Warren.
And a big hello to you too, Jerry.
How was your first day then? How was Friday?
Packed. Absolutely packed. I did enjoy it. I really did enjoy it. Now, today is even busier. It's actually quite difficult to move around. If you're just here to to just wander along and look at stuff. It's perfectly fine.
Yes.
But when you're under pressure like we are, you're actually trying to get somewhere.
At no point do you ever want to go from point A to point B. It just won't happen for you. A
Now-
cow catcher.
I have wandered around. I got a chance to look at some of the bits and pieces. Some of the kind of standout elements for me. Look, I've seen a lot of games over the years. So sometimes when I'm walking past games, they may be completely new, but it's a little bit of a blur. But every now and again, there is something that jumps out at me. And there is a stand here where there is a young fellow who has... he's recreating the Star Wars lightsabers and blasters in Lego.
Oh, lovely.
And what he does is he orders the Lego, designs the thing himself, repackages it with the instructions, and sells it as complete kits for building various lightsabers and blasters.
That's a touch of
Lego.
genius right there.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, I love that. You know, you're
Yeah.
always up and up with
So,
something Lego-y.
Yeah, if you're interested in Lego lightsabers and stuff like that, there, over to the left-hand side of the OnTableTop main stage, you'll find him over there. Definitely well worth a watch.
Yeah.
What about yourself? What have you seen?
Oh, so much. Almost too much. I managed to get a run round Hall 1 yesterday for the first time, really. And there was a lot of great RPG stuff in there, some of which I've managed to get on camera this morning before things got too hectic and busy, so you'll see later on. A fascinating RPG that is designed to teach people sign language, both British and American Sign Language, as part of the
Wow.
RPG itself, which I just thought was absolutely stunning. So we'll be hearing from them later on today or maybe tomorrow.
Yeah.
Obviously, the big hitters, Free League, are there. But thankfully, I already own all their stuff because I keep buying it as soon as it appears. So at least I didn't have to worry about having my pockets emptied at that one.
Yeah.
But it's great to see them over and see what new things they're working on. And the Stockholm Cartel as well, who Free League published their Mork Borg and a few other sort of punk RPGs. They've got their own little stand with the artists involved, and it looks absolutely incredible. And a whole host of other things as well. Some really, really nice stuff down what we've christened Artists Alley, lovingly.
Yeah.
Some beautiful bits and pieces in there just to decorate your room. Speaking of which, Kraken. Speaking of Kraken.
Oh, yes.
And they decided to bring something entirely different this year. Not just tons of game mats. There are some card mats and mouse mats. But the big standout thing are they've got art canvases and bits and pieces that you can use to decorate your hobby area. So if you've ever wanted a crashed X-Wing in a swamp or the Enterprise in the middle of some verdant fields and plains, then they have those.
Yeah, I highly recommend checking out the Kraken stand. They're down behind the main stage here, down on the Wayland Games stand. Definitely worth checking out. Really innovative guys. Kraken is one of my favorite companies. I was down with them, and I got a little bit of a sneak peek at something that they plan to do. Is that Wednesday?
It is. That's one of the canvases, but they also do them as prints and postcards.
Oh.
So I got little Wednesday Addams.
One of the things that they showed me, Jerry, right? They're working on kind of cast rendered frames that are all kind of tentacly and stuff like that. They're beautiful, beautiful big frames that you then put over the canvas or whatever and put that into
Didn't see that.
your room.
Toby was telling me that they have come up with a way of bronzing 3D prints.
Yes.
So they're going to start working on some statues.
It's like a
and stuff.
galvanizing process that they can apply to the 3D prints and the like.
Yeah.
So I can't wait to see it.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see it.
It's exciting times ahead. Speaking of which, we have exciting times ahead here for people who are at the show and for people watching at home. Just to give you an idea of some of what's coming up, apart from a whole host of interviews with various vendors and friends, we have Star Wars Unlimited is going to be showing off the new FFG card game. That'll be coming up at 11:30 by hook or by crook. Later on, we're going to have Alley Cat Games showing off a range of their new upcoming board games. We've got the guys from the National Kidney Federation and Bears Army are going to be across with a cake, I believe. We shall have cake at 1:30.
Nice.
And then the £1,000 raffle with Tony entertaining the crowds
Yes.
at past. And then this afternoon we have the history and development of Catan, if people want to know about possibly the most famous board game after Monopoly. Because everybody knows Monopoly, whether they want to or not. We'll have that, and then we've got a bit of RPG in the afternoon. Cubicle 7, Dom's going to come over to talk about what's new and what's upcoming, and Paizo are going to be also doing a sort of keynote speech about what's coming for 2024 from them. So those are the live events that we're going to have here at the main stage. We may even have Vikings if we can get them past security.
Yes.
Who would have thought smuggling a Viking in would be a trick?
And if you're watching from home, remember you can hop onto the chat. And if you have a look on the UK Games Expo website, they have an interactive map. So you can have a look around, see if there's anything that you want to see. My kids have been at this, and they've pointed out the Avalon Hill stand that has the latest Hero Quest expansion on there. So I also, I don't know if it was real or not, but I saw it on the Facebooks last night. Pathfinder have announced Pathfinder Quest, which is a Pathfinder-based dungeon crawling board game, apparently.
Maybe Paizo will be talking about that. Who knows?
Yeah. So we will find out. But by all means, hop into the chat. Let us know what you would like to see. Jerry.
Yes.
Do we have some stuff from the show floor that we can start to watch? Yeah.
Yes. We're going to kick things off with the Realms of Tiberium.
Let's do it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to UKG 2024. I'm here with Warren and the Realms of Tiberium, which is a stunning range of figures that caught our eye yesterday when setup was happening, and we thought we'd have to come over and see exactly what's happening. So, what is going on here? Who are you, and what's the score?
The score is it's a bit hard actually. It started off as a game idea for a 32mm scale game, but never quite got to that point. It ended up being a collector's version. I will get to the game eventually. Might take a little longer than I thought. But yeah, I just started painting these for collector's items. It started off as Tiberium was a world I created when I was a teenager to write books. And my love of this thing is writing the lore, the history, the stories. So we've written 2 books, and we've got more to come. And that's the part of it that started it all off. Every one of these characters has a story that is being written right now, and they're just great stories. They're very immersive. They're very characterful. They're very varied, dark heroes, villains. I like the whole sort of prestige of it all. So yeah, that's how it started.
So, with the likes of these models then, is there a particular sculptor that you use, or do you just commission based on what you need and when you need it?
It's a good question, actually. It started off on Fiverr, and I had a lot of failures, trust me. And I found this Russian guy who was really good, and he kind of nailed my idea, but then he disappeared off the face of the earth when the whole war thing happened. Yeah. So I turned to Wakim, who's an amazing sculptor, all very expensive, but actually he'd done quite a few of these as well. And then basically Louis from CMA put me in contact with Dan, and he started sculpting for me now, and he'd done the Necromancer. He'd done a fantastic job, so I kind of used him now. Yeah. I've got others in the pipeline. I've got a young lady from Italy who's doing one for me now, a female barbarian. But I use whoever I feel will suit the character, really, and just the best I can get out.
So, is there much back and forth then? Because it's rare I get a chance to speak to people about the actual process behind something like this, because they're so focused on game or that sort of thing. But do you start with a description for them, or are there concept sketches, or what way does it sort of pan out?
Another good question. I start off with a story and have a character for a story. I then start just doing little sketches, doodles. I go on online and just get pictures and references and build up. Obviously, World of Warcraft, I'm not going to deny it. I couldn't help it. Best orcs in the world, so I loved them. This guy's here based around The Witcher. He's again a great character, and I love that idea of it. And there's stories along those lines. And then I just send sketches off to illustrators, and then they send sketches back. There's a lot of to and fro then until we get the right idea. Then once I've got a good illustration, I will send that to a 3D artist, and that is a lot of to and fro. There's a lot of creative. I like artists' input, so a lot of these do have a lot of artist input into them, especially people like Wakim. There's a lot of input, great ideas that I love, and I use those. I'm happy with that. And again, when it goes to painters, They have free reign to do what they want. I don't dictate. I send them an illustration, but you know what? Knock yourselves out. And these are all of these, not just me. There are a lot of other people who have had input into this product. This guy here, the Lizard King, started off as a massive, bulky character. Went to 4 different artists to be 3D rendered. Everyone failed. I went to whack him. I said, look, I've got a really awkward one. I said, do you think you could do something with it? And he came back to me and said, right, we'd change it. It's no good. You won't get it. It's too much of a caricature. It will never look right. I said, bring him down in size, make him more of a fighter, make him more of a martial artist. And he came up with this. And, you know, it's not all me. Yeah. The initial ideas are mine, but a lot of this is for a lot of different people. I mean, again, Louis over at CMA, I get loads of input from him. The artist, Patrice, the man is amazing in what he does. Yeah. I'll send him one line, and he'll just draw me a figure. I mean, initially we're doing this steampunk thing now, Tiberian City. I will literally send Patrice one line, 8 character, big bulky woman, street fight, but very fashionable. He'll send me a picture that is just nails the character perfectly. Yeah. And that's what I do like, is the amount of people in this business that have so much input, and I'm happy for it, because it makes my life easier, and it gives me something that I could really appreciate. And I do this to sell these to people to enjoy. I don't make much money out of this. It's for people's enjoyment. And I love seeing people paint. I love seeing the creative side of it. And that's what I get out of it at the moment.
It sounds absolutely fantastic.
Oh, it is.
I'm really interested in the books. I didn't realise that you had novels to go with.
Not novels.
Or not novels, sorry.
One's 60 page and one's 100. They're not big.
Yeah.
But we're starting off small.
We'll say novellas then.
Yeah, novellas. We'll go for that.
Yeah. Where can people find them if they're not here today?
They're not printed yet. We did print the first from NASCAR and it misprinted. Hopefully they'll be on the website by the end of the month. First public viewing will be at the Fen Model Show, I should hope. But, they are written this way to come out and print.
What's the website?
realmsoftiberium.com.
Pleasure speaking to you. Absolute joy seeing these because they are so eye-catching. Definitely, if you're here at the expo, come and check it out. In a little indie corner, just hold 2, turn left. As soon as you come through the doors, you'll find them. And if not, check out the website and keep your eyes peeled for those little novellas. We're going to move on and see what else there is to see here at the expo.
Lovely, thanks very much.
Hey. Thank
you, past me. I really like the look of those.
They're gorgeous.
They are absolutely spanking.
They are absolutely gorgeous, so they are. What else do we have lined up then?
Well, we've been flabbergasted by a role-playing game.
Yeah.
The Wanderer's Tomb. So have a wee look-ski at that and see what Ben found.
Happy days. Let's see what it's like.
Okay, folks, we are here at UK Games Expo. I'm here with Fleur from The Wanderer's Tome. I got it right this time, it's fantastic. And we're going to be talking about a comedic role-playing game called Flabbergasted. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yes, so Flabbergasted is a game that I developed with my sister, Chelsea.
Oh, very nice.
I'm going to sneak off, but she's here. And it is our own system that we developed for this game. And it is a narrative-driven, highly collaborative and highly comedic tabletop role-playing game. It's set in the Roaring 20s. And
good place to set it as well. Yeah.
Well, we like the aesthetics of the 1920s,
yes.
But it's a much more idealized version of the 1920s.
Of course.
And it's a game that's inspired heavily by British madcap comedies. Primary inspiration is the Jeeves and Wooster series.
Love it, yeah.
But we also list things like Blackadder and Fawlty Towers as our main inspiration as well. So in this game, you will make a character, one of 4 archetypes, a bohemian, an aristocrat, a well-to-do, or a staff.
Okay.
And together you will form your own social club, come up with a rival club, and together get up to all manners of mischief as you increase your club's social standing in the city of Peccadillo. And
I guess this is by whatever means necessary, I would imagine. Yeah.
Yes. And in fact, one of the main mechanics of our game is we have every character sheet has their own list of scene cues, which are narrative abilities, and these are they can be used to create so many ridiculous scenarios, and comedy is at the heart of this game.
Love it. Absolutely amazing.
Keeping things lighthearted and And we have this concept in this game called failing forward.
I always love that mechanic. It's fantastic. Love it from things like Tales from the Loop and stuff like
Yes.
that. Yes.
I thought we created it when we came up with it. I was so proud.
It was your thing.
Failing forward. Oh, sorry.
You need to put TM and send an email to yourself.
But I guess it was a concept that was around for a while. But yeah, it's at the heart of this game. Yeah.
And so could people come and play the game and have some sort of like do a little bit of a test adventure with you guys here at the show and stuff?
Yes, we have a game master who is running about 4 or 5 games of Flabbergasted throughout the whole weekend.
Okay.
And at our table you can just come and chat.
And have a chat.
And have a chat, look at the game. You can also try out our Build a Portrait sticker book.
Amazing. I was going to ask you about this.
Yes.
So what is this sort of like something you can use to help just imagine your character a little bit more and stuff like that?
Yes. I mean, this one's focused more on for fantasy players.
Right, okay.
We got to hit the biggest market.
Of course,
first,
yes.
yeah. But we definitely would like to make a version of this that's more 1920s and steampunk.
That'd be cool.
That could work well with Flabbergasted. But yeah, you can design. You can also come to our table and design your own character.
Just have some fun.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And can people get their hands on Flabbergasted now, or is it going to crowdfunding? What's the sort of situation with it?
It's available to buy from our online store, from us in person. It's already fully crowdfunded. Same with our sticker book. What we have available for pre-order is our expansion to Flabbergasted called Mystified.
Love it.
It has just finished crowdfunding about a month ago.
Okay.
And now it's available for pre-orders.
Amazing. So as British people ourselves, this sounds absolutely perfect. And if you're bored of all that weird dungeon delving stuff, come and give this a go. I think it sounds absolutely amazing. Make sure to check out Flabbergasted. We're going to dive into the rest of the show, check out the live blog, the live stream and everything else. And we'll be back in another video very, very soon. Bye for now.
In the beginning, it was a game, an island called Catan, made by the creator, Klaus Teuber.
Hello.
It brought building, trading, strategy, called
Like my favorite game ever.
by my friend Scarlett. Now, 25 years later, it's a global phenomenon, with a bunch of versions in over 40 languages, bringing together millions around the globe. A game that can be learned fast and played to infinity, with endless options for gameplay and imagination. The world building continues.
All right, folks, we are here at UK Games Expo. I'm here with Dave from GGG Games.
That's right.
And we're going to be diving into the amazing Shape Invaders, which sounds very, very cool indeed. As you can see, a little bit of dexterity awesomeness going on here. Tell us a little bit about the game.
Sure. So this is a game which is coming to Kickstarter later this year, being published by Camden Games.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the co-designer with Robert Firebreath. And the aim of the game is you control a Starfleet. A Starfleet consisting of a mothership, 4 shields and 6 attackers. And you take it in turns to flick your attackers or your mothership, trying to knock your opponent's pieces into outer space. So you start with setting up the pieces as you wish in your half of the galaxy, and pieces can go on top of each other. You can do them 3-dimensionally if you wish.
So you've got plenty of different ways that you can kind of mess around with your opponents and stuff. Yeah.
When both players have set up their pieces in whatever formation they want, There we go. That's quickly set up. Then they take it in turns to flick, and they
Nice
can
and
move
simple.
around the table like this.
I'm gonna take control. I'm gonna go for it.
Please do.
Oh, that was awful. Try again. Oh, almost.
And
I don't know if it's better if I do it that way. You see, that's what I normally go.
A good,
Yeah.
good clean flick is the best one.
Oh, even better. Yeah.
So this is the galaxy, that's outer space. If something goes into outer space, it's lost, except for the mothership. If the mothership is knocked into outer space, it can respawn in place of a shield.
Ah, okay.
So the shields act as extra lives.
Right.
You win the game by knocking your opponent's mothership and all the shields out of the game.
Absolutely fantastic.
So really simple, intuitive to play. Kids love it, adults love it. It's great fun, very, well, the sort of thing you can play anywhere. Cause
Stick it on a coffee table and away you go.
You can play it on any surface, any table. Different tables give a different feel depending on the friction, the size of the table. I've even played it on picnic tables with slats, which is interesting.
Ooh, added risk.
Yeah. For the Kickstarter, the basic set will come with the box with just the pieces, but then there'll be an upgrade with a net to go around your dining room table, UV floodlighting.
Oh my God, that sounds cool.
Playmat, neoprene playmat. Yeah. But the best bit of the Kickstarter will be the table. So there'll be a table with legs, like similar to this one, but also with UV lighting all the way around. And with the UV lighting, it is absolutely brilliant.
So you can really show off.
Yeah, the pieces, they shine they glow anyway, beneath normal light, but under UV lighting, they are brilliant. Yeah. And then the new pieces we've got, they're injection molded. So they've got a little air cushion underneath, so they go even faster than these prototype ones. So these are the prototype, which is done with laser cutting.
Laser cutting.
And this is the injection molded. The actual final version will be shinier than this, but you notice how fast that moves compared to that.
That is a good flick.
It's going to be really exciting. So the game's been in development, production for a while now, but is finally coming to Kickstarter later on this year.
Brilliant. So, can people come and demo the game here at the show?
Yeah. So, and we've had a big stand here. Camden Games have had a big stand here in the past. This year, they're just a small stand in Hall 1 in Hall 1, 510.
Somewhere around there.
Somewhere in Hall 10, in 510, I think it is.
We'll find it in the guide, and there'll be a little thing somewhere.
And if people want to scan the QR code, then they can be added to the mailing list, and they'll be notified when we launch the Kickstarter.
Brilliant. Absolutely amazing. I love a good dexterity game, especially with one with got such lovely flicking as that. It's absolutely fantastic.
Right. Well, do pop by, and hopefully you get a chance to play.
That'll be quite fun.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dave. That was awesome.
Welcome. Good to meet you.
We're going to dive into another video later on. Make sure to check out the live blog, the live stream, and everything else, and we'll see you very, very soon. Thank you very much, Dave.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. All right, folks, we are here at the UK Games Expo. I'm here with Michal from Archon Studios, and we're going to be talking about all the awesome stuff that you guys have got coming up and out for everyone to dive into and have some fun with. If you like plastic, these guys have probably got you sorted. What's the biggest and newest thing from you guys at the moment, then?
As you know, or maybe or not, we are pushing really hard on Masters of the Universe right now. Right now we finished the GameFound campaign that was really successful with our Battleground line. We are very happy. Thank you very much for the support anyway. So yeah.
We had fun with the Let's Plays and stuff.
Okay. So the newest is the Wave 7, and upcoming releases for the Masters Universe we announced on the GameFound really. So yeah, it's pushing hard with the Battleground.
Lots of fun characters in there for people who've not seen them before as well, which is very cool.
Princess,
so, of course, yeah. And for anyone who's not played Master of the Universe Battleground, it's like a quick, fun, dive into it, kind of skirmishy style game.
Yeah, it's a skirmishy style game, very tactical, but play on the board, so it's a mix of a board game and a war game, so yeah.
Brilliant stuff.
Brilliant stuff. Yeah.
And then, of course, you've got Dungeons and Lasers, which is growing constantly all the time.
It's growing all the time. It's not about new miniatures also and new terrain, but it's also about this our new fantastic new technology. It's Prismacast about pre-painting the terrain. Let me show you.
Yeah. Come on, we'll go this way. We'll run through. Oh, because this stuff is amazing. We saw some of this preview and everything. It's just got a really fantastic finish to it. Yeah.
Yes. So it's already a pre-painted terrain. You just clip it off of the sprue, assemble it, and you're ready to go. So it's very easy to use and fun to use. We are pushing it really hard on this one. So we have like two sets of terrains released, and we are pushing for new ones in the future. What else I can show you? Oh, I can show you the one upcoming.
Yeah, come on, let's go and have a look. Ooh. Oh, very nice.
So those ones were part of a Kickstarter also, our latest Caves Kickstarter. So we had the possibility of buying a pre-painted terrain. But this one is the upcoming release. This is one for the Pathfinder. It's Abomination Vaults, pre-painted stuff. So there you go.
Absolutely amazing stuff. So yes, if you're interested in all of this amazing terrain for your role-playing games, maybe even your skirmish games as well, some nice opportunities there, especially because of the whole pre-painted thing. It's absolutely fantastic. And this is, as you can see, very, very cool indeed. And then, of course, Master of the Universe as well, absolutely going great guns. You can go and check out our Let's Play and all that kind of good stuff. Make sure to check out the live blog on the live stream over on OnTabletop.com and over on YouTube as well. We'll be back with more videos in the near future. Bye for now.
In the beginning, it was a game, an island called Catan.
Hello there, folks. Advert break cut short because we have John and Alicia from Fantasy Flight Games, and we're going to be talking a little bit about their amazing card game that has been taking UKGE by storm, and the world, and the galaxy, I guess, far, far away, which is Star Wars Unlimited. Now, for anyone who's not aware of Star Wars Unlimited, what's the sort of basic premise of the game?
Sure, Ben. So Star Wars Unlimited is it's a trading card game put out by Fantasy Flight Games. It is a head-to-head game where you'll build a deck using your favorite Star Wars characters, your favorite leader. You'll build a deck around a central strategy, and then you'll play, with your friends or your family or what have you, and it's just great. It's really accessible. It's really fun. Yeah.
It seems to have been going down really, really well at the stand and stuff like that. You've got places where people can go and start playing the game and having fun and playing demos and things. Yeah, here at the show.
Yeah, we definitely do. So in Hall 1, we have Learn to Play areas, and then also in Hall 3, we have tournaments that are going on through the rest of the event.
Very nice indeed. So, can you give us a little bit of sort of like a brief overview of the sort of core mechanics and stuff like that you dive
Absolutely.
Into the game?
So when you sit down with your deck, you're going to have two key cards that you choose long before anything else, and that's going to be your base and your leader. Every base is an iconic location from Star Wars, whether that's Echo Base or the Death Star Command Center. And you'll also choose a leader, and that's going to be a unique character from the Star Wars galaxy. In the two-player starter set, that's going to be Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader.
Classic.
But in set one, we have all kinds of great characters. We have Han Solo and Leia Organa and Emperor Palpatine and Grand Admiral Thrawn. We have a great selection of.
I'm going to put you guys on the spot. Who are some of your favorite characters to play as then? So.
I'm a Palpatine player through and through. Absolutely.
Yes. Unlimited power. Yeah.
I'm I like the long game, and he's all about the long game.
Cool.
Yeah.
Alicia?
Leia Organa all the way. I like to play command aggression, which I'm a little bit of a newer TCG player.
Okay.
So the fact that I'm saying aggression feels really weird. But yeah, I love all of the Rebel synergy. I love being able to get all of those really iconic units out on the field and see them do their work.
Awesome. So when people dive into like a classic game turn and stuff like that, can you sort of like take us through? I know we have a couple of cards to show off here as well, so
Sure.
sort of take us through that.
Yeah, so a turn is pretty interesting, I think, because in this game we do an alternating action system. Where over the course of an action phase in Star Wars Unlimited, I'll take a turn, and then Alicia will take a turn, and we'll go back and forth, maybe playing cards from our hand, or attacking with units, or playing iconic events, to vanquish our enemies or shoot first. And
get all the quotes in.
Yeah, exactly. And when we're both finished, one of us will have taken the initiative for the following round. We'll sort of regroup. Build up our resources for the next round, and then it'll continue from there.
Cool. So can you sort of talk us a little bit through some of the cards and maybe some of the sort of iconography and things like that?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we have here is Luke Skywalker, the leader, and Darth Vader, leader. These are the two leaders that come with the two-player starter set. Luke you'll see aspect icons here on the top of the card, at the top right. Every leader in the game comes with two aspects. Luke has blue, which is vigilance, which is more of a defensive-oriented character. And the second one is their sort of aspect in terms of are they hero or villain. So Luke has the heroism aspect here. Similarly, Vader has aggression and villainy. Those aspects, along with the aspect that's granted by your choice of base, that's going to determine the kind of cards that you're going to want to incorporate into your deck. So Luke, in this case, is going to have some vigilance cards, some heroism cards, some cunning cards, and maybe mixing and matching to like have cunning, heroism, and that sort of thing.
I see what you mean.
Each hero also has a unique ability. That right here, Luke has this ability to give shields to his friends. He's all about sort of protecting his allies, right? And sort of sustaining like a small group of friends.
Goody two shoes league.
On the other hand, we have Vader, who's all about throwing out damage, right? You do villainous stuff, and then you get to
villain stuff. I love it.
Yeah.
Just classic villain stuff.
Classic villain.
Yeah,
stuff. In his deck, we have cards like Force Choke, that sort of thing.
Swoosh Cloak.
And so Vader loves to just apply damage and sort of just continuously apply pressure directly, which is very much an aggression sort of thing to do. Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
One of the other things that's really cool about leaders, in my opinion, is that they all have an epic action.
Right, yes.
When you reach a certain threshold of resources, basically you've reached a certain state of the game, usually like turn 5 or 6, you're going to be able to use the epic action on your leader and turn them from just a leader who sits on the sidelines, and they're going to be able to flip over and enter the fray as an actual unit. And so they can rumble with each other. Darth Vader can deploy into combat. And he has a new ability. He has better stats, and he's ready to get into the action.
What I'm getting is it feels like the flow of the movies and the TV shows and things like that, where you start off with that kind of building, and then you get to that climactic end game. Effectively,
sure, there's sort of a dramatic moment where when the leader deploys, and then it feels like a big moment in the game, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely fantastic. So there are loads of different ways to play Star Wars Unlimited. So obviously, you sit down with your friends and just play casually and stuff like that. But what are some of the other ways that you can sort of dive in and play the game?
Yeah, there's sort of a few main ways to play. You can play a constructed deck with cards that are in set 1, set 2, which is forthcoming. You can take your favorite leader, your favorite base, combine them with your favorite 50 cards, and just play a constructed deck like that. We also have from the jump, we have draft and sealed as supported formats in this game. So if you like to play, if you like to draft, That's one of my favorite ways to play.
Yeah.
You can sit down, you draft leaders, and then you draft 3 packs, and you build a deck from your picks,
Cool.
and go from there.
Yeah.
And that's a really fun sort of skill testing way to engage with the game as well. One of the other really fun ways is we have a multiplayer format. Just
Nice.
from launch, a 4-player, free-for-all multiplayer format with a slightly different deck building restriction. So there's a little bit, it's a singleton format.
Right.
So you play one-ofs of your favorite cards. It's a
Okay.
good spot to incorporate your favorite foils and your favorite hyperspace treatments and all your coolest looking cards.
Nice way to show off.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I have some really cool cards in my personal collection, so I love to just jam my deck full of those. And there's a little bit of more like interplay and sort of that casual feel. So it's a great multiplayer format if you're just hanging out with your friends.
Cool. Do you have a particular mode of play that you like, Alicia? Sort of thing?
I like draft.
You like draft?
I think draft is really, really fun. This game lends so well to drafting too because it's, it's being able to draft a leader and then all of a sudden you have to look at the cards that you're picking, see what kind of synergy. Oh, well, I'm getting a lot of command cards. Okay, maybe I want to try to pair that with a command base. It's just really fun. It's just such a fun way to play uniquely every single time.
Yeah. And obviously, I assume people can dive in and do sort of like big tournament level stuff as well with Star Wars Unlimited and have fun on that front. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. You know, little tournaments and big tournaments.
Yeah.
You know, we've been drafting after work like constantly. You know, all weekend.
Yeah,
you know?
very often.
That's the sign of a good game if you're playing it out of work hours, I guess.
Yeah.
So.
You wouldn't believe how much I play this when I'm not working.
There we go.
It's ridiculous.
Have people started to be like, okay, I need to go home now? Is that it?
No, I won't let them.
No. You keep them there with your force powers, obviously. Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
What have been some of the fun moments been when sort of developing the game and sort of diving into it from a design point of view? Because you must have had, I mean, obviously you have a wealth of options to choose from.
Oh, sure.
From the entire Star Wars canon. So there must be stuff that you've been like, that was really cool to bring that in, a particular moment, a particular card, stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. This game is so fun to work on and to design for. Everyone on the team loves different things about Star Wars, which is part of what makes Star Wars special in general, right?
Yeah.
Is that there's so much to love about it and different aspects appeal to different people.
Yeah.
For me, like, I love bounty hunters. So getting to work on set 2 as my first set was, you know, my first card that I got fingerprints on was Bosk, the leader in set 2, who all he cares about is that there's a bounty in play. Whether it's on his own guy or an enemy unit, he doesn't really care.
That's cool.
He's going to give them a damage boost, and he's going to do some damage to them. So whether that means you've put a bounty on an enemy unit and you're pursuing them now, or you've got a guy who's wanted and he's like, you're on my team, let's go.
Yeah.
It's really fun to engage with just thinking about these characters, and I'm like, oh, Bosk is a ruthless character in the story. Let's make him just be sort of, play ruthlessly.
Yeah.
That sort of thing, yeah.
Alicia, anything sort of like through the design process that you've seen over John's shoulders perhaps that you've gone,
Yes.
that's so cool or whatever? So,
Yeah, definitely. So we have a pretty small office. I sit right next to the designers. So I wish I had a microphone to just drop over there sometimes. But one of the most exciting things about the design process that I got to, vicariously witness was just this joy of being able to open the product for the first time. So it wasn't more, hundreds and hundreds of hours goes into concepting, designing, play testing. We have such a great group of play testers that come in and check all of these sets before they even go to print. And we very recently got to open the Set 2 product for the very, very first time, and it was just this overwhelming joy of everybody standing around these play testing tables of, it's real.
Yeah.
It's real, it's here. We made it.
There's nothing like it.
Yeah.
That's so cool. We've mentioned a little bit, we sort of teased little bits of things about sort of Set 2. Can you give us a little bit more detail about that and sort of what people can expect from that going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. Set 2 is called Shadows of the Galaxy.
Right.
Whereas Set 1 focuses so much on the Galactic Civil War, the conflict between the rebels and the Empire. Set 2 is all about the underworld, the sort of seamy underbelly of the galaxy. So we'll be seeing smugglers, we'll be seeing bounty hunters, We'll be seeing those corners of the galaxy that are not front and center of this sort of massive conflict.
Very awesome.
So that applies to characters who are not just smugglers and sort of ne'er-do-wells, but also just people who live on the fringe of society.
Yeah.
This set introduces Rey and Kylo Ren from the sequels, for example.
Nice. Yeah.
Long-awaited characters, well-beloved characters.
Yeah. Have you got some fun stuff coming in set 2 that you're really excited about and stuff like that? So,
so we do leader reveals very often on our social media, and I believe it was either this week or the previous week we revealed Kira as a leader, which I am so excited for. She is such a cool character, and again on the fringe of the galaxy, and utilizes a really, really fun mechanic called grit. So anytime a unit with grit is attacked, it increases their attack ability. So the more you try to punch them down, the more they will come back. And it's a really, really fun mechanic that I love.
Yeah. It sort of represents the underdog characters really well,
I like that.
Right?
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's very nice.
Like,
one of the things that I think's been really fun about seeing Star Wars Unlimited come to life is obviously the design of the cards and how you managed to get all of these really fun things from the canon into there. But I think the artwork is superb. I mean, we have a little promo card that folks can get here, isn't it, at the show?
Yeah. We do have a promo card here at the convention. This is the first time this card's ever been available. Was yesterday here. Yeah. It's Grogu, the beloved character.
Grogu.
He's so cute. This artwork is just like unbelievably adorable. Yeah. When people see it for the first time, they're like, oh, "Give it." It's free. All you have to come do is come down and do a demo, or if you're familiar with the game, just play a game with a friend or with one of us, and you walk away with a Grogu. Yeah.
What I think is quite nice about it from that point of view as well is that obviously Grogu comes from the TV series and stuff that's been done through Disney and things, and then obviously you have all those classic movies that all have their own unique look as well, but everything feels like it's connected in the art and the design that you've done. Was that an interesting sort of potentially like a battle for you guys, trying to like work out how you're going to do the style of stuff?
Absolutely. It's really cool because there's so many different visual looks to Star Wars, right? You have the Bad Batch, and you have Andor, and you have the prequels, and they all look really different, right?
Yeah.
So it's been really exciting to work with our art team. They're so brilliant, and they worked just incredibly hard to figure out how to unify everything into one sort of coherent look. And it's been so, like, my favorite part of my job almost is just every morning when I log in, I see what new art pieces have rolled in.
They come through the emails, I guess, and you sit there like, oh my god, that's amazing.
It's
incredible. Thrilling. Yeah. It's really, anytime, it's typically at the start of the week, our really, really amazing art team will send an email that has, hey, we made some new wallpapers for you. 3 new wallpapers, and it's a variety of our games, including Star Wars Unlimited, but some of our other titles as well. And it's a really great way to start the week, just to see one of these amazing art pieces get featured. It also keeps us in the loop too of, oh wow, this is really cool. I haven't seen this card yet, or I haven't seen this artwork yet. So it's fun.
That's amazing.
It's awesome.
If people want to find out a little bit more about Star Wars Unlimited, I mean, obviously you can come and see here at the show. It's just at the bottom of the stairs, basically, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
just right downstairs.
Hall 1, yeah. So, but if people want to go and find out a little bit more online, there's loads of places for people to do that, yeah? So,
StarWarsUnlimited.com.
Yeah, nice and easy.
Yeah, super easy. You can also follow our social media pages if you go to StarWarsUnlimited.com. We have lots of news drops often. We have a really detailed news section that will give you more information about the Grogu promo card, in addition to some of the other events that we'll be going to. But then there's also links to our social pages, so you can see some of those leader reveals right when they come out.
Brilliant. The website's cool too. It's got like a deck builder app and
awesome.
some other...
So people can play around on there.
Yeah, and you can use it to find events in your local area and that sort of thing.
I love that.
Yeah, it's
That's
really useful.
Cool. Now, I mean, we can't talk Star Wars. I'm gonna throw this at you guys, right? So we can't talk Star Wars without talking about your favorite moments from the entire thing. So, what is your like iconic Star Wars moment that you love the most? I'm throwing you in the deep end.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I've liked Star Wars since I was a kid. You know,
Right, yeah.
Some of my most vivid childhood memories are watching the videotapes in my house. I was probably like 6 or 7 years old.
Yeah.
And just like everything from the original film
Right.
still holds up so beautifully.
Yeah.
It's just it's really special.
Those magical moments from the original film.
Absolutely, yeah, just like in general, and being able to interface with that every day and sort of become a kid again and deal with these characters, and create a special game. It's just really great.
Yeah, Alicia.
I think we're in a pretty similar boat. So I was Princess Leia for Halloween, I think 4 or 5 years in a row when I was a kid. And I just have always loved it. It's a way that I connected with my family. It's a way that I connected with my friends. Trying to pick a really special favorite moment is like going to your favorite restaurant and you love everything on the menu and trying to pick a favorite. And so it's really, really challenging. It depends on the time of day and where you're at. I love the prequels. I love all the prequels. I love everything Star Wars.
I was going to say, one of my favorite. I know it's not popular, I guess, but The Phantom Menace, right? That movie, when Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon are in the hangar, and Darth Maul steps through that door, and that lightsaber goes into 2. Even then, when I saw that film, I was like, oh, it's amazing.
It was one of the most mind-blowing things I had ever seen when I was 9 years old. And it's still.
Yeah. Don't worry about the diplomacy. Watch that bit of the film.
I have goosebumps.
Yes, exactly. Well, thank you very much, guys. That was absolutely fantastic talking about Star Wars Unlimited. If you want to go and find out more, as I say, bottom of Hall 1, go and check it out there. Go and play the game, have some fun, meet the guys, get yourself a Grogu promo card, have some fun. Check it out online as well. Go and check out the website and all that kind of good stuff. We're going to move on and dive into some more videos. I'm going to throw back to the studio very, very soon. So, yeah.
In the beginning, it was a game, an island called Catan, made by the creator, Klaus Teuber.
Hello.
It brought building, trading, strategy, called
Like my favorite game ever.
by my friend Scarlett. Now, 25 years later, it's a global phenomenon, with a bunch of versions in over 40 languages, bringing together millions around the globe. A game that can be learned fast and played to infinity, with endless options for gameplay and imagination. The world building continues.
That's Violent Storm.
All right, folks, we are here, and it is the second day of UKGE, UK Games Expo. We're here at the entrance to Hall 2. Grab yourself a map pack and a guide when you come in here. It's very, very handy. Rob wanted me to show this off as well. Look at that amazing front cover there with the Ralph Horsley artwork and that lovely kind of red box design on the outside as well. Absolutely fantastic. Come with me as we have a look into Hall 2 and what's going on. So, obviously, you'll see all of our lovely faces on these stands over here. It's not creepy or weird at all. It's totally fine. But then, as you come straight into the start of Hall 2, watch this. It's the Wayland Games booth with Warcradle and everyone playing all their fantastic games. You've got Armoured Clash, you've got Dystopian Wars to dive into, loads of fun stuff. I have heard, a little birdie told me, that there are some Gundam here, and there may even be some free Gundam? Maybe? Do you like Gundam, Rob? He's shaking his head. But yes, you've got some awesome stuff here from Wayland Games. There is the W.H. Smith stuff over there, so if you're interested in picking up some games from them, you can go over and do that. We're going to dive this way. Come on, Rob. Come this way. Here we go. Right, so as we dive deeper and deeper in, What's quite nice about UK Games Expo this time around is they have absolutely packed out the halls, and now there are vendors and booths absolutely everywhere. So as we dive deeper and deeper in, as you can see, loads of cool stuff here. We've got Wise Wizard Games doing things. Here's more of the, just look at the Wayland booth. There's just so much stuff in there already, and so many nice people to come and see as well. As we get deeper in, Van Ryder Games, they're doing amazing stuff. We have Zatu here too. Rob, catch up, it's okay, come and follow me. Right, as you can see, it's quite a hairy place. So Zatu are doing all of their stuff, doing demos of some games here as well. We have this awesome area set up for folks that's all based around the family zone and things. So if you want to come down and play some games, join in, test some stuff out, see if it's for you, you can do that. Loads more stuff here from Imagination Gaming and Cold Spring Games, which is really cool to see. ELO's over here as well, doing fantastic demos, which is nice. And as we go deeper and deeper in, as I say, it's quite a big hall, as you can see. Look in the distance, Rob. It's our lovely banner. So if you are coming here this weekend and you want to see us live on the stage, you can head on over to the main stage and see what we've got doing. Day 2, what have we got going on? We've got a little bit of a history of Catan, which is quite cool. We've also got Cubicle 7 coming up later. Paizo are going to be there talking about Pathfinder, Starfinder, and a little bit more as well. Got a little bit of a demo and a walkthrough of Star Wars Unlimited, which is quite nice. Very cool. If you're into your Lorcana, and who isn't at the moment, right? Lorcana's a massive one. We have a huge booth set up for that, which is very cool. And I'm just going to point Rob this way as well, because over that side, obviously you've got Magic Madhouse over in the background, but there's also a whole bunch of indie creators and artists doing really nice stuff over there. So if you're somebody who wants to dive in and find something a little bit quirky, a little bit weird, maybe that's one way to go, which is very cool. Let's keep on going, Rob. Let's keep on going. Let's say Lorcana, everything you'd want from Ravensburger there, absolutely fantastic. And as we come further in, this is one of my favorite bits over here. As we dive in, we have this wonderful little section here for demo stuff. So we're going to finish up over here. Even more fun demo game stuff to play for you to dive into and have some fun with even more families sitting down and playing around on all sorts of different games. Oh, it is going to be a big day here at UK Games Expo. Make sure to dive into the live blog and the live stream. Check out what we've got coming up. There's all lists of what's being on the stage, all our big shows and things like that. And yeah, we'll be back very soon with even more videos. Bye for now.
Hello everybody and welcome back to UKG 2024. I'm over here at the Monty Cook stand with Kate to talk about a plethora of games, some of which are multi-award winning. A couple I've been really fascinated since they appeared on Kickstarter to see, like the Appalachian game, because that just looked absolutely superb. But where to start? Where do you want to start?
This is our second time at the show. Very, very happy to be here. We're actually sponsoring the Children's Role-Playing Zone, and that's with No Thank You Evil. It's specifically for children. It's been play-tested by children, and it is a perennial bestseller for all of our retailers. It's a game that can be played if you're 5 to 15. All of the characters are there for you. It's very, very simple to play, and the only complaint we get about this game is that families want to play it together with their kids, and then one day they come back and the kids are running it for their mates, and you're like, do you want a hand, Johnny? And they're like, no, we got this, Ma. It's cool.
That's what you want to see, though. Get them in at a young age and have a game that they can just take ownership of themselves, where they're not worried about needing an adult on hand to play, that they can just start introducing their friends to a whole new hobby for them.
Very much so, and it's massively collaborative as a game. So you set them a goal, say it's a goal of 3, they've got to roll 3 or more on a 6-sided dice. And the thing with that is, if they help each other, you ease the difficulty. So now it's maybe 2. If someone is really good at something, they might spend a point of smarts or a point of fast to make it easier. Every time they make it easier to do it, and then they roll the dice. So it's massively collaborative storytelling.
Also teaches them valuable life skills like friendship, and it's okay to ask for help, which can't be underestimated. That 2 award-winning games next, though, and 2 very different-looking games as well.
Yeah, so we are super excited to have won the Judges' Best Accessory Award and the Judges' Best Role-Playing Game Award. Massive kudos. We are so very pleased. Our team of designers are amazing, and it's absolutely wonderful when things like this happen, because it's everyone saying, hey, this stuff you made, wicked cool. So the weird is exactly that. It's another word for interesting. You want it to be whimsical, you want it to be interesting, do you want it absolutely gonzo? We've got weird in here. There's over 10,000 different ways of making any campaign weirder, cooler, more interesting. You want weird clothing? We got it. You want weird excuses? We got it. Weird bars, weird rituals, weird space stations. Just pick it up. It's also really astonishingly pretty and a wonderful nightmare, because there are over 200 fonts in this thing. It's beautiful, it's gorgeous, you can roll on things, or you can just pick stuff. And we've had a number of people who've gone through this and got lost, and their other half has come around and got them back again and said, look, we'll just come and buy it tomorrow. So yes, very happy with that. That's the weird.
Well, the weird, I'm a sucker for any random table, and anytime I get told I can choose or roll, it's always roll. And then you generally end up with something so bizarre you would never have thought of it yourself. And often they're the more interesting characters to play, because somebody who sits there and goes, I'm going to min-max my stats and be the best barbarian ever, and you're going, that's interesting. I'm a barbarian who's a little bit terrible at everything. Low con, low strength. Why have I got that way? How am I still a barbarian? Start telling the tale from there. And being able to go in and just start plucking out weird and wonderful stuff to add a bit of a pastiche to things is always good fun, because we often start off thinking we're Excalibur, but we often end up playing Monty Python the Holy Grail. So dropping a bit of weird in is always good. But this magnificent beast, from the moment I seen this on Kickstarter, I was in love. What is going on with the Appalachians?
So this is a wonderful collaboration with Old Gods of Appalachia podcast. Now, they're an award-winning podcast, and with them we've now produced a UK Games Expo award-winning game. The whole idea of this is it's 1930s American folklore and horror. And the thing about that is that in the UK, folklore, well, it's Irish, it's Welsh, it's German, it's French, but this is a wonderful mix of everyone coming together in the Appalachian Mountains, which are over 120 million years old. They've in fact got shorter since the Earth was created, right? And the conceit is there are weird and spooky things stuck down in the dark, and we've started to mine those things. And so some of the gold miners are coming up, and they're not quite the same as before. Or people will tell you about the man that stands at the crossroads in the mine, and he might give you a coin, and it's blackened, and your life will be better if you take the coin. But when you do and he calls you, you have to come running because your O is due. So then you have to decide what's important to you. What will you do for your family? What will you do for fame? What will you do for fortune? What will you do to defend what's yours? So that's everything in the dark. And then you've got the green, because we're pushing that back, and that's all the natural world and things, except you need the green to be on side for your crops to grow and for your animals to do well and your family to do well. And then the third set of that is humans, because we're building railroads through the mountains and around the things, and all of these are about what's it worth to you? Where are you on this? It's absolutely amazing, and we have a backer kit coming up probably the end of the summer with another part to this, so super excited. I can't tell you any more about this right now. I've been told not to, but I would like to. So yeah.
Yeah, that is terrible, because that's going to really upset me now for the rest of the weekend, and I'm just going to be in tears. My mascara will run. I'll be a mess. But this, because I'm a big Cthulhu fan, when I seen that first advertised, it was like, well, it has that Elder God feel. And then anybody who's anybody who's seen American Gods or read the book by Neil Gaiman, where all of the settlers come across from
various countries and bring their folklore and folktales with them, and you wonder how much of it is something that was there before or how much of it was created by the humans who arrived. And in some cases, that may be up to your party and the GM in themselves to play off that and really explore that area, which is always good fun. I see you have a few other bits and pieces there. What other things can people see from you, and where can they find you this weekend?
So we are sponsoring the children's role-playing section in Hall 2, and we are also have a stand at 752 in Hall 1. So it's 1752 Montague Games. What you can see here are zero prep role-playing games. Now, at this point, most people say, yeah, sure, zero prep. They are. So at the end, you've got Stealing Stories for the Devil. This is a futuristic heist game. It's played in 3 parts. It's very much about yes and the only person who really needs to know is the person who's running the game. It helps if you guys have read the rules, but we know you don't have enough time. The whole idea is everyone starts trying to play this heist in that cool Ocean's 11, 007 leverage, that kind of thing. It becomes the Muppet movie really, really quickly, right? And that's still just as much fun. The first scene is you and the narrator sit down together and you make the heist. This is the thing you have to steal. This is the place you have to steal it from. Go. And you're like, well, here's how I do it, and here's how you do it. And every time you say yes, and, when you're happy with the plan, the person who's running the game will go away and think about ways of making players' lives more interesting. The second half is playing in that scene and going through all those plans, and there's lots of twists that get played, and that whole thing of like, what happens next? Security guard wasn't where they were supposed to. It's sharks with lasers on their heads. However gonzo you're going with it, and then you have the turn, and this is where the other shoe drops. So the thing that you were going after is not where you thought it was, or is completely different, or is a different thing altogether, and that's the last section. And at each point you up the ante and it gets more and more frenetic, and you can either play it in about 3 to 4 hours, or you can play it over sort of 3 sessions, depending on how you do it. Zero prep role-playing game. You've got a whole ton of architectural plans. They are architecturally accurate, because if they're not, nerds will be angry, and we don't want that. And my boss originally was a trained architect, so that all works. And it's glorious. It's my favourite game at the moment, which is wonderful. So.
Well, I'm a big fan of things like Reservoir Dogs, and that idea of the planning phase, the execution, and then it all going horribly wrong just appeals to me in every way, shape and form. Yeah, a fantastic look at just a fraction of what Monty Cook have to offer here at the Expo. You can check them out online if you can't make it to the Expo, but if you can, definitely pop by their stand and see what you can pick up, because there's so much that will work for so many different games, or maybe inspire you to start a whole new one. We're going to see what else there is to offer at the Expo. Bye-bye.
Okay, folks, we are here at the UK Games Expo. I'm here with Tom from Themeborn. Always a pleasure, never a chore. No. What have you folks been up to? Because obviously, you know, Escape the Dark Castle, Escape the Dark Sector, The Last of Us, incredibly successful. Yeah, right. How have things been going for you?
Thank you, yeah, thanks for having us. We've been busy. Obviously, we're here with our usual range of the Escape the Dark series, our atmospheric adventure games with the old school style, all the nice black and white artwork full of atmosphere, simple rules, easy setup, all that kind of stuff. We've still got all of that going strong. And then, of course, our latest great endeavor is The Last of Us Escape the Dark, which takes our adventure system and brings it to the wonderful setting of The Last of Us in partnership with Sony and Naughty Dog, of course. So that's very exciting.
It's all going very, very well indeed. So obviously people can dive in and pick up all the stuff for Escape the Dark Castle and Dark Sector. Where's it at now with The Last of Us? What's the sort of production?
The Last of Us is in production now.
Okay, yeah.
The game is completely finished. We've got early samples of it on the tables over here for people to play, which are already, as you can see, full and being played. And it's almost finished in production, and it should be coming to market in September, October kind of time. I shouldn't ever say dates, should I? But, that's what we're expecting at the moment.
Cool, cool. So from what's sort of like coming up next then from you guys? With obviously Last of Us going into production now, what's the sort of next step?
Well, we haven't got anything to announce yet, but this has obviously been our first big IP that we've worked with, and it's gone very well. I think everybody's happy, and normally when something like that happens, it opens doors to more of that kind of thing. So that's what we're hoping.
So fingers crossed.
Yes, absolutely. But of course, we are still developing our own IP in-house, and that is both a continuation of this series and also some new stuff that's completely different.
So expansions to these, maybe, yes?
That's always a possibility, but we are also working on some new IPs that are our own originals.
Oh, okay, right,
And that'll take a little while to materialise. That's not ready yet, but we're having some fun exploring new things.
Well, we talked to you guys about a game, was it last year or the year before, which was really fun. We enjoyed playing it and stuff like that, but I think you sort of took it back a little bit back to the drawing board kind of thing.
Yeah, that's one of the games we've got in rotation. That was a complete departure from what we normally do, but it's a very cool game. It's a two-player head-to-head kind of war battle strategy game, which has a lot of potential that we are keeping in our development rotation. It'll reappear at some point. We've got another big fantasy project that we're working on. And then, new licenses are being discussed.
Very cool indeed. I managed to tease some more secrets out of you there, maybe.
None of that may happen.
It will not be edited out. There we go. Right. Thank you very much, Tom. That was absolutely fantastic. Make sure to come and check out Escape the Dark Castle, Escape the Dark Sector, and of course, The Last of Us. Do you remember your booth number so people come and find it? 660. Come and find it here at the event. Play some games, have some fun. Check out the live blog, check out the live stream, and we'll be back with another video very, very soon. Bye for now.
Hello everyone, we are back here at UKGE 2024. I've stopped by with Joshua from Composed Dream Games because of the plethora of titles, a whole slew of them, ranging from sci-fi to fantasy to what appears to be historic. So, what have you brought here? What is Composed Dream Games all about?
So Composed Dream Games is an indie RPG distributor. We carry primarily Canadian titles, but that's because that's where we started. And we also distribute in the UK now as well. So what's on the table are all games by Canadian publishers that have come out in the past year, because many of our UK publishers that we carry in Canada, they're already here at the show.
Yeah. So how long have you been running then as a publisher then in Canada before sort of branching out?
Right, we started in about 2017, things really ramped up in 2022, and things keep picking up.
How do you go about finding some of your titles? Because I see there's quite an in-depth looking one for Dublin at the end there for the Viking era. But then other ones are more sort of pamphlet-like, a bit. Morkborg and the like is kicking around here. So do you look for specific types or do you wait for writers to approach you?
A little bit of both. We reach out to publishers reach out to us. So in the case of Athcliath, that's the Fate of the Norns folks. I know one of the designers on Children of Eru, which is the last core book that they came up with, quite well. He also did Fight to Survive here, which is a martial arts diceless multi-generational RPG. Nice. So that's how we ended up connecting with Pendelhaven in that case.
You were saying that you've just brought the Canadian stuff with you. How extensive is your catalogue currently then?
I think we're at close to 200 print titles.
200 in 7 years?
We have at least 44 publishers that we carry.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is impressive. If people want to come and see you here at the show, where are you going to be situated?
Absolutely. We're in Hall 2 at the very back corner. It's 2386.
2386, or just come to the OnTableTop studio and just hove left and you'll come across them that way. It's a spectacular looking range. This is only a part of it. Where can they find the rest of it if they're not here at the show?
You can find it at composedreamgames.com and composedreamgames.co.uk.
there you have it, folks. Hopefully this has whet your appetite for some out-of-the-norm RPG titles and little sort of supplements and expansions. They're always worth picking up. I have too many shelves of things like this at home myself, and I'll probably be grabbing a few of these today as well. We're going to move on, see what else is here at the Expo, and let us know what you think below. Bye-bye.
All right there, folks, we are here at UK Games Expo. I'm here with Caleb from King Bean Studio, and we're going to be talking about an awesome new game. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, so this is Power Vacuum.
Love it already?
Treasonous trick-taking game. It is a trick-taking game that is seems simple at first, but has a lot of twists. So it's very similar to your classics, hearts or spades. You've got 4 different suits. You're playing, you're leading with a suit. Everyone has to follow. You have a trump suit, which is red. Trump will always beat. But there is a bit of a twist. In every hand, you have spies. So this is a hidden suit within the other suits. And it's also different in that you can see the suits on the backs of the cards.
I see.
So there's like a lot of information out there, but every once in a while you're going to see a spy, and this will trump the trumps. That's just where the game begins, right?
Yeah.
So that's like the main twist on the trick taking. But what you're trying to do is, obviously, when you win a trick, you get a point. But when you lose a trick, you get to manipulate the power board.
Okay.
So these are the different players.
Yeah.
And what you're trying to do is when you lose, you can actually move power between these 2 different plugs. This is our prototype. We'll have the finished version. It'll have a cord. So you'll get to move between and then move the plug. And the reason that you're doing this is that you have a hidden agenda card. All players have a hidden agenda, and I'm going to pick who I want to win and who I want to lose.
Right.
So really, it's got a bit of social deduction. Like, I might actually not want to win all the power, because if you win and my friend loses, then I win all of the points.
So, like, is Ben losing all those tricks on purpose? What's Caleb doing? What's going on?
Exactly. And the fun part, too, is that some of these actually will share the same agenda. So, like, we might both want the black player to win, but we want the white to lose and the yellow to lose. So there's some crossover there as well. And essentially, you're holding off on revealing your agenda. The sooner you reveal it, the more points you're going to get.
Okay.
But then everybody knows what you have.
And they're starting to work against you at that point.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
And you can also like hold on to your agenda the entire time. That's like shooting the moon. But then you have to get both sides correct.
Oh, right.
No points at all.
Wow. Okay, that sounds awesome.
And to kick it off, or to finish it up, these are our statue pieces. So you're trying to build a statue to your glory. And we thought, hey, there's a little bit of a space to innovate in just tokens. So you're using your power to buy these pieces. They're sort of an exquisite corpse, so they all go out and you can swap them.
Love it.
Yeah. And whoever builds their statue first wins the game.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Very, very cool. Now, can people come and play the game this year at UK GE at your stand and stuff? Yeah?
Yes, absolutely. We are in Hall 2, stand 1027.
Brilliant. And can people get their hands on the game, or is it coming to Kickstarter, or what's the...
So it came to Kickstarter. It
came to Kickstarter,
and it killed at Kickstarter. So,
amazing.
Yeah, people can late pledge still, and it is at the printers. We hope to have it at Essen, October, November, December. But yeah, we'll be demoing it, and people will get copies later this year.
Sounds like an absolutely perfect expo game to sit down and have some fun with. Bit of bluffing, make enemies of all the people you've just met at the table. Sounds amazing. Thank you very much, Caleb. That was absolutely fantastic. We're going to move on and dive into another video. Make sure to check out the live blog, the live stream, and everything else. And of course, Power Vacuum.
Absolutely.
And we'll see you guys very, very soon in another video. Bye for now.
Hello everybody, we are back here once more at UKG 2024. This time I've stopped off at the Czech Games edition with Eleni because we spotted this fantastic looking board setup for SETI, and I was told in no small part that this is expected to be one of the standout games of the year. So you want to tell us what it is about? It's obviously an interesting looking setup and not your sort of usual fare. So what is SETI?
Yes, so SETI is our upcoming game of space exploration and resource management. The designer of the game, Tomasz Holek, is like a space nerd and astronomy enthusiast. So most of the things in the game are based on real projects and technologies. Is more towards simulation, let's say, and less towards science fiction. So in the game, you're playing as competing space agencies, and you want to, in the first part of the game, you want to improve your technology. So it has like this element of engine building. So you're gonna try to get new technologies to launch your probes with like richer actions. To being able to look through your telescope and get distant signals, and you're going to be loading your computer with super data, and eventually you're going to be revealing a new life form. You have enough data to do that, so at some point in the game you're going to be unlocking this, which adds like new ways of playing your actions, new ways to score points, and they're very different from one another. So in the box you have like 5 of them, but in the game there are only 2, and you don't know which ones it's going to be. And the heart of the game basically is the rotating solar system in which you're launching your probes and sending your signals. So it's very important in the game because this is rotating depending on what the players do and basically through the passage of time. This is going to be spinning depending on like where you are exactly on this, or the whole of it is going to be spinning, so this is not supposed to be there. So it's very important to find like the optimal launch window to do certain things. And in the game we have like multi-use cards, so I can show you. For example, here you can use a card for its action, or you can discard it to get like some extra signals or extra movements through space, or you can use it like as a new income. So there's many different ways of using your cards, and basically it's in the heart of it, it's a resource management game, but you have to adapt a lot to what other players are doing. You have to be tactical about this part, where like the planets are moving, and you have to adapt your strategies according also to the new information, the new data you have about the new alien forms. Yeah.
I notice it's 1 to 4 players. How does a solo mode work in this?
I'm not sure I know about the solo. Do you know about the solo? I think it's in development, so I personally don't know, but we usually develop our games like until they're released, so I wouldn't be able to tell you much anyways. But yeah, there is going to be a solo mode as far as I know, and it's from 1 to 4 players. It's around 40 minutes per player in terms of like the length. Yeah, and that's all about SETI.
But is it going to be on your stand for people to come along and have a look at?
Yes, you can definitely come and play. We have demo tables with SETI. We're going to be very happy to get more people to play this gorgeous game, and this is going to be an Essen release.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not too far away then. I do see another little game here as well, and I'm down to find out about this also. So I'm going to torment you, which will teach you for being there in my line of sight. So you are?
I am Paya.
And what is this? Because SETI is an extravagant looking board with lots of moving parts. This looks like it's at the extreme other end as far as actual setup and play goes.
Yes, this is very different because it is actually a family-oriented game that you can play with your kids of ages 7+. And so basically, as you play as kids that discovered in the attic their grandparents' old alchemy wares. and they're starting playing with it, and they're starting mixing some potions. So this game is about potion making and about learning deduction. So basically, you start off really easy by mixing potions, and as you progress, the game adds like more layers, more components, because it actually has 7 boxes. They're sealed in the box, and you are opening them one by one, adding more complexity also to the game. The game also has a companion app, and you start off by, as I mentioned, mixing the ingredients. So this way, you would scan the ingredients, click confirm, and you see that you can make with these 2 ingredients a green potion. So you would mark it in the grid here. So that would be here. And as soon as you would feel confident enough, you could actually come up with theories about each ingredient. So right now I could write a theory about, for example, the frog. And I already know that the frog can make the green potion. So it is either this or this option. So let's try it. Let's go for this one. And I see that it's right. So if it's right, I take the frog and I mark it here. So everybody knows that the frog can make these 2 potions, while this part is hidden behind your screen. So these are like the basics of the game, and later when you are unlocking more boxes, you have more components that add, for example, a new ingredient, or I can show you, but we don't want it on the camera really, so we don't spoil too much. And you can I'm sorry. You can come up like with there are more complex ways to come up with theories. There are, for example, some companions that you can get some bonuses from, and so on.
So when people are playing then, if I have my board hidden from you and you are doing the same likewise, do we both run the app then ourselves to work out what we think is going into the potions, or does one person sort of control the app?
So you can either each have your own, or you can, usually we play that we have it on one phone or tablet, and yes, and you are like passing it one from another, and that's like how you play.
So is this going to be over at the stand as well for people to play test then?
Yes, we have it over at our stand. It is, of course, still a prototype because we are releasing it hopefully at Gen Con this year. So that's August, Q3 this year. And yeah, so the visuals can still change a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. And if people want to come and see you here at the Expo, do you know what stand number you are in?
We are in Hall 2, and it's stand 538, if I'm not wrong. Which I.
It's well worth checking out. 2 very different games, 2 interesting concepts. The catalogue for the Czech Games edition is absolutely insane. If you're after any game of any genre and skill level, you'll find things for kids all the way up to really top-notch strategy games as well. So have a wee look for that online as well. If you're here at the Expo, join them. Make some potions, find some extraterrestrial life. We're going to move on and see what else is here at the Expo for you guys at home. Bye-bye.
In the beginning, it was a game, an island called Catan, made by the creator, Klaus Teuber.
Hallo.
It brought building, trading, strategy, called
Like my favorite game ever.
by my friend Scarlett. Now, 25 years later, it's a global phenomenon, with a bunch of versions in over 40 languages, bringing together millions around the globe. A game that can be learned fast and played to infinity, with endless options for gameplay and imagination. The world building continues.
That violent storm has left you barely alive, stranded on a tiny island in the middle of nowhere. Your life and fate depend on your decisions. Keep up with the story on the cards, make your choices, and follow the instructions. Washed Ashore is a story-driven adventure that develops differently depending on your decisions. Play the game several times to find out all 13 possible endings.
Valiant Vikings, you must secure resources for the prosperity of our settlement. Explore and conquer new lands. Onward, fearless warriors! Welcome to Loot, a family board game in which each player leads a Viking clan. Gather the treasures needed to develop your fjord. On your turn, place the Viking on a terrain space on the main board and collect a resource. You can also seize control of buildings from rival players if you're swift enough. Then haul your hard-earned loot back to your fjord. Use your resources wisely to complete construction sites and load your longships. Bring back the most riches and build the greatest settlement to be proclaimed Jarl. Loot is available in your favorite board game store, and you can also play it now on Board Game Arena. Gigamik.
From their humble beginnings to the first call to adventure, create a rich history for your character, giving them a family and a home worth fighting for. Or take a quiet moment to reflect on all you have done. When the time comes, you can hang up your sword and begin a new life. Bring your characters to life like never before. With A Life Well Lived for 5th edition by Cubicle 7.
In the beginning, it was a game, an island called Catan, made by the creator, Klaus Teuber.
Hallo.
It brought building, trading, strategy, called
Like my favorite game ever.
by my friend Scarlett. Now, 25 years later, it's a global phenomenon, with a bunch of versions in over 40 languages, bringing together millions around the globe. A game that can be learned fast and played to infinity, with endless options for gameplay and imagination. The world building continues.
That violent storm has left you barely alive, stranded on a tiny island in the middle of nowhere. Your life and fate depend on your decisions. Keep up with the story on the cards, make your choices, and follow the instructions. Washed Ashore is a story-driven adventure that develops differently depending on your decisions. Play the game several times to find out all 13 possible endings.
Valiant Vikings, you must secure resources for the prosperity of our settlement. Explore and conquer new lands. Onward, fearless warriors! Welcome to Loot, a family board game in which each player leads a Viking clan. Gather the treasures needed to develop your fjord. On your turn, place the Viking on a terrain space on the main board and collect a resource. You can also seize control of buildings from rival players if you're swift enough. Then haul your hard-earned loot back to your fjord. Use your resources wisely to complete construction sites and load your longships. Bring back the most riches and build the greatest settlement to be proclaimed Jarl. Loot is available in your favorite board game store, and you can also play it now on Board Game Arena. Gigamik.
So we're here in a very special part of the UK Games Expo, and it's certainly somewhere that I've come over the years, especially during the early years of UKGE when I was coming here without it having to be work. Oh, geez, God, oh, what a shame. But this is the bring and buy section of the show. Now, this is where people come, and obviously, in bring and buy fashion, they bring their old games, and then they get credit that they can then spend to buy new ones, maybe fill in some slots in their collection. And there are often some very nice gems in here for you to dive into. So, as you can see, there are walls and walls and walls of games for you to check out here and dive into, and there are often little tiny hidden gems. Let's see if there's any that we can pick out from in here. Ooh, Robinson Crusoe we've got down there. That's a pretty good one. I do like that one. That's a very nice game. Even more stacks of different things here. Ooh, there's a good selection. There's not just the sort of Euro stuff in here. There's also lots of American style games and also different things. I like a bit of Orbis. Orbis is pretty awesome. Terra Mystica there, so if that's never entered into your collection, you've got some options there, which is quite nice to see. I saw somebody walking around with Undaunted Normandy, which I really want. Oh, maybe I can grab that. There's a Yawning Portal there. What else have we got? Super Dungeon Explorer. Less said about that the better, maybe. We'll see. I love Wildlands. Wildlands is an awesome game. It's really nice to see that there. That's one from the folks at Osprey that's kind of drifted away into obscurity a little bit. Classic Hobbit board game as well. I think my girlfriend's beaten me at that many, many times, and I can't understand how she keeps doing it, but there we go. Let's dive deeper and deeper in here. Lots of people with lots of fun games in their arms. I imagine they hold on to them quite tightly. As we get deeper and we get into the press, I see someone with swords and sorcery there as well. I've just spied, obviously everything's broken down slightly here as well, so you've got miniatures, board and card games, which is quite nice to see. Children's games over there, a little bit of Guild Ball going on, which is quite nice. Children's games, The Arrival up there, that's a pretty awesome one. Oh my God, classic Netrunner in there as well, so that's one of the games that you've missed. You've got that. Hey Rob, Twilight Imperium. They've got a third edition version of Twilight Imperium down there. So if you, apparently Rob says he can play that in an afternoon. I don't think that's possible. We're going to sneak down this way, and I think we might come to an end very shortly. Firefly, but also, what's that, Rob? It's U-Boot. And a resin pack for it as well. Absolutely awesome. So yes, as you can see, as we are deep in the middle of the bring and buy section, it is an absolutely awesome place to come and try and find some glorious little treasures. So if you're coming along maybe next year or something like that, and you have some games in your collection that you're not probably playing that often, maybe bring them along, see what you can get in terms of credit and stuff like that, and then come over here, find some games and add them to your collection. We're going to move on and dive into another video. Check out the live blog, the live stream and everything else at OnTableTop, and we'll see you very, very soon. Bye for now. Hello there, folks. We are here at UK Games Expo. I'm here with Dice Coalition and Tulio, who's going to talk us through Havocville. Yes. Tell us a little bit about this one. It looks awesome. So how does it work?
Yes, there's no way you're not going to like this game.
Oh, great.
So every player plays as a god.
Love it already.
And when gods play the game of life, the humans pay the price, of course.
Of course.
So this is the city of Havocville. So this represents the land, and here the people in the city. And players don't own any of the factions. This is a shared city. But you're playing the game to see who is going to shape that to your will, right? Throughout the game, you can use your transformation powers and creation powers to grow Havocville or change things around.
Yeah.
But your fellow gods will not sit around and just let you do whatever you want.
Why have you put that thing there?
Exactly. So during your turn, you can basically play 2 actions, but one of them can always be challenged by other gods.
Right, okay.
And when gods fight, there are consequences. And again, the humans pay the price of those.
Always, always.
So during a challenge, the gods will select a champion, and they can use these power tokens to boost those champions.
Okay.
And then after that fight, all the power used in the battle will trickle down back to Havocville, and it might cause some damage. So if you go too hot, you might actually destroy something that you're interested in.
Right, okay. Yeah. So there's a little bit of sort of measuring how fast you go and how dangerous you are and stuff like that.
There's a timing element, and you might favor some factions because you're betting that they will win this fight. But when you review your objective, and you can keep that active throughout the 3 areas of the game, you will get more points as long as you keep them in game. But you also review your hands.
Right. Okay.
So you have to time that properly. You might get more points if you go early, but you might attract the attention from the other gods.
Love it. A little bit of risk management there as well. It's very cool.
Exactly. So the game plays 2 to 5 players, average 1 hour with 4 players. And we are self-publishing this game, and manufacturing is starting at the end of the year.
Amazing.
We are here all the weekends.
People can come and play demos and all that kind of thing, yeah?
Exactly. So we have a special demo prepared that takes 25 minutes.
Oh, fantastic, yep.
If people are interested, they can play the whole game as well.
Absolutely amazing. Thank you very much for talking me through that, Havocville. Make sure to watch out for that later in the year as well. Love the idea of the self-publishing thing. Hope it all goes very well indeed for you guys. We're going to go and dive off into another video. Make sure to check out the live blog, the live stream, and everything else. We'll catch you very, very soon. Bye for now. Hi folks, we're here at UK Games Expo. I'm here with Serenity from Null Signal Games, and things have expanded somewhat since the last time we talked to you. Can you tell us a little bit about your project and what you're working on and where things have been going and potentially where they're going in the future as well?
So we've now got 8 products out. I believe last time we spoke to you, we probably only had the 2.
I think it was just the 2 packs, I think, yeah.
2 packs, yes. So we've released a new starter pack to help people get into the game, which we are demoing here today. So we've got the starter set, an expansion for that, and then 3 complete narrative cycles that are now out. Next up for us is a replacement for the expansion.
Okay.
Just to bring that up to like slightly more fun and like vibrant level.
Yeah.
Originally, when we brought that out, we didn't have a huge amount of money for art. But now we do.
Yeah, because it's been going great guns.
It has been absolutely going great guns. Yeah, there's now over 80 of us in Null Signal Games. Yeah, like we're our 6th year, so at this point we have been running the game as long as anyone else who was previously running the game.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got playmats and tokens and everything that we've been doing here. We've now got our one of the characters from one of our cards. People said, "Oh, we need that as a plushie."
And of course you made that.
And it's taken a couple of years, but yes, we finally have actually delivered on it as a plushie, and we are very, very pleased with that. It's probably my favourite thing we've ever made.
Has it been fun holding the torch, as it were, and sort of carrying it forward? People have been really engaging with it and all that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, so we're all volunteers. Every single person who works on the game now is a volunteer, and we do this because
you love it.
Because we love the game. One of the things that we say is we say it's the best game ever made, and that's why we keep making it. We don't say it's the best game ever made because we make it.
Yeah.
It really is a labour of love for all of us, and it is so much fun. I know a lot of corporations will say like we are a family, but Null Signal.
It's very corpo anyway, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly the kind of thing that Wayland would probably say. But no, for us, it really does feel like a family. Like whenever we get together for an events like this, we always have such a wonderful time. Like these people are my friends, not just my co-workers. So
I think that's a great way to bring a game to life, isn't it?
Yeah, we couldn't do what we do now if it wasn't for how much we enjoy the company of the people we work with. So
absolutely brilliant. And sort of where's the storyline been going for you in the game at the moment then? Sort of what's the next step been for it?
So I can't talk about the next
one. Okay. I tried to sneak it out.
Yeah. But the latest cycle has been set in Brazil to do with, so in the game in Brazil, clones and biroids have got full rights, and the corporations obviously don't like that because they like to be able to treat them as slaves. So the story in the last arc is them attempting to get that law overturned so that they can start treating them as property again.
Brilliant stuff. So yes, if people want to come and check out the game and try it out, what's your stand?
We are Hall 2, 694, right?
There we go.
By the food.
Yes, you'll find it right behind the main stage. So if you find us, you'll find Null Signal Games. There we go. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much, Serenity. That was absolutely fantastic. You want to come and check it out? Come and see. There's loads of demos going on, as you can see, so you can come and give the game a shot, see what you think. We're going to dive into the rest of our live blog and our live stream over the course of the weekend. Oh, again, this is very weird and net running here anyway, I suppose, but yes. And of course, you can come and check out even more stuff over on OnTableTop.com. We're going to be back with another video very, very soon. Bye for now.
Hello everybody and welcome to the UKGE for 2024. I've stopped off at Raybox Games with Tom Frank, one of the writers, developers of some of the fantastic Path Unknown set, to see what's new and exciting, and also to hand over this because they won an award last year from us. They were runner-up for the best board game for Escape from Stalingrad Z itself. So, congratulations, well done.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all the support from you guys. You've been with us right from day one.
Yeah. Well, you can't get rid of us now. We're like a bad smell. We're lingering forever. But do you want to tell us what you've brought with for the expo this year?
Yeah, today we've got Gates of Nilheim here, which is our Norse adventure, Norse versus Undead. Yep. And it's in its final stages of development now. We've got all the miniatures done. As you can see, we got painted prototypes here, and it's a little bit of a taste of the French Revolution, but told with anamorphic creatures, cats, musketeers as cats, and the forces of the cardinal as rats and roaches. So it's not completely that tale. It's an original tale of our own, but there's that. And here's the cover. I guess I actually switched. I got
you switched games, but yeah.
I've got all sorts of different time periods running around in my head. So that would have been the Cats of Mont Saint Michel that I was telling you about. And this one's a little earlier in its development. So we've got the prototype demo scenarios. I know that Marco's getting a set of demo rules ready for downloadable online for playtesters to get their 2 francs worth, and it's a little less tactical than players who've used Escape from Stalingrad Z and what Project Ryza is going to be. Yeah. And I think it maybe will have a little bit wider appeal. Although I myself am firmly a World War II zombie guy.
I mean, everybody loves zombies. Yeah. World War II is a great place to do it. And so with the likes of moving into Dark Ages, the Viking period for Gates of Niflheim, and then the Cats of Mont Saint Michel,
how has the actual Pass Unknown system progressed? Because it's a very simple system as things stand. It's a 2-page spread. Everything's there, your game board and scenario in one place.
Yep, and that continues on. With the cats, we have a page and a half for scenarios, and some of the more firearms-specific rules, as you will, have been eliminated or simplified. With the Nilheim, there's a lot more emphasis on melee combat. Yeah. And then, of course, the original two games, well, the original game, Escape from Stalingrad Z, or Zed, if we prefer, is, yeah, so I'm told. Those are a little more tactical in feel, so the more wargamery among us, perhaps, are into those a little more. Even so, rules evolve, so Riza is a little more streamlined than Stalingrad was. We've simplified some of the grenade throwing rules and stuff like that based on feedback that the wide world has given us. Yeah. So there is a constant evolution, but also what works. And for those of you that go back in the distant past and remember us from the 90s in a game called Legions of Steel, which is kind of where this rule set began, it is coming back, and I'm really excited to revisit all of that old stuff as well.
That does sound very exciting. It was an interesting sci-fi dungeon crawler, space crawler. Yeah, always.
You guys?
Always. So
it's been killing him, man.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it.
He doesn't like not being on camera.
I'm fine with it.
There are tears. You can see tears.
I'm holding my tears in. They're filling up on my inside of my skull. Yeah.
So, Legions of Steel coming back.
Been doing a great job. Anyway.
Yeah. When are you looking at sort of bringing that back then? Is it going to be fairly recent? Because obviously Cats is still in development, and Niflheim is still in sort of pre-production.
Yeah, so it's going to, Cats will be launching on August the 6th. And guess what? August the 8th is International Cat Day. So it's going to be like a perfect setup. And yeah, there we go. And then Legions of Steel, so the rules are finished for Legions of Steel. They already work. I'm not messing with it. So the rules are like done. And the miniatures are almost all sculpted. And the boards are all done. Like, it's actually, I finished it because I was going to release it 2 years ago. So I finished it already. But now that we didn't release it, so now we're going to release it. Now, the way I'm going to set up what the costs are, like, people can get in for $49. They don't have to spend a lot of money. The miniatures are going to be available separately, like the new way we're doing stuff. So if you want minis, you can buy little army sets, but you don't have to. You can use your own minis. And there's like, hundreds of fans out there who already have the old school minis. So I think we're going to launch it in May next year, 1 year. Okay. We'll be launching it in a year, and the only real work that needs to be done on it is a professional layout, which is, to just get a good guy, and the solo rules. So really I'm focusing my attention when it comes to design on that is the solo rules, because I want to make sure that people can have fun, even if they don't have friends.
Sounds ideal for me then.
What he really means is that we learned during the pandemic that solo games are actually very popular and almost a necessity, right? You can only paint miniatures for so long, and then you have to actually go out and take them off the shelf and play them somehow. So if you can't play two-player, then solo's a very good alternative.
Right. Well, there you have it, folks.
Oh, wait, look.
Oh, yes. Oh, don't worry. It's already been handed across.
I was presented it all right.
That's why he's crying. That's why he's around here.
You present it to me, too?
Go on then. Here you go. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I can't believe it. Oh, my God.
Hey, is that an OnTableTop award that you've got there, sir?
It is.
It's fantastic.
Thank you.
It's the finest thing I've ever seen.
It is. It's amazing. And could be yours for only £50. I'm very cheap. Right, we're going to move on, folks. Check out the Paths Unknown set. So Stalingrad Z and Project Riza for World War II, the upcoming Gates for the Viking Dark Ages, and then obviously the Cats, which looks like it's going to be fantastic and a great way of bringing kids into board gaming. It's a narrative story. And May next year for Legions of Steel. If you see the guys, go and get a demo off them. They'll be here all weekend. They're hyper. That's not going to change. We'll see you soon for more from the UKGE. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the UK GE 2024. I'm joined by Sam Steele, a man I know and was shocked and surprised to find behind the stand with a whole banner. The last I seen of you, you were running a pop-up gaming store, trying to get more people involved in the hobby in Korean, which is always awesome. Absolutely. And now you're here with a game. What is going on? What is happening? Tell us all about it.
It's a great question, Joe. I don't know, man. Like, we tried to get more people in gaming in Korea, and we thought we need to dream bigger. But no, in essence, we're here with like a couple of different products. So for the past 12 months, we've been running small kind of zine products on Kickstarter for people who are into TTRPGs, and we've tried to make them as system agnostic as possible. So like Rumors, Petty Criminals, we got Loot Tables just came out, and then this is our solo roll and write dungeon crawler. Inspired by Darkest Dungeon. I was like playing Darkest Dungeon, I suck at it. I'm like, what if the map in Darkest Dungeon was a game? Because I might be able to win that. And that's kind of where it came from. So we're here at UK Games Expo really play testing it. So we've got a lot of playtest sheets. They look very nice and swish, makes it look as if it's further on than it is, but we just want the playtest sheets to look nice and kind of give a vibe of where we were going. But that's pretty much the long and short of it, probably, Jerry.
So with Cryptborn then, how long have you been developing it, and who's involved with the art and the like? Because it's a very distinctive look.
Very distinctive look. So we source all of our artists, through online sources. So we're in a lot of Facebook groups in the kind of crowdfunding and board game space. We find a lot of folks through that, which is fantastic because a lot of us are kind of just starting out in the industry and we're able to kind of grow up and grow into it together. So that's kind of where we're getting a lot of the art from. Design-wise, we've been on this for, we're very early in. We're maybe about 3 months in, but everything's kind of slotted together quite quickly, quite nicely, which is why we kind of thought, okay, well, we're in a position to maybe bring this here. In theory, we're only going to come with the books. This went really well. We've done a few play tests back home. We're like, hey, let's rush this. Let's try and get it, as in rush the sheets and get it through to the expo to try out there. Yeah.
So if people want to come and see you at the expo, where are you?
So we're at stand 1274. And that's where they'll be able to find us. With the likes of Cryptborn, we're going to be doing play tests online because it's one sheet. We're hopefully going to kind of share that through a Facebook group. So if you look for Misfit Hobbies on Facebook, it's the best way to find us if you're not at the expo. If you're at the expo, 1274.
And for your previous work then, through Misfit Hobbies as well?
Absolutely. misfithobbies.co.uk. All of our books are up there now, but if you buy something over the weekend, we may not have it shipped for a few days because we're here.
They're here, they're not there to pack up your stuff. If you're into your tabletop RPGs, get online, check them out, because it's always great to support indie creators. And when you find a local indie creator, they're like unicorns. Get in there. And if you're here, or if you get the chance to play test Cryptborn online, it looks like it's going to be a fascinating little roll and write game. Bit of design, bit of fun with the family, and after you've designed your dungeon, you can always revisit it later on with some of the other games as well. So check that out, folks. We're going to move on and see what else is here at UKGE.
In the beginning, it was a game, an island called Catan, made by the creator, Klaus Teuber.
Hello.
It brought building, trading, strategy, called
Like my favorite game ever.
by my friend Scarlett. Now, 25 years later, it's a global phenomenon, with a bunch of versions in over 40 languages, bringing together millions around the globe. A game that can be learned fast and played to infinity, with endless options for gameplay and imagination. The world building continues.
Okay, folks, we are here at UK Games Expo. I'm here with Gorm, and we're going to be talking about Board, which is a fascinating looking game. It's got a Viking theme to it. There's a Viking name involved. Tell us a little bit about Board and how it works.
Yeah, so it's a two-player head-to-head game. So Eurogamers may not like it, but if you like rolling dice, if you like war games, it's a good game for you to try.
It's definitely up our street already.
One player is light and one player is dark, just like in chess. The pieces are all double-sided, so they're dark on one side and light on the others. And the boards are modular. They can be configured however you want, but right now they're configured such that this is an island and this is an island. Okay. And this is a sea. The table is a sea. These are armies that are out at sea, and they're trying to land on the half hexes that are at the edge of the boards, and then move inland. The goal is to control as many objectives as you can. These are Vikings who don't have enough farmland back at home, so they're trying to come and take farmland in the UK. Yeah. There are a number of objectives. This is grassland, that's marsh, that's woodland, and that's stronghold. And they're worth points, victory points at the end of each season. The game's played over 2 seasons, summer and winter. Okay. You score 1 point for each objective that's in your color at the end of each season, and the person who has the most victory points at the end of the game wins. You take over objectives. It's an area majority game, so you take over objectives by having the most armies adjacent to them at the end of a turn. So dark players got 2 here next to the stronghold, so they would take it over, becomes theirs, and at the end of the season they would score points for that. Strongholds also confer some combat bonuses, so you can also have battles between these armies. Multiple armies can participate, and basically you get 1 die to roll for each army that is in a combat, plus bonuses. You can get extra dice for being on high ground or adjacent to your stronghold. And if you beat an army, you send it back out to sea. It's driven out to sea until the end of the season, then it can land again.
So it's one of those things where you're not going to be effectively losing the units. You get to have another go at them with them and try and bring them back and have another chance and things like that. Try a different strategy.
Exactly, but it does tie you up because those armies can't land again, and you've got a maximum number of armies that you can have at a given time. You can have up to 6 armies, so those armies are kind of just plugging you up when they're out at sea there. It plays in about 30 to 45 minutes, and it's fast-paced. It's got some good replayability because you can configure the boards in different ways. There's a sequence that you go through at the beginning of the game, taking turns to place boards and place objectives. The aim being to create a fresh experience that's still well-balanced.
I see. And what's the state of the game at the moment? Is it coming to crowdfunding? What's the sort of vibe for it?
So the game began as the idea that I wanted to make a handmade wooden game. And I launched that at UKGE last year. I sold a bunch of copies of that. I've run out of them now, and I'm not ready to make too many more. So I've talked to Long Pack Games to try to make a manufactured version that we can launch on Kickstarter. I actually just picked up a sample from them earlier today. They brought it over to show me. There's still some kinks we want to iron out, but I'm hopeful that we're going to be able to bring it to crowdfund to Kickstarter in the coming months.
Oh, awesome. Absolutely fantastic. That sounds absolutely cool. As I said, as a little bit of a war gamer ourselves, you might have noticed that on Tabletop, we do like this kind of thing. I love the simplicity of it. The design is gorgeous. I love that kind of nice duality between the light and the dark. Absolutely fantastic. Obviously, Vikings as well. Great stuff. It's a tried and tested way of doing things. Great. Good luck with the rest of your campaign and all that kind of thing throughout the rest of the year.
Thank you very much.
We're going to be diving into the rest of the weekend with live blogs and live streams and everything else. We'll be back with another video very, very soon. Thank you.
Hello. I thought you'd get to see our ugly mugs for a while because you haven't seen us in a bit.
Yeah, we've left it too long, so you got to see us again.
Yes.
So, well, Jerry, what has happened since we last spoke?
Oh, a myriad of things. So many things. Unfortunately, Alley Cat Games will not be down with us. They've lost whoever they had on their stand.
Yeah.
Which, just like most cats, they're never around when you want them.
No.
We should have put a tin of tuna out, maybe some pilchards. That probably would have brought them down this neck of the woods. And the Vikings will not be raiding into the hall because it's too busy at this UKGE to let that many Vikings in under their own steam.
I'm astounded. It is heaving out there at the moment, though. So I can understand, but at the same time, I'm totally disappointed that we're not getting the Vikings in. It's like, come on.
But there's been some magnificent bits and pieces we've had up on the video tapes there, showing bits and pieces from around the venue. You can always tell my ones because they last for about half an hour.
Yes.
Once I get talking to people. But it was really nice to catch up with people like Czech Game Edition. The SETI game in particular looks like it's going to blow a lot of people away with that big rotating board as you search for extraterrestrial life before the other space agencies find it. And that I absolutely adore. I love the placement and rotating board sections as well. So you don't want to fire your rocket too soon and miss all of the interesting things.
Yeah.
Just land in some asteroids and explode.
Well, for me, it's still all about my love of dungeons.
Yes.
There's somebody doing leather swings. Oh no, there's
similar.
Dwarven Forge are apparently here. So
Yes.
I have done up a little wish list for Justin, where I've said, right here, go and find these people. I'm interested in anybody that's doing cool dungeon stuff, dungeon furniture, pre-colored stuff. I want to see some of because it's the big thing now, is all this pre-colored dungeon stuff where you can rattle out your dungeons in record time.
Yeah, like Archon's Prisma, I think it is.
Yes. I have also, and I haven't tried this yet, so I'm looking forward to trying this shortly, okay? But I've been told about an app, right?
Yes.
It's an app where you can design a dungeon, okay, online.
Yes.
And it designs it all in beautiful 3D, etc.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
That's great. I don't do any of my dungeoning online.
Yes.
So you're probably wondering where I'm going with this.
I am. You
Right.
put your phone down on top of a photocopier and take pictures.
Well, you can go even better than that. They have hooked up with Kraken mats.
Yes.
Right? So you design your dungeon, okay, and then you click a button and it sends that dungeon to Kraken mats, who then put it onto some of this lovely neoprene material for you.
That's very
that
fancy.
you then roll out onto your gaming table and dungeon away.
I like the sound of that. Print on demand mat.
I thought to myself, this is genius. This is absolutely genius. And this dungeon design thing is pretty much, he showed me, and it was like dungeons popping up on screen and stuff like that there. And I was like, wow, I've got to have a go at that.
I'm not wearing a suit nip, so not up on court right now, mate.
Yes, we're getting in the chat. Jerry has cut the hair. He is not the gaming Gandalf this year.
I'm hirsute. I've gone all Balin Skull instead.
But yeah, it's I have my wish list. I've handed it over to our presenters, and they're out now scouring around to see what they can find.
Well, lucky you. I haven't made a wish list because it just would be never ending, because every time I stop off at a stand, it's like, I want all of this.
I had to pick a theme, so
so it's going with the theme's an ideal way to do it. Yeah. Especially, presumably, the people who are going in for the raffle that will be drawn in 25 minutes will also be picking a theme, maybe to help them spend their cash money.
Winning £1,000 to spend here today.
That's not bad. That would get you, I don't know, 2 or 3 model kits.
Yeah.
Possibly more. Depends. In fact, if you go for the Gundams, that would get you 2 or 3 model kits.
On the topic of spending £1,000, there's a big store just down behind us.
Yes.
I wonder if you could queue it up, because I believe you went down and did like a tour of it to have a look around everything that was there.
I believe I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah, but I believe you do know the one I'm talking about. That could be the next video. We'll put the videotape into the machine.
They're very much the coming thing. They tell me videotapes.
And
yeah.
Press
Fire it
play.
off.
Fire it up.
Hello everybody and welcome back to UKGE 2024. We've stopped off at the Willen Games stand. I'm here with Catherine to take a look at what they have to offer, because there's so much more than just board games and miniatures these days, and I don't think people realise that. So what have you got here at the expo then, Catherine?
So we've got a huge range of miniatures, paints, some exclusives, some new things that you won't have seen before. We've got demos going on. We've got some build and take opportunities for some new brands that we've brought in-house, and lots, basically. Something for everybody. So it'd be great if we could show you around and see what we got. So we've got a nice range of board games here, something for everyone, as I said. So from the young gamers up until to the experienced board gamers. On this side, we've got some 40k Games Workshop for those of you that need your fix this weekend. And then moving on to this area here, we've got something that we are only selling here as a store, fig pins. So they are collectible pins with their own series numbers and various brands. So you've got a lot of anime, you've got some Disney, you've got some of your favourite programs and characters, and you can only get them exclusively here for this show. So something nice and collectible there for everybody. We've also got Loungefly dotted around our store, which is at 50% off at the moment. So any Harry Potter fans, any Disney fans could come and get themselves a nice bag or a purse at a very nice discount as well.
I think that matches my eyes beautifully.
I love it, yeah. I personally, I'm a Gryffindor, and I've got this bag myself. Love it, so it's perfect for a nice day out.
I see you've got all the dungeons and lasers as well. That's an incredible range.
Yeah, really lovely range, and the models themselves are fantastic. Really nice, crisp models, and really lovely to paint as well. So I think it's been quite popular this show as well. So get it while it's still here, basically. And we've got some of our RPGs with us. So the One Ring, Symbaroum, Walking Dead. So any of you RPG players out there, and we've got a nice little selection for you as well. Now, we are also selling Conquest here. Parabellum have their stall where they're showing off their miniatures and models. We are selling the actual products for them, including new 2-player starter sets, and we also have some show exclusives. So this is the Mini Raja, and this is only available at this show here. And we also have last year's exclusive with us as well, the Angry Chicken. So come and get your collectibles, your lovely exclusives here for Parabellum. Okay.
And wandering backwards down this aisle, seeing if we can trip our cameraman up. Some more Conquest.
We have got
lovely
Weird
pirates.
with us. So any Weird fans out there, if you spend £80 with us here today, you also get a free event exclusive, which is only available here as well. So make sure you come and get that when you spend £80 at the Wayland store. Okay.
Will that also be available tomorrow if people don't get down today?
It will also be available tomorrow for you as well. So we have a little bit of Lorcana here for you TCG fans, and some more fig pin as well. And then on this side we've got a bit of Lego. So any of you builders out there, any children out there that have come for a nice weekend away with their parents, got something for you as well.
Yeah, people thought that miniature wargaming was expensive. They've not really paid attention to Lego.
Definitely.
So we also have a ton more GW then.
So we've got our Legions Imperialis, our Age of Sigma, and we've also got our Warhammer Horus Heresy. And then we've got our Infinity. So we've got a nice range of Infinity here, our show exclusive here, and we've got plenty of them, so make sure you come and grab those today. We've also got some past exclusives as well, so Mary Problems and Helen of Troy.
Helen of Troy. Yeah. I missed Helen, and there's only 2 of them left. There will only be 1 of those left by the time people see this video.
Yes, be sure to come and get them while stock's last, because this is just for this show. Okay, lovely. And then we're going to go around the corner.
Now this looks hauntingly familiar to me.
Yes, now this is a day in the life at Wayland here. So this is our Dystopian Wars brand, one of our games that we produce alongside War Cradle Studios, and we've also got demos going on. So if you want to have a little sneak peek at how to play it before you delve into the product buying, we have got some fantastic demos being held by our crew.
Oh, we'll be across to see them in a moment.
Yes, lovely. We've got our paints range with us. So we've got our speed paint starter sets down here. We've got the new Fanatic range, which people are very interested in and have been flocking to get hold of while they're here. You've got your standard wet palettes, and then coming over here we've got a nice little range, little variety of ranges here. You've got your AK paints, bit of Vallejo, bit of Green Stuff World. So any of you looking for paints out there, come and have a little explore over here. We've got some Blood Bowl, some Warcry, and the Old World Games Workshop as well.
And then a big shiny new box.
Yes.
Which I haven't seen in the wild before.
This is brand new and exclusive to Wayland Games today. Any of you out there that are mini wargaming fans, we also have Dave from Mini Wargaming on the stand, meeting fans, discussing the game, and just being downright lively and entertaining as he always is. So make sure you can have a look.
I think the phrase is live wire.
Yes, definitely.
But yeah, it's a spectacular looking range that they've put together with Lazy Squire.
Yeah, it's been very popular as well, so make sure you come and get it while it's here, because we're not sure when it will be next available. Okay? Now, really, really big part of the stall this year and brand new to Wayland Games. We've got Bandai Gundam with us. This is the first time that we've brought it to a show. It's a new brand to Wayland Games, and it has been flying off the shelf with, and this is just while stocks last. So make sure you come and have a look. And if you've never done Gundam before, never built a Gundam before, we have got a free build and take workshop here, where you come and build the model. And put it together and you get to take it home with you. We've also got some show exclusives for Gundam as well around the corner, which I'll show you. But any of you that are experts out there, we have got some really lovely sets for you as well. So
not for you, John.
So around here we've got some more Gundam, and over here some more of the larger sets there, and then over here we've got our lovely show exclusives. So we have got the £25 promo here. Again, only available at this show at this store. We have got the £60 set over here. And then we have also got the £75 set here. And again, these are while stocks last, and we're anticipating they're not going to be around for long. So make sure if you are a Gundam fan and you really want those show exclusives to come and get them.
Oh, John, I wonder if you've got one of these waiting for you. I wonder, or if you've just been sadly abandoned. Is this the take then?
Yeah, so this is the build and take table. So here are the free kits. You come to the table, you build it here. It takes about 40 minutes, and then you get to take it away with you for free. And we've got a lovely diorama here that Bandai have provided with us. And I believe we've got the set with us. Well,
you may have had the set with you. It may still be there.
Someone may have snatched that before they missed out on that. But yes, so lots going on at the store.
Yeah, it's a really expansive set these days. Obviously, Wayland well known for the gaming side of things, but adding in the likes of the collectibles, the Gundam, the Lego, that sort of thing. There's just a ton of stuff there. If you're after somewhere to spend all your money in one go. You don't have to walk far. You come in the front door, fall over, hand them your cash, fall back out the door with bags. It's great.
Yeah, yep. And I mean, the stall's great. We've got so much going on, as well as all of our range of products. We've got visitors. We've got, huge cosplay characters that should be here later on as well. So if you want a photo op, we're going to have that as well. Just come and say hello. We love to see your faces. So.
Fantastic stuff. We're going to leave Catherine now and go over here and torment some of the people who are running the demo games to have a look and see how Armoured Clash works.
Oh, I love it. Enjoy, and I hope to see you soon.
Cheers.
Bye.
Right, come with me. No need to stop, we just keep going. Hello.
Good morning.
I'm here to torment all of you. Who am I tormenting the most, though?
Obviously Parker, because he deserves it the most. I do deserve a great deal of torment.
That's what I like to hear. Okay, so you've got Armoured Clash set up here. Do you want to talk us through a bit about the game design and how the game is set up then?
Yes, indeed. It's a 10mm scale alternate activation game, so I'll activate a unit, you'll activate a unit, we'll go back until everyone's done. One of the key things we've got is a light, heavy and airborne system for dice. So when you're attacking various targets, you'll figure out what the target is and you will use that kind of attack against that kind of unit. So there's almost not quite a rock, paper, scissors vibe, but it's kind of, you will have certain units that are very effective at certain things. There's also a combat rating system. So no matter how many positives or negatives you have, you'll work out what the whether you are in the positive or in the negative. So you'll either have an advantage to combat or a disadvantage to combat. And then when you're rolling dice, that will affect your re-rolls. So rather than just adding dice, you'll be affecting your re-rolls. And it's just a way of kind of, you get more of a even spread when it comes to the dice results. So it's less spiky. You won't necessarily instantly blow things away. But it creates a much better vibe for this smaller scale epic battle kind of vibe. So you're not just removing units with a Death Star. It's really a push and pull mechanic as well. So there's discipline in the game. So you're going to be pushing opponents off units. So it really feels like it's that general scale rather than it being an individual skirmish type thing.
So whenever you say that there are different sort of values depending on what you're targeting, does that mean you don't have the instance where a heavy anti-tank gun is firing at infantry like you do in some games where, realistically they wouldn't be aiming at infantry because the chances of them hitting and killing one is remote, and the damage it does to a unit as a whole would be insignificant, smearing one poor fellow across the battlefield?
That's exactly right. And because you've got completely different weapon stats for each type, so you're light or heavy. For example, we've got some light artillery down there. They've got very long range for their heavy weapons, but very short range for their infantry weapons, which actually do a lot more damage because it's like grape shot, canister shot, really peppering the enemy, destroying those infantry, but only at a short range. So yeah, exactly as you say.
Yeah, I like the sound of that because it's the one thing that it doesn't annoy me, but it frustrates me when weapons are used against targets they shouldn't be, and they get used that way because people know they're effective because the game mechanics make them more effective, and you're thinking, well, in reality, yes, but the chances of you hitting somebody and actually doing any damage to the unit is remote at best, but often games don't take that into account. So is this setup then sort of representative of what's going to be in the starter set?
Yes, indeed. Each of these is basically going to be a starter set. We're going to be doing individual starter sets rather than a two-player starter set, just because we found that a lot of people, I love this faction, but I'm not a fan of this faction, so that way you can jump in and pick whatever you want. But if you're looking at a full-scale game, we've got a 3x3 on the demo table. You're looking at really a 6x4 with probably 3 or 4 times as many models. So it really feels like you're a general sitting on a hill, sending your dudes in as they get annihilated.
I do love the sound of that. Is there much in the way of sort of command and control, or is that just baked into the morale values and that sort of thing?
So we do have discipline, as you say. We have a command and conquest deck. If you're familiar with Wild West Exodus and Dystopian Wars, it will feel very familiar to the Victory and Valor and the Action and Adventure deck, which is you have 2 different options on your card. You can either use it as a command, which you can tell your troops what to do and give them bonuses, or you can use it as a way of scoring victory points.
Yeah. No, I like that because it gives you a lot of flexibility. Sometimes you have a really good card in your hand, you're thinking, I really want to use this for the victory points, but maybe I'm better off just taking the hit, not scoring as many VPs, but actually activating something when I needed to activate. And choices like that in any game always add an awful lot of agency to your gameplay.
Yeah. And actually that's one of the things that's been really tricky from a game design perspective, is making sure that a card is not just useful in one way, but also you don't just want good cards and bad cards. So it's really hard to get that spread and make sure everything's kind of finely tuned. And we're hoping we've done it right, but we'll let the players decide, I guess.
So you're running demos this weekend. Is it still a bit of a work in progress? There's still finalisation to do on some of
the core rules are locked in, but we're still tweaking certain stats for individual units and maybe an odd special rule here and there. So I wouldn't expect it to be an exact carbon copy of what will come out, but it's 98% there.
Yeah, it's close enough that people will have a real idea of the feel and flavour of the ground battle game then. Well, it looks absolutely superb. People are really excited to see this. I know a lot of people have been bugging us to make sure that we come over and actually take a look at the miniatures and see how the game is set up. So it's great to have a chance to speak with you, get an idea of how the play style comes across. We're going to move on and see what else is here at the Expo, folks. Let us know what you think of Armoured Clash below, and we'll speak to you soon. All right, I know why you're all here. It's so he can give you money. But before we got into that, I'd like to introduce you to some very special people who have been demoing Bolt Action on some beautiful tables just in front of the Warlord game stand. They've been doing it for charity now for several years for the National Kidney Federation and Bears Army. So we have Bear right here. Do you want to tell us a bit about what's happened and how you've got involved with this?
Yeah, so 2020 salute in 2021. I answered a call to a crazy London guy named Duncan who wanted to build these giant tables. We raised some money for the National Kidney Federation. That January after that, found out my son only had about 20% kidney function. By that June, it was 2%. So still helped Duncan raising all the money. But while we were doing dialysis, we saw the need of kids to have a hobby, have something without a screen. And as a parent going through all this, you don't work because you're wanting to be there with them. You have other kids at home. You don't have the money to do that. So I used my models, went through my pile of shame very quickly. And we got offered by the amazing people here at UKG to come and raise some money. And I said to Duncan, do you mind if I ask if I collect some models? He said, well, you need a name. It's Bear's Army. My son goes by Bear. And we collected models then. We collected last year. This is the first year. The tables are finally complete. We got all 4 of them. They are going to France after this for the 80th anniversary. And he came to me and said, Saturday, that money isn't for NKF. And I said, well, what do you mean? He goes, well, you collect models, things people don't want to take home. Go get some really big things, and all that money's coming to you guys. And if you've ever met Duncan at one of our shows, you don't argue with him. It doesn't work. So it's been a huge honor. But because of us starting here, it's our birthday. And it's not just Duncan or you guys or anybody else. UKG has helped us get families in to this show so they can have a nice day of playing great games and get into this. So we are using all of the generosity you've given us to also give back and help keep paying it forward.
And I think that's something that I know Richard and Tony didn't want mentioned, but God bless them for donating the tickets, getting the people in here, giving the guys the space to raise money and raise awareness for the National Kidney Foundation. So could I get a round of applause for the directors? Thank you very much. I know he's going to be in here as well.
What this guy does and all the effort his team put in, we just give them some tickets. It was this easy. Here's some tickets. They really have to, every day, every week, work this through, live with it, cry, laugh. Play games. These guys deserve the round of applause, yeah? We just give them some tickets.
But we got you cake.
You got me cake?
Yes, there is a cake. Due to health and safety regulations, you have to imagine a knife.
Is this my cake?
This is Bear's Army. Oh, let me just spin this round.
Can I cut this with my hand?
The little man is...
There you go.
Duncan's in the hospital, so he can't be here this year.
Yes. Duncan is on top. Unfortunately, not with us. Could you karate chop it? I think you could give it a try. I also think you'll be lynched.
Duncan and Bear, yeah.
I'm just going to get it back out of the splash. Go on, my son. Right. Have you been tested? Can anybody else eat that cake? Thank you very much, Bear. So you're going to be in that bottom corner for the rest of the weekend. You are running at raffles or games or what's going on?
We have raffles. We have also just the jars out if anyone wants to collect. If you have anything you don't want to bring home, also bring it up. We are going to the hospital, Birmingham Children's, on the 7th with the stuff we get from here. Also, tomorrow will be the first time the boards have ever all been together for the first ever mega game. Perfect time, just a few days before the 80th anniversary of D-Day. Come and get in the spirit a little bit and help play the Band of Brothers board. So plenty of ways to donate, plenty of ways to help. But it's not just about you guys giving money or doing things. We have free painting there. We have the games. You don't have to give us a penny. We want a community space for people to just enjoy this amazing expo.
Well, there you have it, everybody. If you can donate, please do. If you just want to play some bold action, if you've never played it before, there's Braycore Manor boards are absolutely stunning, so give that a shot as well. But yeah, hopefully have a great expo. Hope you get plenty of money and keep doing the good work. And Duncan, I know you're watching at home because you couldn't be here. Good luck to you as well, son. Stay safe, and we'll speak to you soon. Right, I'm going to hand this over to Tony, who wants to give you his credit card. Your cake's going.
That's my cake. Oh, it's like that, sharing. Sharing's caring. Right, fine. No cake. Can I drop the gain on this a little bit, techie peeps? Because I've got a big gob. And thanks, Warren. Right, so we are getting ready for the £1,000 draw. Give me a time check, someone. 27, we got 3 minutes. 3 wonderful minutes for us. There's cake all over the carpet. That's bad. Okay, we'll ignore that. So it's the NEC's fault because we're not even allowed a plastic knife, which is not unusual because they don't let me have any sharp objects in the office either. So, have you all got your Instagram photo on the Instagram board? Thank you for being marketing minions and pushing the UK Games Expo thing. Is that right, James? He's our 2 Jameses from marketing here. They're very, look at the smiley faces. They're always going through the roof. Of course, UKGE is great for us because it's like UK general election. So, you know, we're going to go through the roof. So, have you also got your virtual raffle ticket? Got it on your phones? Yeah, it should be orange today. That's excellent. So if you win today, 2 things are going to happen. We're going to draw the ticket. If yours is the match, you come forward. You see James in the black shirt with a thumbs up there. He verifies that your Instagram photo has not been AI manufactured and is you and not just somebody else. And if the ticket matches, you've got the Instagram, you win £1,000. And that means you get to go with my card. That's my Nando's card. Hold on. That's not going to work, is it? No, that's a small dragon. You get to go with my card and spend £1,000. Yeah, these two are looking at you going, oh, it's 1,000. It's 1,000. It's 1,000. The lady yesterday is still in shock. I don't even know if she come back and bought anything yet. Yes? She started shopping. It took her 24 hours to get over it. So steel yourself. Yeah? The adrenaline rush, you know, we could kill someone here. And if you feel you're going to die, could you just get out the hall? Because I'm only responsible in the hall. And if I can get you over the tenancy line, I'm fine. I can just go, oh, that's bad. NEC, that is. How am I doing on time? Oh, this is going live on Facebook, so of course I don't want anybody to die at all. That's not a thing. I don't know why I said that. My name's Richard, yeah. I'll be here all day. Are you, it's like the Oscars, I think he's calling me off. We're there. Right, we should have cut the feed. Last tickets are going in the hat, the bowl of wonders. This is Bernard, by the way. Richard, step back. See Bernard here. He's work experiencing today. So the chances of him ever wanting a job ever are just spiralling down the toilet. Well, I did work experience. I'm never doing it again. How do I sign on? Bernard's lost it. Have you lost a ticket? But Bernard's fluffed it. Come on, Bernard, stand up. Yeah, are you happy? You got all the tickets? Yeah. Come on, Bernard, bring me the hat. It's work experience, mate. Put a bit of effort in. Come on. Bernard, say hello to Facebook. Okay, let's try that again, mate. Say hello to Facebook. Hello.
Hi, Bernard. I'm Facebook, and I'm saying hello right back.
I don't know if he's going to get a job. I can hear Warren mumbling in the background. I don't know. He gets like that by Saturday afternoon. Right, so we're going to pick. They're all in here, mate. All these lovely orange tickets, £1,000. When I draw this ticket and somebody shouts yes, don't run off. They may be just terminally stupid. Yeah, and then when they come forward, they don't have the Instagram photo, and we shall walk them off in shame. And we should all go, shame. Because it's the expo. I'm fiddling around, I'm shuffling. I've got my hand on a ticket, Bernard. You may retreat. He's a good lad, isn't he? He's going to get a fine job he's going to make. And the number is orange 277. We got a winner! Go and see James. Show me the photograph. I've never got to say shame, so, you know, I'm slightly conflicted at the moment. Oh, you can't wave your phone around, that doesn't count. Oh. I'm going to eat the ticket. No. Oh, dear. She's got no internet at the NEC on a Saturday at lunchtime. Who'd have thought? It's good, it's verified. Congratulations. What's your name?
Caroline.
It's Caroline. She's won £1,000 or 2-piece chicken dinner. Could be either. Depends on which pocket I pick. Look, thank you very much. There'll be another £1,000 tomorrow. It could be you. You've got to be in it to win it. None of those are marketing lines from anywhere else. Don't worry. I made them up myself. Have a great expo. Go and visit the Band of Brothers. They're a great bunch of people doing a great work. Go buy games, play games, see the dark room, go to the live shows. Thank you very much. We will see you tomorrow.
In the beginning, it was a game, an island called Catan, made by the creator, Klaus Teuber.
Hello.
It brought building, trading, strategy, called
Like my favorite game ever.
by my friend Scarlett. Now, 25 years later, it's a global phenomenon, with a bunch of versions in over 40 languages, bringing together millions around the globe. A game that can be learned fast and played to infinity, with endless options for gameplay and imagination. The world building continues.
That violent storm has left you barely alive, stranded on a tiny island in the middle of nowhere. Your life and fate depend on your decisions. Keep up with the story on the cards, make your choices, and follow the instructions. Washed Ashore is a story-driven adventure that develops differently depending on your decisions. Play the game several times to find out all 13 possible endings.
Valiant Vikings, you must secure resources for the prosperity of our settlement. Explore and conquer new lands. Onward, fearless warriors. Welcome to Loot, a family board game in which each player leads a Viking clan. Gather the treasures needed to develop your fjord. On your turn, place the Viking on a terrain space on the main board and collect a resource. You can also seize control of buildings from rival players if you're swift enough. Then haul your hard-earned loot back to your fjord. Use your resources wisely to complete construction sites and load your longships. Bring back the most riches and build the greatest settlement to be proclaimed Jarl. Loot is available in your favorite board game store, and you can also play it now on Board Game Arena. Gigamik.
From their humble beginnings to the first call to adventure, create a rich history for your character, giving them a family and a home worth fighting for. Or take a quiet moment to reflect on all you have done. When the time comes, you can hang up your sword and begin a new life. Bring your characters to life like never before. With A Life Well Lived for 5th edition by Cubicle 7.
Hello everybody, we are back at the UKG for 2024. I'm joined by Mark and Victor from De Veer, because I've been told I have to see this game by the man behind the camera, and they have so much else to look at as well. So I will start on this side. Do you want to tell me a bit about what De Veer has brought and what we're looking at in front of us? Because there's a few games here, but it's not the full range by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, we start with Salton Sea. I think here in UK, we are coming from Barcelona in Spain, and I think Salton Sea is available here from some weeks ago. And this week, our big release is Sand. Salton Sea is our most difficult game that we have on display here. It's basically a worker placement game. You can perform at least, I think it's 12 or 13 different actions, from drilling brine in order to get lithium, and then selling it, fulfilling contracts. You can buy some investigation cards in order to get improvements. You can go to the stock market and get some money in order to get a lot of victory points. The most interesting thing of this game is that money is at the same time cards that perform better actions than the ones that you have in your personal board. So you have to think very carefully, oh, I'm spending money because I'm spending some big cards, or what I'm doing. And then Sand is a very special game for us because it takes place in a particular universe that De Veer has created with some of its games. We call it the Kemushi Saga, that involves games like Bitoku, Bamboo, and Sand is our last release. If you know Bitoku, or if you have played Bitoku, you will notice that it's the same board, but where you had a big forest, now you have a big desert, that something had happened here. And it's basically a pick up and deliver game. It's our first game designed by an Argentinian, a couple of Argentinian authors. Mm-hmm. We went to Buenos Aires some weeks ago to present it and show it. Argentinians were crazy. They were very happy to be hosting this. And basically, you go mounting your caterpillar, you go to take one thing from one place and deliver it in another place. The one that gets more money wins.
I mean, the look of it seems like it's very child orientated. Is that the style of game it is, where it's a more of an entry level game compared to something like Salton Sea?
I should tell you yes, but if you look at the box, we put a 14 age. So it looks like a bit childish, but all these kind of games are inspired a bit of the Ghibli studio looks. So that has Studio Ghibli's movie are an adult movie, but had this kind of look, this particular look that reminds us of our childhood. But answering your question, yes, this is a more expert game than this one. If you are looking for a more introductory or familiar game, you have to go to Cities.
Oh, in that case, I have to go tomorrow. So, hello.
I'm here.
So tell us about Cities then.
Yeah, Cities is going to be our new release in July, I think. Now, part of our team is in Mega XP in Mexico, presenting this game. And it's, well, first of all, you have a field worker Harding designing the game, so just for that, it's a game that you should have in your radar. Yeah. But it's a tile placement game, a city construction game, and it has a sort of a draft, actually, a draft mechanic, which basically every turn you will choose one thing from a row, and each round you will take one thing from each row, actually. So you can repeat the same row. Okay. And if you take a city tile, it's to start your city. You have the scoring cards that will give you extra points at the end of the game, depending on the things that you have in your city. You have featured tiles that you will place in your parks, in your water, and you will score for a set collector, we can say this. Yeah. And you have the buildings that you will create the different buildings, and you have to manage the scores of the cards and the score of the cities. You have 8 different cities, which at the end they propose different achievements, and it gives that the replayability to the game, a nice look, and a not complicated game. It's not a punitive game. Actually, you have always something to do. Maybe not the best choice, and it's a familiar game, and we think that we have a very good game here, actually.
But then when any game has a draft mechanic where maybe the choice isn't great for you, but it can prevent your opponent from getting a better choice for them.
Yeah, that's one of the things, but actually at the end of the round, you will pick one thing from each place, actually. So it's just, you can try to piss off your opponent, but you also want the best things to you, so you have to seek that balance. For example, you are focused that you need those buildings, then you will go for those buildings. And then for the other things, maybe, well, okay, I will take those, and even if I cannot use it, I know that you won't use those. So you have that component, but it's not the main thing of the game. It's not a really complicated game in this sense.
Sure. So that one's one that you're working on. What about Rock Hard then? Is this an upcoming or a new?
Okay, actually we cannot say a lot of things of Rock Hard because that's a pre-production copy, and we have it here for our games, Themes and Cosmos, and it will be officially presented in the GameCon. Okay. But it's actually basically you will try to become a rock star, and you have to balance your regular shitty job, so you have to commit to a regular life during the day, but you have to party hard to be a rock star if you want that. And so it's just balancing this. It's not a complicated game, but it's full of cool things here. Actually, the designer is Jackie Fox. She was a bass player for I don't remember the name of the group, but it was a rock group, the first rock group that was created just for women. All the components were women. And she had this game on her mind for a long time, and once we released Lacrimosa, she saw, okay, those are guys that released a music game, actually, and they took care of the different things, so I think that game is for them. So that's why we have this game here.
It seems very interesting to play. I'm always reminded of Henry Rollins talking about how he used to work in an ice cream shop, and then he would occasionally get a chance to go and sing with some bands, and eventually he got the chance to go and join Black Flag, and it was like turning to his boss and going, I can't come in next week. It's that live my dream or spend the rest of my life scooping ice cream. And sometimes you've got to rock hard. Sometimes you've got to scoop the ice cream. Interesting to see from Devere here. So new games, brand spanking new games that you can check out, along with a couple of upcoming ones as well. Where will people find you at the expo?
In the hall 1, in the booth 602.
And if they're looking for you online, Devere Games?
Of course, yeah. TheBeerGames.com is the American website, and if not, it's TheBeer.com is the Spanish website. So you will find our productions and other games that we're publishing in Spanish. Yeah.
Well, there you go, folks. Definitely worth checking out some of the upcoming stuff. And from all intents and purposes, I've been told you have to check out Sand. So drop by, have a look at those, and if you can't make it to the expo, then check them out online. We're going to move on and see what else is here at the expo for you. Hello everybody and welcome to UK GE 2024. I've stopped off with Tom at something called Monston. It's all new to me, never heard of it. What's it all about, Tom?
Well, it's the wonderfully whimsical fantasy skirmish game, Jerry.
Amazing, you've suckered me in with that one already. Yeah, fair enough. I may know a little bit about Moonstone already. If you don't, how have you got this far in life without coming across it? But it is a eclectic mix of 3 different factions.
3 currently.
But there is...
3, 4.
There are the brand spanking new shades being shown here. Not even arrived with Kickstarter backers yet. I know this because I've not got postage yet.
There's a handful have gone out. We've done like a smoke test on our fulfillment. So yeah, we're gonna, after this, we're gonna start buying out the rest of them.
So tell us about the shades then as the newest faction for Moonstone.
So Moonstone's obviously known for its whimsical, quirky nature, and we knew that we wanted to have undead, or I kind of had this idea of these weird, medieval, creepy, strange, but also quite funny characters. Yeah. So a unique spin on undead, basically, and I think they're going to be incredibly popular. We've got these production copies of the resin that will be the ones which will eventually go on sale. And they look absolutely awesome. I'm super, super happy with them. Been able to lavish loads of time and attention on the design this time round, and they are looking absolutely kick-ass. So it's such a shame we can't sell them today, but we want to make sure all the Kickstarter backers get theirs.
Good.
Yeah, it's the only way.
I will say, one of the interesting things for me with the shades, obviously the other factions, they're a mix of various races. There's no specific goblin faction in Moonstone. They may crop up in any faction. You know, you can never tell what way you're going to go. It's a more blended society. You don't have the elves fight the goblins, fight the humans. It's a mix. And with the shades that carries across, there's a whole range of races and peoples in there, including some exciting new ones.
Yeah, we got psychopomps. So these are the strange little critters that have escaped from the Deadlands. So in the Deadlands, there are these little weirdos, basically, that attend to all your needs and bring you plates of grapes and things like that. When King Churnet, who's our big baddie, has opened the Deadlands, they've all scurried out into the live lands and they're having a wicked time, just causing chaos. So they're really cute and really fun. And we've got first box set. It's called Charge of the Fright Brigade, and I've already planned out the next box set. So there'll be more of these little critters, and I think people are going to love them. They're absolutely terrible in the game, awful, worst models we've ever made. But you know, the other models summon them and they pop along for free, and they run around causing chaos until they die.
But the nice thing about Moonstone is, while it can be played very competitively, it's such a leveler. Because of how you build your list. You build it basically on what do I want. You can min-max or you can go for the utter insanity. And I think the psychopomps really lend themselves to that.
I love doing the psychopomp builds. So there's obviously with the shades, like all of our factions, there's lots and lots of different ways you can build your troops. And my personal favourite is the one where you just spam out as many psychopomps as possible and send through a swarm of absolutely useless guys to whittle down the opponent and gun them up, and then the rest of your soldiers sweep in behind. That's probably one of my favourite ways to build. But you can build around the King Churnit, and he's got all of his supporting retinue with his nanny coming along and his jester. There's spirits lists, which are kind of a very highly mobile and reactive list, kind of along the lines of goblins and fairies and their play style. You can build around Risen, who are a little bit like Commonwealth soldiers, and that they're just quite good at fighting. Not quite as good, but they make up for it by summoning the psychopomps and all the weird tricks and reanimate that they have instead. So I can't wait for people to start playing them. They're awesome fun.
Yeah. The first hints we had that something was going on was during the Awakening, when Eric was becoming a proper knight rather than a squire, and that had its own little branching path where there was 3 different possibilities for how Eric was going to end up. Do you have plans to do something similar again with sort of pushing the storyline a bit further?
I think we will, but it's not coming this year. But that was so popular, that Fate of Eric. So I think an opportunity perhaps between our book 3 and book 4 to sort of allow people to sort of shift it again might be a fun thing to do. But I love the Eric model that came out of it. He's absolutely awesome.
Best one.
And
La Chevault.
Yeah. And obviously in our Kickstarter, we did make the prize you could have won in the Eric on the Beetle. So he was a limited edition that may crop up in our King's Coffers sales in August, the ones that are left over from the Kickstarter fulfillment, if we fulfilled all of the orders by that point.
Okay. Well, there you go, folks. If you haven't come across Moonstone before, there's a ton of Let's Plays out there. There's some really nice lore backstory as well.
Some great stuff on OnTableTop.
We do have some as well. Warren gets smashed, which is always good, clean family fun. But it's definitely worth checking out. You can just let yourself go absolutely wild with your table builds, as you may see behind us, because it's just such a fantastic place to visit, a place to explore, and you don't have to limit yourself in how you put your faction together or the list you build. You can go very creatively based solely on what the models look like. If you're here at the expo, just come straight in the front door, turn left, and you'll see the Moonstone table. And otherwise, you can check them out, moonstonethegame.com. We're going to move on, see what else there is to see here at the expo. Bye-bye.
In the beginning, it was a game, an island called Catan, made by the creator, Klaus Teuber.
Hello.
It brought building, trading, strategy, called
Like my favorite game ever.
by my friend Scarlett. Now, 25 years later, it's a global phenomenon, with a bunch of versions in over 40 languages, bringing together millions around the globe. A game that can be learned fast and played to infinity, with endless options for gameplay and imagination. The world building continues.
Right there, folks, we are back on the main stage. I'm here with Morgan from Catan Studio, and we have something, well, pretty massive to talk about, I guess, in the entire board game sphere, and that is the history and the development and the future of Catan, I guess. Yeah. Hello, Morgan. Nice to meet you.
Absolutely.
How you doing? You doing well?
I'm fantastic.
Absolutely fantastic.
Thanks for having me. I'm really
That's really
excited to be here.
Yeah. So I guess we just cut straight to it. I mean, for anyone who's not aware of Catan and what it is, what's the kind of spiel of it? Part of the pun, I guess.
Well, speaking of spiel, like it is the Klaus Teuber's 4th Spiel des Jahres award-winning game. So he came from kind of a legacy of working his way through that system and building his chops up by putting out a number of award-winning games before that. Edelverfliptic. It's Hoity-Toity was what it came out as, or Hooker by Crick was what it came out as. But Barbarossa was a party game that he had put out, and that was his first Spiel des Jahres. And so it was, he had this whole legacy coming into it, and even still, people were blown away by Catan. It's really impressive.
Yeah, you can see that when people come to the show at UK Games Expo, they walk straight through the doors, see the stand immediately from you guys, and are drawn in. And obviously, it's still an amazing gateway game for a lot of people, and a fantastic way for people to step into board gaming as a whole, isn't it? So.
Right. It's so impressive that it came out in 1995, and it's still as relevant now as it ever been. And I've worked at a lot of different companies over the years. And I've worked a lot of different games, but I'm a big gamer, but I still never really get tired of playing Catan. I mean, it's one of those things that like you're like, oh no, I have to play test this new design. It's just such a solid framework for the system itself just holds so many different things, and we try to build off of it in new and exciting different ways.
Try different things. Play around with the basic concepts that are still continually great to this day, but.
Right, like so something like Starfarers is like, Catan in space, but then you're doing all of these other things, and all you have is kind of like this standard Catan feeling, but then it could be expanded on in all these different directions that you might go on.
For someone who's never maybe sat down and tried Catan, can you give us kind of like a brief overview of the sort of core game mechanics of it? I mean, it's a very simple gaming concept, but the depth is there in the decision making, I guess, and as well. So
the depth is playing against the other players. And that's really what keeps it fresh. It's a modular board. It has variable experiences. Every board you play is going to be different. The likelihood of playing the same board accidentally is about the same as shuffling the same cards, right?
Pretty much.
It's just, it'll never happen really unless you do it on purpose, right? So the experience that you go into it, you have all these different things, and you have to adjust the way that your strategy is going to be based on what the board is, but really with the luck of the dice and the luck of the cards.
And again, who you're playing with, and the way that they react to
it really comes down to how good you are at playing other people. And if it's one of the few games where if you're not in the lead, that's kind of okay, because then everybody's going to want to work with you directly. I had played another game years ago, and I learned a really valuable lesson from it. I was trying to make all these really good deals. It was called Chinatown. I was always wanting to make like the best deals. And a friend of mine was like, oh no, what you want to do is you want to have the most equitable deals, because if you make 6 trades that are good for you and somebody else, and they only make 3, then you're coming out ahead. And Catan's the same way, right? It's like, it's this experience of like, working together is actually really good. It's just that if you can be more cooperative than anybody else and benefit yourself, then you're going to get ahead just by...
It's finding that balance of stuff.
Right, it's pretty fascinating. So considering how many games I've played, I never really get bored of it.
I guess all of that philosophy and that way of playing was very front and center when Klaus was coming up with it originally, and that initial design.
He wanted it to be a social game. And he came from really social designs originally. like Barbarossa is a party game, and By Hook or by Crook was like a deduction game, right? Like a bluffing game. And it says, he liked unfortunately, he liked that experience of like sitting around with people and you get some luck and you have to figure out what to do with it, but you're really playing off of everybody else.
Yeah. I always think when I sit down to play a game of Catan that I get that almost, maybe not to the level of something like Twilight Imperium, which takes an entire weekend, but you get that event game feeling where you sit down and you talk with the other players.
Right.
Obviously in the negotiation mechanics and things like that, but also you just have a nice time, and there's that really nice social element to the way that you play Catan.
I mean, depending on who you're playing with.
Of course, yeah. There are some rotters out there. So.
But that's everything, right?
Yeah.
No, there's a real joy in it, and he was so amazing because he really created the first expansions to games. Like you got to see it like in the General magazine, or like Dune like had it, but like you end up with the when Seafarers came out, people just weren't used to the idea of like a box that you go and you buy with to be an expansion to the base game, and he had just had all these ideas that could hang on to that space. And his original design was kind of it was much more padded out. And so it had a lot of other ideas that were in it, and that he had to pare down to put it out. And so he took some of his original ideas and then even turned it into other games as well.
Oh, nice. So that they were never redundant in that fact.
Right, So as things, like Cities and Nights, a lot of the elements of Cities and Nights were in the original design.
Right, okay.
Some of the ideas of Seafarers were in the original design, but also some of the ideas that were in Lowenherz, which turned into Domain.
Oh, of course, right. Okay.
Or Entdecker were also in that original design.
Right, yeah.
So, he just had this really... He was just bursting with a lot of ideas, and he actually had to really pare it down to the essential. And then he's like, well, now I have all of these other things that I could use for things around it.
And obviously that essential core of Catan and what it is has laid the groundwork for dozens, hundreds of other designers to sort of take his legacy and take that into their own designs and play around with it in different ways and things. So he really is like a bedrock of board gaming, effectively.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, I mean, it was very influential on pretty much everybody. I mean, there's so many designers that play Catan. They're like, I want to do something.
I want to
like
do
this.
something. I want to play in this space,
right?
Like he did.
No, absolutely.
So,
I mean, I did. So,
yeah, of course.
I mean, I had played lots of games before, but when I first played Catan, all of a sudden I was like, oh, this is the Euro economic system that now I see what these kinds of games are like. Because historically I always played like war games or
of course,
or like weird Steve Jackson games or stuff like that.
I guess that's an interesting point, actually. That kind of marrying of traditional Euro game mechanics that everyone's very familiar with, that kind of tile-based system, using cards to pay for things, resources to build, etc., but then tying all of that together with the social aspect, I think is a really key thing for people coming into the space, because, and I think Catan offers that. You're like, this gives you an idea of this core set of Euro mechanics, and then also this way that you play with other people, and then you take that forward into the way that you play other games as well. So
because there's so few games, even today, I love a negotiation game.
Yeah,
like it's really like one of my favorite things. So even still, like there's so few negotiation games that are accessible, they're not overwhelming, that people can grasp easily, and aren't discouraged by.
Some feel a little bit combative, I often find, whereas I think Catan manages to find a nice sweet spot in that, which I think is quite good. But
I think a big part of it is just you can only negotiate with the person whose turn it is, and that really stops kind of cross.
That really helps.
And it really keeps focus on everything.
There are still many times where I will remember at 2 o'clock in the morning sitting down with my plans playing Catan for I think probably the 5th time, and I made some of the worst deals in history because my brain was addled, and I was like, "Can I have 2 sheep? Oh, can I give you 2 sheep and a brick for a sheep?" And my friend went, "What are you talking about, man? What is this going on?" I was like, "I don't know what's going on. I'm too invested. I just want some sheep."
No, I understand. Well, you make some wild trades if you have to.
That's true. You're trying to like wheel your way out of situations.
Right, you're like, I'll
that,
trade you 5 cards for 1 card. I just need it that bad.
Yeah. I guess you must have some like pretty cool memories, like
of Klaus.
You have Klaus and also Catan playing.
Oh
so,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, Klaus himself, he was just a delight to be around.
Yeah.
Like, he's just this really sweet guy. Really clever, really fun to play games with. He was an observer, and he really liked to watch other people play.
Okay. Yeah.
He was really into the idea of like that human experience. Like, if you sat down and played a game, even though it might work mechanically, if you saw that people weren't having fun,
if they all had their heads down and they weren't weren't communicating with each
right,
other.
Then even though it may all work on paper, he would just be like, "Oh, this is a failure."
Yeah.
And like some of his games that like never came out, I played.
They didn't meet that line.
I was like, I really like this game, and he's like, it just isn't working.
It's not cut the mustard.
People aren't having as much fun as I want them to have, and you're like, oh wow, because this would have come out by anybody else, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he was a really peaceful, really relaxing person to be around. He liked to take walks in the woods and then have everybody join him, and it was really...
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he liked just going out hiking in the wilds of Germany, so it's really lovely.
And it's so cool that his legacy continues to live on.
Yeah, and his son, Benjamin, who I call him Benny, but he goes officially by Benjamin, so if I slip up, it's because of casualness. So he play tested with his kids all the time.
Right, okay.
And he really was interested in, again, like watching the families interact with each other, and he wanted to get just real kind of normal people to sit down and play these games and see how much they liked it. He like having his wife play and see her reaction, and having his sons play and see their reaction. And and Benjamin was really taken by that whole experience. So he actually had been working with his father, like apprenticing under him since he was like 5 or something like that. Right?
Wow.
So, even though Klaus has passed, the legacy is really kind of instilled into Benjamin's design. And I really appreciate that there's kind of a logical progression for all of those things.
I really like that. So from playtesting it at such a young age, you're being involved in the process, to then having direct input on a grander scale in successive versions of Catan is amazing. So
no, absolutely. I mean, it works to our benefit because I don't want to push too much, but like we have a new design which is New Energies that came out that Klaus and Benny made, and it's one of the last designs before Klaus died.
Right.
And but Benjamin worked really intensely with Klaus on it, and it was a deeply collaborative process for the two of them.
Can you tell us a little bit about New Energies and sort of
what's
the difference between that and original Catan, I suppose?
Sure.
So.
Do you want me to flip this over?
Yeah, you can flip it over. We can show it on the screen as well so people can see.
So this game uses the kind of standard Catan design, which I guess we should probably talk about a little bit before we get it.
I guess.
Let's talk about it. We'll go right into that and kind of reflect the parallels between the two of them. So in a regular Catan design, you have hexes that are put together in this island, and they have numbers that are put on top of it. And at the beginning of every turn, you roll dice and see which resources get produced. And much like Klaus's kind of ideology is that he wants to have everybody involved at all times. You get resources even when it's not your turn. It's just whatever the island itself produces. So your involvement in other people's turns are always at their peak, because you want to trade with people
Yeah.
immediately with all the cards that you got,
Yeah.
so that when your turn comes up, you can have a more efficient turn. You've been thinking about what you want to have instead of waiting around and then, I guess it's my turn. Now I'll look at the cards that I have and go. And so it just, that kind of involvement is through a lot of our designs, or most of our designs here. But this uses that same island, and it kind of amplifies this in a way where there's also it's in a contemporary environment, and you're balancing between the trying to create energy, which gives you these really efficient results. And so in order to get ahead in this design, you really need to tap into the energy that can be produced, which is kind of a new thing for that's a little different from the base game of Catan. But in order to get energy, you have to have science, and then your science comes from cities, and then you're building new factories in order to produce these energy. And the factories themselves are tied to spaces on the island, but you can either go quick and dirty and build fossil factories, or you can spend more of your science to build a
invest in greener energies and things
green
like that.
energy.
Yeah.
And you can win by just getting 10 victory points, and if you've built an efficient model easily by building fossil fuels quickly, you can rush the end of the game and maybe get 10 points out of it. But every time you build, and every time you build fossil factories, you're putting a stress on the global environment. And then you're pulling event tokens from the bag, which then create pollutants that go onto the board, and then slow everything down a little bit. So you have to clear out that space, and when all the event tokens run out, then that's the end of the game if someone hasn't played 10 points. And then the greenest player wins.
Oh, that's cool.
And so if globally it gets dirtier and dirtier, then you would you actually pull out chips faster from the bag. So more terrible stuff happens. Then it's like steamrolls, and you're like, oh no, this is awful. So then it takes, like, someone will want to be responsible and want to clean up, and then because if the game's going to end soon, then you want to make sure that you're the cleanest player. So there's this dichotomy and balance between
I really like
how
that.
you play against each other. And again, it's that it's really a lot of Klaus's ideology of like, it's not just playing the game, but it's playing the table, right? So I really love it. I think it's a wonderful design. And Ian O'Toole did the art on it, and
an amazing artist who's done so much fun
he's so good.
stuff. So
he's so good. Anyway, so that's our big new release for this event. But that's another piece of Catan
piece of the puzzle.
That's right.
I love that it's using that core Catan DNA, and then if you're somebody who's obviously played a lot of that yourself, you've got this, but then you've got this new experience coming into it as well, which is really cool with all the fresh mechanics. Which is nice.
Absolutely.
So that's the newest thing from you guys.
This is the newest one from us.
But there is such a legacy of expansions.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we have things spin off. We have a number of standalones like this. We had Dawn of Humankind last year, which was kind of a revamp of an older design that he did, but we really streamlined it to be a really fun environment, like up-to-date environment. But it's the kind of the migration of humans from the cradle of civilization in Africa, and then you spread out to the rest of the world. So it's a lot of like really thematic stuff that happens. You want to upgrade things, and but it's a lot of movement on the board as opposed to building. So it's that part feels really different, and it's really dynamic in that you will pick up pieces that you've already built. And, but that's a big favorite of mine. And then we also have Starfarers, which is set in space. It's a big map, and it has events, and it has pirates. And
so if you're more of a sci-fi fan,
more of a sci-fi thing, you fly ships around and stuff like that. So then we had put out the 5.6 expansion for that, which added new aliens and new encounters and stuff like
Oh,
that.
nice.
And
That's
then, so new encounters. But this next game that we just dropped is a scenario for Starfarers called New Encounters. And it has 3 scenarios. There's fighting against this like a pirate named Hogcom, and then there's also amoebas that are in this, which are these big plastic pieces that float around on the board.
Oh,
and
nice.
Fun. Yeah, it's good fun. And then in that kind of Starfarers line, we have the another new game that we dropped, which is Starfarers Duel, which is a little 2-player game where you're exploring different quadrants of space and trying to fulfill little missions and upgrade your ship and do all,
I like that. So you can get your Catan fix with a smaller player count as well.
And it's a nice little two-player game. It also has kind of on-ramping with little scenarios to get you used to the rules, so you don't have to jump right into it.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's nice.
It must have been fun working with a lot of IPs as well, I guess, and playing around with Catan in different formats.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
For pop
I mean, we
culture.
did a Star Trek thing a long time ago. That was really fun. And we did the Game of Thrones
Of
Catan.
course, yes. With the wall and everything and the Night's Watch. It was so cool. I saw that.
It was really cool.
Many years ago now here, but it was really cool.
And that was one of Benjamin's first really big designs.
Wow.
Kind of helping to play test that out.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
No, it's that one is really fun. I like Game of Thrones Catan a lot.
So nice. I guess we've talked a little bit about sort of like the past and the design and what's new from you guys. What's sort of in the future for Catan, if you can tease us a little bit. So I'm going to throw you in the deep end.
I don't know if I can talk about that.
A tease?
Yeah. Well, we have. I mean, we're working on a lot of things. We have we have a lot of new designs in the pipeline.
Yeah.
One of the things that is our focus. I mean, I could just say this is one of our focuses is light portable games.
Okay. Right. Yeah.
So we want to make sure that we have a variety of really fun light portable games to take with you.
Yeah.
And I can't go into too many details about that.
But that sounds interesting.
We have a bunch of them all lined up. And they're all really fun. In fact, I kind of can't decide which one I like more. So yeah, so that's but the kind of thing that you throw them in your bag and like tiny games and stuff.
Yeah. I guess the takeaway is that Catan's not going anywhere. It's always going to be there. That legacy of design is going to continue through successive releases.
Well, I mean, it means so much to so many people.
Yeah.
And it's the kind of game where it's so fantastic as being a introductory game that there are other great introductory games.
Yeah.
It's not the only one, but it is one that if you only own 3 games,
it's one you have.
You should own Catan,
Yeah.
right? And if you're at a dorm, you're going to get a lot more play out of a copy of Catan for the next 4 years than you would with a lot of other games, because you can play it with anybody, you can throw it on the table anywhere, and enough people know it and want to play it that it isn't hard to get on the table.
So if people want to come and learn a little bit more about Catan, maybe sit down and play the game, play some of the new stuff you've got, you're at the front of Hall 1.
Yeah, the front of Hall 1.
You can't miss it. So
yeah, come to the sheep.
Don't ride him.
You could ride the sheep. Just don't stand on the sheep.
Okay.
No surfing the sheep.
Sure.
So the other thing too is that we have a really fun event here called the Catan Experience. There's people walking around with different resource helmets.
Cool.
And they're giving away buttons.
Okay.
And then, so if you see someone with a sheep helmet, then they'll give you 5 buttons of sheep. And then if you run into somebody who has found the wheat helmet person, they'll have 5 wheat. And you want to trade all the buttons with people until you get all 5 resources.
Okay.
And then come by the booth and get the robber sheep.
I know I'm meant to be working, but I think I might go and do that now. I think that sounds like a cool idea.
Yes.
Very, very cool. Thank you very much, Morgan, for the chat. That was absolutely fantastic. We're going to move on, dive into the rest of the show. It was really awesome talking about Catan and Klaus and everything else that he's done and that legacy. And I hope more people go and dive in and play Catan and have fun with it. It's really
Thank
cool.
you so much. I really
No worries.
appreciate it.
Fantastic.
All right, folks, we're here at UK Games Expo, and it's not just about the vendors and the designers showing off their games and things like that. One of the big parts of UK Games Expo is the huge tournament space that they have set up for people to dive into, and it is a whole mix of different things. We're going to walk down here and have a look at it all. So this first little section is a lot of tabletop game stuff. So we have a little bit of Star Wars Legion going on over here, which is pretty cool. Very nice. Even more Star Wars Legion. Look at these tables, they're really nice. I love these, they're very, very cool. It's nice to see things that aren't just lots of L-shaped boxes in a tournament setting, which is very nice to see. A little bit of X-Wing going on here as well. I saw some Shatterpoint over there, which is quite nice. People all getting ready for their next stage, probably. You often find that the people in the tournament area tend to find themselves here till quite late at night, doing all sorts of different things. Even more stuff. There's a little bit of Armada going on there. Is it Armada? That's what it is, yes. I think that's the one, which is very cool to see. But then as we dive further back into this, we start to move into the card game realm. So Flesh and Blood doing their tournament here this year, which is very nice. That is a big card game that has just been growing and growing and growing over the last couple of years. And then Lorcana is getting some love over in this corner. Even more stuff. And there's, oh my days, we need to go and see this. Right, come on, Rob. So Lorcana, awesome. Good to see that card game doing so well. But this, there's a Crokinole tournament. If you've not played Crokinole before, it is absolutely amazing. Come down here, come down here. Oh. Look at all these gorgeous boards. I will say, these boards are often very, very expensive, but this is super cool to see Crokinole being played at a tournament level. Absolutely super cool. Wow, I love that. Oh. Maybe I need to enter the Crokinole tournament next year. That'd be fun. I love that Rob behind the camera's like, Crokinole? Even more wargaming stuff going on over here. We have some small scale stuff, which is quite nice to see. Ooh, what are you guys playing here? Very nice. Historical style stuff, which is very good. Ooh, Rob's suddenly interested in this. Very good to see. Love it. What are you guys playing? What's the tournament here?
This is a rule set called DBMM by a guy called Phil Barker, who was the granddad of a lot of the historical wargaming way back in the 70s. So here we've got a game between Alexander's ghost, in essence, because he died about a year earlier, versus the Spartans over there. So it's a historical wargaming set.
Brilliant, absolutely fantastic.
3000 BC and about 1500 AD.
Awesome stuff. So is this a tournament that's done for this? Oh,
yes, this is a tournament. This is called the Challenge, which has been going for many, many years. Way back, it was over in the licensed Vintler's School over in Ascot, and slowly over the years has moved to here.
Oh, awesome. Well, hope it all goes well today. Have some fun. Yeah. See how
somebody it will.
Will you change history and shake things up? Brilliant stuff. And yeah, bolt action people playing over here, which is nice to see as well. So even if you're somebody who doesn't do card games or doesn't do some of the big like sci-fi fantasy games, there is something here for you on the historical side of things as well, which is always nice to see. But yeah. Just pan back over there, Rob, and just have a look as we finish off. But yes, really big, awesome tournament space. Catan over there, which is doing really nicely as well. But if you're somebody who wants to dive into the slightly more competitive side of things, some nice opportunities for you to come and do that here at UK Games Expo. If you haven't signed up for this year, maybe a little bit late by now, but make sure you get all your tickets and everything for next year. Take part in all your local tournaments and things like that. because they may lead to some good stuff in the near future. We'll be back with another video very, very soon. Make sure to check out the live blog and the live stream and everything else. Bye for now.
Hello everybody, we are back here at UK GE 2024 and I'm over at the Bad Squiddo stand with Andy. Hello Annie.
Hello.
Having fun?
I'm having lots of fun, it's only just begun.
I think I'm losing my voice and it's only just begun, which is never a good thing, but you know, hey ho, these things are sent to try us. So, for people who are unaware of Bad Squiddo, first off, can I just say, it is Bad Squiddo, isn't it? Because I know two gentlemen in particular who keep referring to you as Bad Squiddo.
No, it is Bad Squiddo. Bad Squiddo Games.
You heard that, Yellow Belly. I know you watch us. So, Squiddo. What is the range that you do? Because it's many and varied, but there is a theme running throughout.
So we specialise in making models of women, and of a femme-coded minis. And we originally started for historical, but we've gone into fantasy, sci-fi, and then we've kind of branched off a little bit and do loads. We have a massive range of scenics now. Animals, obviously guinea pigs, capybaras. And we have a whole sci-fi animal range which will soon be coming to Kickstarter. Well, soon. Later this year, as Gunny Pets, our game of vehicular mayhem with guinea pigs and bunnies and little tanks. So we do have the miniatures available for those, which are all on display here, looking beautiful.
That sounds fascinating. Is that a game that you've worked on yourself, or was somebody coerced into doing it for you?
So, funnily enough, the writer of the game is just there. It's Mr. Nick from Devilfly Games who has been writing it, and it's looking very good.
It sounds exciting. I do like the guinea pigs because they're both cute and at the same time frightening. Especially there's little undead ones kicking around as well, I seem to remember.
Oh yes, we're very big fans of guinea pigs. So yeah, guinea pigs, girls and ghouls is kind of our, our thing now. But it's expanding. This is only our third expo, but our trillionth show, I think, in general. But we absolutely love Expo. It's just a really fun show. I'm already having a wicked time.
So have you brought anything new and exciting for the expo then?
We do. We do have some new releases. We have, of course, some brand new ghouls, which means we have an enormous range of Paul Muller ghouls now. We also have some brand new halflings by Paul Hicks, which are in resin, and they're really nice. They're really cute. And I'm sure we have some other things, to be fair, that have escaped to my mind. It is an absolute variety of goodies.
A veritable cornucopia. That's always the problem when you've got so much stuff, is trying to remember what it all is. I'm impressed he managed to wrangle one of Paul Hicks's clones to sculpt for you. I don't know how many he has, but they seem to be constantly working all the time for everyone.
That definitely is the case. I was telling someone yesterday about how there's basically 5 sculptors that make everybody's stuff. Yeah. But no, they're absolutely wonderful, and it's really happy. I'm really glad to have him in the range as well now, because there's some sculptors that you're just like, even if I can get one model off you, just to say I've got you in there is really good. And yeah, they fit perfectly.
I have a quick question then. Obviously, with this being all-consuming these days and ever-growing and expanding, do you get much time for gaming yourself?
I do, sometimes. Anyone who knows me will be knowing that I'm lying right now, and they're always trying to get me to play. But I do enjoy The Walking Dead by Mantic. That's the main game that I've been playing. And I've even used some of the Bad Squiddo minis and gave them stats. So that we've got zombie guinea pigs, obviously, in there, of course. And I'm starting to get back into the old world, because that was my thing. I came from Warhammer Fantasy, and that is what kind of ended up with me setting up a whole company and getting into wargaming. So I'm kind of returning to that. So I'm hoping I get a little bit of downtime after Expo to paint up some minis.
Yeah, it'd be good to drop some vampire counts on the table. Proper wet undead. Nobody likes dusty, dry undead, because then you can't have ghouls and vampires, which are the most fun thing in an undead army.
I get to use my own ghouls, which is exciting, because I've been a ghoul collector for many, many years. I just love ghouls. And now I've made my own ghouls just for the heck of it. And then they brought out Old World, and I can use my ghouls as that. So it's all come full circle, and the little me that for some reason went, ghouls are the thing that I will really like now he gets to get our own. And they're sculpted by Paul Muller, who sculpted the GW ghouls. It's like, yes, I am actually living the dream.
That really is living the dream. If people are here at the expo, where can they find you?
They can find us at Hall 2, stand 210, under the balloon arch. It's just kind of the bit as you're heading towards Hall 1, so in the nice little adjacent bit where there's windows. So it's a very good spot, and you can find us. We've got all the minis, all the cabinets, and it's just really nice, and everyone here's having a wicked time.
And if they can't make it to Expo, where will they find the stuff online?
They will find us if you type Bad Squiddo Games anywhere. We will appear somewhere. So badsquiddogames.com, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, all the places.
Fantastic stuff. There you go, folks. If you haven't already seen Bad Squiddo, then you should check them out. We're going to move on and see what else is here at the Expo. We'll be back soon.
Hello there, folks. We are here at UK Games Expo. I'm here with Mike from Gun Tower Games. And we're going to be talking about Pandora Celeste, which has a very funky vibe to it, shall we say.
Indeed.
Tell us a little bit about the game and sort of what it's all about and what the twist is.
This is a love letter to sci-fi monster movies, but the big twist is this. Perfectly ordinary game box that you get on a Kallax shelf. Open up the box, take the cards out of the card insert, and you have a three-dimensional vent system made out of the card insert that you can move around in, because every single movie in this genre has got a scene in the vents, doesn't it?
Of course, yes.
And you just want that moment where, you know, you're running
They're in the goddamn walls!
Absolutely. You're running away from the big nasty and you're turning, oh my God, it's in the aircon!
Oh,
so, anyway. So yeah, this is Pandora Celeste. Every trope from sci-fi monster movies you can think of is packed in here somewhere. What you see here, the front of the box, we are crowdfunding on GameFound in July. The front of the box will be about 45 quid, but then you can also take a second insert, put it onto the back of the ship like that, and that is a whole extra half of the ship for 75 quid.
Oh, okay.
And then we also have the Shapeshifter add-on, which is 12 cards for a kind of shapeshifter trying to take over the ship type vibe.
Love it, yeah. Get that thing in there, kind of.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I mean, not that, yeah.
And that will be an add-on for 12 quid, but back us in the first 48 hours, we give you that absolutely free.
Love it, absolutely amazing. Can you tell us a little bit about kind of like how the game plays out? What's the sort of like flow of gameplay and stuff?
So the scenario is your classic sci-fi monster movie scenario. You are the crew of a rundown cargo freighter. You get woken up by the ship's computer that tells you that there's something nasty on board, but don't worry, it's engaged its emergency protocols.
Of course.
A shiver runs down your spine because you know those protocols. These protocols here are designed to protect the ship and the cargo, not you. So you spend the first part of the game frantically working together to shut down the protocols, right?
Yeah.
Before they kill you or worse. Every protocol you shut down, a big nasty crawls out of the shadows. Once you shut down all of the protocols, you trigger the abandoned ship protocol, and at that point you can get off the ship. You can get off the ship on your own if you have achieved your hidden agenda.
Oh, okay, I like it.
It's things like rescue the ship's pet alien, or find evidence that the company's up to no good, or stop someone from finding evidence that the company's
this
up
all
to no
sounds
good.
like company business to me. I mean.
There you have it. If you've achieved your agenda, you've got the decouple codes to get out of Dodge free. Otherwise, you have to wait and work with everybody else.
Oh, okay.
So you've got a classic prisoner's dilemma going on there.
So if you've been spending most of the game trying to do your own little hidden agenda thing, and then suddenly you realize it's not going to work, a little bit of hot water for you is suddenly you're like, can you help me, guys?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and there are, you know, I've definitely seen plays where people have just gone, you know what, sod the agendas, let's just get out of here.
Just work together.
Exactly. And other times where, you know, someone has screwed someone over. Yeah. And, you know, one of our play testers, you know, best thing about the game, screwing over the other crew. Worst thing about the game, getting screwed over by.
Should be on the back of the box.
Absolutely.
So is the game going to come with like the acrylic standees, and then will they do minis as well?
The £45 base game will come with punchboard standees like this.
I love the artwork on these, by the way. It's
Thank you.
absolutely
Yeah,
fantastic.
we were definitely going for a kind of manic comic book type feel. You know, then you've got acrylic standees, and I absolutely love these acrylic standees.
They're
These
gorgeous.
come with a deluxe game, and you get 2 extra crew with that as well.
Brilliant.
And then if you really, really, really want minis, you can buy minis from us as well, but they're an add-on.
I see. Right. I'm definitely a fan of the standees. I love those.
I think the acrylics look fantastic.
They look really nice.
Absolutely
They keep with the vibe of the sort of like sort of pulpy sci-fi thing going on with the artwork.
And the wonderful thing about the artwork, you know, every time my artist kind of gave me a new concept drawing, I'd be going, yeah, that's great, but it doesn't look manic enough. You know, I want wicked mischievousness in this, you know, because that's the kind of vibe that we're going for, you know.
Absolutely amazing. And you say this is coming to GameFound,
This is coming to GameFound in July.
Brilliant. And can people come and play the game, get some demos and stuff this weekend?
We are in Hall 2, stand 381.
Brilliant.
We have a demo game that lasts an hour. Come and give us a try. You'll absolutely love it. If you like sci-fi monster movies, you'll have a blast.
We're sold. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much for talking us through that. Sounds amazing. Love the concept of the box. Very cool indeed. For all those people who are worried about storage and that kind of thing, it all just comes in one. It's fantastic.
Absolutely.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to dive into the rest of the show. We've got the live blog. We've got a live stream. We've got loads of other things. We're going to go and check all those out soon, so make sure to watch them. We're going to be back with another video very, very soon. Bye for now. Okie dokie, folks. We are here at UK Games Expo. I'm here with Wes from Adax Games, and this is something very, very special. This is Rove. Now, if nobody's heard about this game, give them the spiel, because it is amazing.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so Rove is a dungeonless dungeon crawler. Our main goal was to make this game play quickly, fast, and fun, right? So the easy thing about this is your setup time is going to be about 5 minutes. So you open up the quest book, you read the quest information, you open up your map book to the right map, and then you open up the monster manual to that section. Inside the box is going to be a section that says, hey, if you're doing quest 1.2, open that up. All the standees you need for that are done. So setup time, get it to the table, let's play. That's what we're working for, right? Yeah.
So how does the game, how does a sort of like a session flow, as it were?
So a session basically is going to go that you, once you've got everything set up, you're going to do your basic actions for your components. So all of your rovers get to do 2 basic actions and 1 major card action. You'll be gaining ether, which is kind of the power of the area, and you'll eventually be able to spend that ether on these really awesome attacks. But you'll always be able to do something cool because you have really good base actions that you can do from your board as well.
Oh, I really like that.
Yeah, and then as you play, when you do a skill card, you'll flip it over and you have a new skill available for you on the other side. You never get rid of cards, you're always just changing them. And you'll have different things available on each different sides.
I really like that sort of feel to it. And so, obviously, quest style game, do you get to like evolve your characters and stuff and change them over time as you go through?
Yeah, so there's 2 fun things that you mentioned there. Evolution of your character is a big one. It's kind of like Pokemon for us. You're going to take a basic character and then it eventually will evolve into another character. The race will stay the same, but your skill cards will change, your base cards will be different, like everything about your character will change. Even a new standee with new artwork and new minis and stuff.
Oh my days, I already love that.
Yeah.
I am also a massive fan of the art for this game. I remember seeing it when it first, obviously a veteran artist of things like Gloomhaven and Frosthaven and things like that. So if anyone's loved those games, definitely one of those kind of games that will fit into that wheelhouse, which is always nice, but with your own unique spin and twist on it, obviously, which is really good to see. How long do you reckon people are going to be sitting down to play this over like the course of months or years? What's the kind of vibe for that?
So the key for us was that we wanted you to be able to play the game quickly and we want you to be able to get through the campaign.
Right, okay. So it doesn't just sort of die off kind of thing.
Exactly, yeah. We want you to enjoy it and we want you to see what we've written. The campaign itself, it plays usually about 20 to 30 minutes per player. So your average, 2-player campaign, you're going to get it done in about 30 hours.
Oh, wow, that's really good.
Yeah, and then the goal is for you to go back and do it again because of our choice and consequence system. You're going to come to a T in the road, and do you go right or do you go left?
Yeah.
Well, if you went right, that's great. That's the right answer. But the thing that you left that you decided not to deal with, it doesn't go away. In fact, it gets worse. And it's going to come back around in a little while, and you're going to have to deal with a different version of that fight. So the whole scenario will be different. It'll be different maps, different characters, different boss at the end. But when you go back and you play it again, if you make a different choice, you'll see the thing that you didn't get to do before. So if you play twice, you'll have seen everything.
And Rove is on crowdfunding now as well, yeah?
Yeah, it's on crowdfunding right now. On Thursday after the UK Games Expo is over, it will finish. Currently, we have over 2,000 backers, so we're very blessed and excited for what Rove comes in the future.
You've got plenty of time to get stuck in then. That's amazing. And if you are here at the event, come and give it a go and see what you think of it. Yeah. Thank you very much, Wes. That was actually fantastic. Make sure to check out Rove. Make sure to also check out our live stream and our live blog and everything else like that. Oh, before I forget, booth. Do you remember what your booth number is?
Yes, we're booth 862 in hall number 1.
There we go. Now you can definitely go and get a demo. Fantastic stuff. We'll see you in another video very, very soon. Bye for now. All right, folks, we are here at UK Games Expo, and I get to sit down and talk about hedgehogs. This is amazing. I'm here with Chris. Can you tell us a little bit about who you are and what's this game all about?
So, I'm Chris from Diary of a Lincoln Geek. We're a review website, and we've been going for like 8 years. In the last 4 years, we've been working on this, Hedgehog Haven.
Love it already. Hedgehogs, amazing.
Lovely, I'm glad to hear it, because, I'm a massive fan of hedgehogs, always have been ever since I was a little kid. And it was kind of a logical kind of theme that's been sat in my head for a long time, and this is where we wanted to go with it.
Yeah.
So
how does the game work? Sort of what's the vibe of it and stuff?
So the vibe is it's a resource management tile placement game with really cute little characters. So
love those already.
So you're a little hedgehog trying to survive in the world. I'm sure, as you know, the UK hedgehogs are under decline.
They are.
Yeah, so a part of the game is a little bit of education about hedgehogs, as well as the creatures that they eat and the predators that prey on them. And basically the aim of the game is you've got to avoid the predators. They move autonomously with dice and directions, and you've basically got to have the best hedgehog colony at the end of the game. You gain that by having more hedgehogs, so you've got to find resources to build a nest, reproduce, to be particularly correct, and then also score additional points by foraging at predator dens as well as your fellow players' nests to score additional points. And basically, the person with the most points at the end of the game wins.
Absolutely amazing. So, what stage of sort of development is the game at now? Can people get their hands on it? Is it sort of coming up soon? What's the sort of vibe for it?
So this prototype that's here right now is self-manufactured by me and
great.
Sam from Diary of a Lincoln Geek. It's the only one in existence. We've worked hard. All the graphic design's been done by myself. Some of the art that's now finalised been done by Modular Worlds.
Looks gorgeous.
Val's done a lovely job on the hedgehog artwork, the owl, the fox and the badger. She's done some work on some of the insect cards already, but we're at the stage where stuff's expensive.
Right, okay.
We whether we pitch the game or whether we game found or Kickstarter, we want to go into it with a finished product, because if backers want to back it, we don't want them to be paying for the artwork then, because I've seen it and had it happen where Kickstarters get away from people, they spend way too much on development, and then there's nothing left to get the game to the people. So we want to go into it, we're very clear and transparent that whether it goes to GameFound or Kickstarter, that's it, there's no more development to do. So the sales, hopefully from UK Games Expo, of t-shirts and of course the little hedgehogs,
we'll go some way towards help funding it and stuff like that.
Yeah, we'll finish getting the artwork done, and then whether we successfully pitch it or whether we then decide we get enough of interest at the event, we're soft launching here, to go to Kickstarter or GameFound.
People can come and have a go at it and demo it and stuff like that.
Yeah. So we're not doing a full demo because
just a quick one.
It's a quick couple of rounds just to give people the flavour of the game, to go, I like it, and then follow us on Instagram and go from there, hopefully all being well and good.
And what's your Instagram?
So for the board game, it's Hedgehog Haven, the board game. It's a bit long. So if you check out Diary of a Linking Geek or use the hashtag DOALG, it'll take you to everything we've ever done, our YouTube, our TikTok, our website, because the website is doalg.co.uk, and everything's going to be put on there as well.
They can see your pedigree in the board gaming industry, basically, then. You've done all this amazing stuff and talked about it from the press point of view, and used all of that experience to bring the game to life.
Yeah, so 8 years experience of reviewing board games with over 200 written reviews, because that's what we kind of focus on. While we do some video digital content, written reviews are still read. People love them. And it is a bit controversial, but not everyone always agrees with the rating on Board Game Geek, and we have our own rating scheme and system because we don't agree with it. So we look at replayability, production value, rules. We break it down. We use a D6 system.
Right. Absolutely fantastic. Well, thank you very much for taking us through that. Sounds absolutely amazing. Watch out for all the developments of this. We've told you all about the links and the social medias and things like that. We're going to jump and dive into the rest of the live blog and the live stream. Make sure to check out more of our videos throughout the rest of the week. And it's still a weekend, yes, and we'll see you very, very soon. Bye for now.
In the beginning, it was a game, an island called Catan, made by the creator, Klaus Teuber.
Hello.
It brought building, trading, strategy, called
Like my favorite game ever.
by my friend Scarlett. Now, 25 years later, it's a global phenomenon, with a bunch of versions in over 40 languages, bringing together millions around the globe. A game that can be learned fast and played to infinity, with endless options for gameplay and imagination. The world building continues.
That violent storm has left you barely alive, stranded on a tiny island in the middle of nowhere. Your life and fate depend on your decisions. Keep up with the story on the cards, make your choices, and follow the instructions. Washed Ashore is a story-driven adventure that develops differently depending on your decisions. Play the game several times to find out all 13 possible endings.
Valiant Vikings, you must secure resources for the prosperity of our settlement. Explore and conquer new lands. Onward, fearless warriors! Welcome to Loot, a family board game in which each player leads a Viking clan. Gather the treasures needed to develop your fjord. On your turn, place the Viking on a terrain space on the main board and collect a resource. You can also seize control of buildings from rival players if you're swift enough. Then haul your hard-earned loot back to your fjord. Use your resources wisely to complete construction sites and load your longships. Bring back the most riches and build the greatest settlement to be proclaimed Jarl. Loot is available in your favorite board game store, and you can also play it now on Board Game Arena. Gigamik.
From their humble beginnings to the first call to adventure, create a rich history for your character, giving them a family and a home worth fighting for. or take a quiet moment to reflect on all you have done. When the time comes, you can hang up your sword and begin a new life. Bring your characters to life like never before. With A Life Well Lived for 5th edition by Cubicle 7.
All right there, folks. We are here at UK Games Expo. I'm here with Yarrow from Phalanx, and we're going to be talking about your amazing games you've got coming out and stuff like that. Yes.
Yeah, one is here for the first time.
One is here for the first time.
The premiere of Huang.
Yes.
Which means yellow or emperor, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah.
And this game is about 7 warring states of China. Between the rivers of Yellow and Yangtze, which was the original name of the game when it was published for the first time. But this one is like reimagined and expanded to the 5 players, has expansions, it has new presentation, you see a lot of beautiful minis here.
Updated components, all that kind of thing.
Components, all is colorful and beautiful. And why minis, you may ask? Because people do ask why minis. Because this is one of the not too many games where a player plays with a shape, not with a color.
Okay.
The colors are different trades.
Right.
And you need to build a kingdom that is the most balanced. Balance is very Asian concept, the balance. So that's why you need to create a kingdom that is the most balanced. Because you'll be scoring in the game for the number of points you have in your least category. So that's why the balance is important,
so you have to make sure you match it all throughout.
Yes, you'll need to develop your kingdom across many dimensions.
I always love that as a mechanic because it means you can't do the same thing every game when you play. You always have to adapt to what other people are doing.
And also, you will need to look what the others are doing, because when the kingdoms meet, there'll be war between them, and there'll be only one of the kingdoms that prevail. So this is a tile placement game, but it's really strategic. It's not too many things you need to learn, because all of the game can be presented in here.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of kind of thinking and building the strategy for your faction.
Working out patterns, planning ahead, that kind of thing.
And also watching what the others are doing.
Yes.
What are the secret tiles they may have, because they will all influence the gameplay. And you build the pagodas, you move your leaders around, place them strategic positions. That is Huang from the legend Reiner Knizia, because that's his game.
He definitely is a legend.
Yes, and that is one of the best titles of his. So we're really proud to have it on the market. Come visit. There is a lot of stuff that you can only buy on a UKGE.
Oh, okay, wow, yes.
So yeah, you're most welcome to come and see.
Very nice. So that's Huang.
That's Huang.
And then we also have this one. So you can tell us a little bit about this as well? Yes.
Swords of Heaven, which will be on GameFound August, September. Okay. The best to do is to scan the QR code, then you know exactly when things happen, and you can follow up the campaign. It's always good to follow up early with Phalanx, because there'll be rewards for those who follow up. This is a game of cooperation and conflict.
Okay, right.
Set in the Mid-East. Holy
Land, yeah.
Holy Land, heaven.
Yeah.
That's the heaven. So, in short, take Jerusalem alone.
The classic vibe,
yeah. Or die trying. Yeah. And you have 4 factions. 2 of them are Christian. There's the Byzantines and Crusaders. Yep. But there are also 2 factions of the Muslim, which is Shia and Sunni. These are Caliphate and Seljuk Turks. Yeah. And they will be cooperate and compete for control of the cities and regions, for which city and region you'll have different number of points depending on the scenario. Okay. And sometimes cities will be removed or it will pop up depending on the scenario, so that the board is being customized in every game. It's different.
I love that for setup.
Yeah, each faction has different leaders. The leaders have different abilities, and you'll be playing these leaders to influence the actions you're taking.
Right, okay.
The actions are depicted on the action cards, There are cards. Depending on the faction you are, you'll be able to play them. For example, Byzantines will playing this, and the Crusaders will be using this cards. But there are cards which can be used by each of the Christian factions, or each of the Muslim factions, or the cards which can be used by any player. You'll be playing, this is the main engine of the game, where you'll be playing those cards on selected actions, triggering actions. You can build, you can build the churches or mosques, fortresses or garrisons in the regions or in the cities. You can bring your potential up, meaning like presence in the region. You can play for event, you can trade for battle, to trigger a battle, or to collect the tribute. But the trick is here. This is the cost for playing certain action. So if I play this card here, I need to pay one coin to build. But if my arrow is showing to the side, I can use the extra bonus. But if you're playing a second and you play this card, you will need to pay 3 coins.
And the amount it builds up,
So it's clever to build early and to combat late, because these two work other way around. This is your bonus. So you'll be playing another card and getting more bonuses. The longer you prolong, the more you prolong.
As you're effectively defeating your enemies over time, wearing them down.
The longer you wait with fighting, the more bonuses you get. The same for tribute. But the quicker you build, the cheaper it gets. So you need to balance this. You need to balance the events which are on the cards and your goals on the main board.
So you have to work out what your priorities are going to be each turn, each round.
Will be changing as the cards pop up, and as your partners or enemies in the game will come up with their strategies and try to outwit you. So that's first, and the second crusade, which is a separate scenario.
Oh, okay. I love the artwork, by the way. As always, with everything from Phalanx, the artwork is gorgeous. It's amazing.
And of course, each crusade has a different separate cards, separate leaders, everything is different.
So I was going to say, so in typical Phalanx style, once again, you've put some effort into the research and the historicity and stuff like that.
We pay a lot of attention to have things historical, because we think without understanding of history, it's difficult to understand nowadays.
And you've got to represent the period correctly and all that.
Yes, of course. We're true to history, but we also make it exciting for people to relive it. As we say, we want people to have unforgettable moments when they play and then remember the games they've played.
So Huang, people can come and grab that this year at the show and all that kind of
numbers, though.
Limited numbers. And then this one's coming to crowdfunding soon.
We'd like to invite you to support the campaign on GameFund August, September.
And your stand is stand 2412.
21. It's so easy to remember. 2412.
There's like a little label there. It just makes my job so easy. Oh, well, thank you very much, Yari. That was absolutely fantastic. We're going to be diving into our live blog and the rest of the live streams throughout the rest of the weekend. Make sure to check out more of our videos later on during the week, and we'll see you very, very soon. Bye for now.
In the beginning, it was a game, an island called Catan, made by the creator, Klaus Teuber.
Hello.
It brought building, trading, strategy, called
like my favorite game ever
by my friend Scarlett. Now, 25 years later, it's a global phenomenon, with a bunch of versions in over 40 languages, bringing together millions around the globe. A game that can be learned fast and played to infinity, with endless options for gameplay and imagination. The world building continues.
All right, folks, we're back and we're live with Dom from Cubicle 7.
Hello, everybody.
And we're going to talk some RPGs, of which you have an astoundingly vast collection and selection. So, great to have you here at the main stage.
Always lovely to be here. Thank you for having me.
Before we get kicked in and talk about what the sort of the upcoming things are, you've had a busy couple of years. How's that been for the company then?
It's been very busy few years. We've grown quite a lot. We're actually in the Financial Times fastest growing companies list in Europe last year, which was crazy. I didn't think, but that's a tabletop gaming first, I think.
Yeah.
So it's just been going from strength to strength. We've had some great releases and loads of enthusiasm from people. I think we're on the same wave as a lot of people for our games. So it's been pretty good.
Yeah, it's always good to see, because you do a nice blend of your own stuff, IP-based bits and pieces as well, and we're going to see some of that in a moment. But a couple of the standout things for me over the past the past year or so, have been the way you've expanded the 5th edition sort of character generation and moving beyond the actual hack and slash of a dungeon and focusing on the characters, the character development through various books like the Life's Journey. I can't remember the exact title. You know what I'm talking about.
I know. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. It's I think it's something that something that I've done for a while now. I think starting with Adventures in Middle Earth, which was the first Lord of the Rings, Dungeons and Dragons game series, and I think that approach that I took with that of looking at what the real thematic stuff that we want to bring out. So like in Lord of the Rings, you want journeys, you want fellowship and audiences with these big characters in the world, things like that. And remaining with a game that stays recognisably D&D, so nobody's learning a new game system.
Sure.
It's just you've got these nice little bits that lay over the top of it and bring that really good flavour of some stuff out. So then with Doctors and Daleks, which came out recently, the bringing a non-violent conflict resolution system for Dungeons and Dragons. It's still D&D. You're going to play it exactly the same way you play everything else, but now rather than having to beat everything to death with lumps of metal, you can use logic and emotional appeals and things like that, and you're hacking and solving the problem that a threat represents rather than having to kill everything.
Well, I had a great time playing Tom Baker in a Let's Play and defeating them all by the medium of jelly beans and logic and an expansively emotionally driven speech, which Tom was wont to do as the Doctor.
Indeed.
And it's just so much fun to do it.
Yeah.
So you have the Doctors and Daleks book here as well.
Yeah.
Can we have a little look-see at that?
Indeed we can.
And have a little chat about said book?
Excellent. I feel I should have the special sort of glove to be doing this. Doctors and Daleks. So the player's guide is the rules stuff, really. But at the moment we've got that, and we've got the Alien Archive, which gives you all of the D&D stats for Daleks and Cybermen and all the creatures from the show. And if you say from the contents page here, everything you need to create a character, special classes that kind of more fit with the Doctor Who theme, and the backgrounds, equipment, obviously, all the gadgets and cool stuff. And then you get into the playing the game stuff and things like we've got a quip system that kind of uses the cantrip rules, but really what it is it's a little bit of a mechanical impact for all that smart talk and techno babble and emotional language. The stuff that happens as the music starts building towards the end of the climax of the adventure.
Sure.
And stuff like that, and then you have time travel and those encounter rules.
Yeah. So with Doctors and Daleks then, obviously there is the potential to play the Doctor, but also companions play a big part in it. Do you ever just have solely companions running around? Because there have been some interesting episodes in the past, especially when various Doctors have collaborated, where maybe they get separated and you just have little conflabs between various iterations.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with with an open-ended character creation system, you can make every combination that you'd like, really. So, so we've got some of the classes here. And all the different species you can belong to. So, human, there's Time Lord in here, Silurians, and you can put together any kind of combination that you want. So I always think with when you're doing the big sort of open-ended kind of rule books, then you want to give people the ability to do whatever they want to do, make the game theirs, and give them as many options as possible.
So when working on something like this that has decades of source material behind it, do you get to pick and choose what goes in? Do you try and include as much as you can, or does some end up on the cutting room floor because there's just too much there?
I'd say, yes, on both counts, really. I think I suppose I've been doing it for long enough that I know what sort of things are going to be, what people are looking for, and where the boundaries lie for that kind of thing. So it tends to be, I tend to have quite long-lasting licensing agreements with people as well. So you get to know the team, and they get to know you and trust you. That sort of builds up, and then you can really do what you want to do. Because you kind of know where you should be landing anyway with things. So it's really great to have that sort of relationship with people. It really helps.
So what other things can people expect from the Doctor Who sort of license and IP then? Is there more planned?
Yes, there is indeed. So we have, there's an adventure that has come out as well as part of the Doctors and Daleks, and we're looking at what's going to be next for that. So I think, let us know what you'd like to see. But I think Time Lords, I think Daleks, I think some sort of expansions around those would be really good.
Yeah. They are notable for it on a semi-regular basis.
No, absolutely. And then on the we've also got our own Doctor Who role-playing game, and that one designed from the ground up, and that one has just had a second edition as a nice starter set for that, for people who want to try it out and give it a go. And the 13th Doctor source book, I think, has just landed for that one, or is about to. And some adventures, Stitch in Time, there's a bit of a campaign. So there's a few more things for that, and lots.
When you're running something like two variations of a similar source material, so when you've got your own version and the 5th edition version, Doctors and Daleks, how much, or how do you make them different, or do you attempt to cover everything with both?
I think it depends on it depends on what people are doing with which and what you want out of it. So with Doctors and Daleks, it's more about making that available to a broader group of people, because more people play D&D and don't want to learn a new rule set, and that's absolutely fine. I can relate. So it's bringing the stuff that you've done already and making it available for a wider audience. With by Warhammer 40,000, for example. So actually, I'll see if I can get both of these on here. But we've got Wrath and Glory and recently Imperium Maledictum. So they're very different takes on the Warhammer 40,000 experience. So Wrath and Glory is the action adventure, the big sort of high octane kind of adventures. Well, Imperium Maledictum's more of an investigative noir, getting into the underbelly of the hive and finding out all the awful things that are going on in the depths. So it kind of depends on what you can do. I think the experience you're trying to give people, that's kind of the centre of it.
Well, I think it's interesting way of tackling it, because with Imperium Maledictum, if people haven't seen it, it's very similar to Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay in that it's down in the dirt and the grit. People are trying to make their way through their life as best they can. Don't want to stand up too tall because you get knocked down. And it has that real sense of finality behind it whenever you just discover that you're just not even a cog in the wheel, you're a bit of grit in the cogs, and you're just going to be ground down.
There's which I think with an entity like the Imperium, it's there's so many individuals there. So the famous opening crawl, isn't it? There's billions upon billions of people. I think with Imperium Maledictum, I'd say you're a little bit higher up than in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. You're somebody who's been sort of plucked out of their place in the machinery of the Imperium by a really powerful patron, and they've put you all together to go and do the thing. Basically plausible deniability, or plausibly deniable agents. So. We're very lucky to get the Macarian sector to play in as well. So it's a really I don't know, like a nice chunk of Imperium space for us to really dig into and explore. It's one of those ones that I don't know, I've always been fascinated by since the it featured heavily in the Imperial Guard Codex. For third,
where Sula Macarius did his massive charge through
absolutely.
Everything. Yeah, it's
so yep. So it's been great to be able to get into some of the worlds and some of the setting there, it's I mean, this has gone down really well. I think that the setup of having the actually I'm doing this in the wrong order, aren't I? So the setup of having that patron, and everybody creates the patron together.
Yeah.
So you have that kind of like the framework that everybody's working under, and it makes a really cohesive game from the start. So you've got some lovely bits there of the story of how these patrons operate and how you'll take part in those. And then with this one as well, some people may be familiar with the old Fantasy Flight, the Black Industries.
Yeah.
Dark Heresy and those sort of games.
Yeah.
So it's a slight difference with this one. We've got the rule book covers all the factions, and then we're digging them into them with more detail later on with different faction expansions and things like that.
Yeah.
So it's this one will be building up over the next few years into a really broad, detailed look at role playing in the Imperium of Mankind.
Yeah. It's an interesting concept as well, having the patron to recruit new members when old ones have been unfortunately met their demise.
Yeah,
like grist to the mill. But I suppose it also opens up the option for a particularly nasty GM to decide that maybe that patron was actually some form of heretic, cultist, or alien.
Oh yeah, there's many opportunities to set up your players quite horribly with the awful things that their patron has done over the years. So
and when people think they've been working for the Imperium the whole time, and then an Inquisitor comes along and tells them no, you haven't been, and now talk to this nice little device that will do some sort of torture to you, that will teach them.
You didn't see my chaos tattoo.
No.
Yeah.
But so plenty more planned for Imperial Maledictum. If that is the grim reality of Warhammer 40,000, then Wrath and Glory is pretty much the propaganda that goes out on the HoloNet from the Imperium, telling people exactly how great the Space Marines and all the rest are, and the daring do they
and
do.
they all work together in harmony. So with Wrath and Glory, the big warp storm that opened up the Cicatrix Maledictum that tore the galaxy in two. With this one, you're in the Gilead system, which is isolated within that rift. So you're kind of everybody works together because there's not many people left. It's unlikely groups of heroes banding together. So I'm just opening this is the starter set, which is the last thing that came out. So I'll work through that. So if you're familiar with our starter sets, it's absolutely packed. Dice. Read this first. That tells you how to use the thing, and then everybody is. So that's an easier way of doing it, isn't it? All the players choose a character, so you've got these pre-gens that you can work through.
I really like the way the pre-gens are done with the nice big flashy artwork on the back, and then the sort of gate sleeve that folds out to give you the stat line and backstory.
Yeah.
So it's a nice way to visualize who you are, and you can set up in front of you so your friends can see who you're playing as well first time out.
No, it works well, and then it sort of tells you about the character, and then explains the character sheet as well. So even if you've got players who don't know 40k too much, or maybe haven't played that many role-playing games, it walks them through it really well. So there's those. Then you get the adventure book, and the adventure teaches you how to play the game and teaches the rules as you're playing through. And there's a load of adventure seeds, tokens, and handouts, and a map. And then the Veronius Flotilla is a setting guide.
Yeah.
So the Rogue Trader is the only person to make it into the system since the Cicatrix broke. And he arrived with a Primaris reinforcements for the Absolvers Space Marine chapter.
Yeah.
And nobody really knows why he's there or what sent him and if he's telling the truth. So it's
always tell the truth for a given value of always.
Yeah. I think that's fair. So that's the starter set for that one. We've had a few things have gone up for pre-order on that recently.
Yeah.
So the Vows of Absolution, the big book focusing on the Absolver Space Marine faction, or chapter rather. There's that one, and Vow of Absolution, and Inheritance of Embers, which is a big Eldari source book as well. So if you've fancied playing an Eldari RPG, then you can do that now with Wrath and Glory.
Oh no, you can't possibly play Xenos. They'll come along and kill you for that.
Well, absolutely. I mean, that goes without saying. But we'll give them 5 minutes of fun first. I think.
Give them a 5-minute head start. You mean?
Yeah, I think we can do that.
So here's some of the bespoke Cubicle 7 bits and pieces, and this is the sort of thing that's really intrigued me since seeing it initially. The likes of A Life Well Lived.
Yeah.
The whole idea that your adventurer has a life outside of smashing goblins and kobolds in a dungeon. Yeah. It will come as a shock to a lot of players.
Some, yes. But it's. I think regardless of the style of play you have, because we all play slightly different styles, we all have different preferences, and I think one of the things that sort of has always really sort of been quite to the front of my head is I think that people's engagement with the world setting of the game, how people build up their picture of where their character is in relation to the rest of the campaign world and the campaign setting. I think it really does have a maybe subconscious, but an impact on how much they enjoyed the game and everybody's shared experience at the table. I think the more people are engaged with the outcomes and the facets of the story that really drive the emotional beats. So this is an attempt to sneak some of that stuff in, maybe for people who aren't
stealthily teaching people how to roleplay their characters.
And some people will take to it like a duck to water. So with there's a bit of it that's life path stuff. And some people will do all of this anyway. We know people who will happily do a very detailed character backstory. So they'll love all this, and you'll probably treat it as prompts. But then people maybe who don't do who are a bit more reticent for doing that kind of stuff, it's got it in here. It's not overly long, but there's a mechanical reinforcement as well. So it's kind of like the your dex score increases by 1, but there's a little bit of narrative here. And when you settle down, you love scoping out a new area, with climb trees, towers, and hills to get the best view of your new surroundings. There's a little bit of a spark there that people can build from, it's good. And then goes through downtime activities, so all the sorts of things that you do in between games. And again, you're creating this little network of things that your character has and links they have with the world and stuff like that. So that's does lots of things.
It stops them being murder hobos, wandering from town to town and not having any connection to the world they're playing in. And once you've got something like that to give them a sort of a guide stone to set them off if they have a family, if they make friends, and again, they become fodder for a GM. Tell me where your family lives, and nobody gets hurt.
It's all plot seeds. It's all absolutely, and it all links in really well. And then the player's going to really care about the plot that comes from that. So it's a really sort of virtuous circle kind of thing. So what else have we got in here? Downtime is that's the end. We have home building. So you can build a place in the community. There's loads of cool things that you can build into your home. Hidden rooms and game rooms and druid groves, mage towers, laboratories. You can create this place that has some benefits for the character as well mechanically, but rounds out their life.
It also encourages them to think beyond how much do I need to spend on spell components. Well, why not go out and gather them yourself? And that leads on to the Kickstarter that recently finished off with the potions and the arcane items and the like, and that just takes it to another level where it takes the mundanity, if that's a word, out of the gameplay side of things and encourages people to start thinking about what they do in between games. Where do they go? How do their characters live when they're not in a dungeon, in a castle, rescuing a dragon from a maiden, whatever it happens to be.
And with those ones as well, I think that they give players the power to make some of those decisions themselves as well. So with Hammer and Anvil, I think people, when they're making a character, tend to have a really strong idea of the equipment their character might have as well that could form part of what they see as that character. So giving players the ability to, even if it's just pitching stuff to the GM, like, hey, I always thought I should have these. I've thought this way that I could have shock-absorbing boots when I jump off walls and stab things in the back. Yeah. And I've always wanted overslung and underslung hand crossbows. These are an important part of my character concept, and I demand to make them.
Yes.
But
I'm all for that.
Inventions as well. That just cool stuff that you could make up that would help with the adventures, or something that maybe could become a plot for saving a community or something. And
when you combine them with this book, the fact that your adventurers could theoretically retire one day and then become NPCs in a longer campaign, or somebody visits a tavern someday and there on the wall is an over and under crossbow. I'm going, I heard about a man who used to wield that several decades ago. I thought he was a myth. Yes. Don't insult him and tip your waitress, please. Yeah. It's good times. So definitely. Beyond the 5e generic stuff.
Then Broken Weave is a new setting for 5e. This is post-apocalyptic, hope-filled setting. So the world has fallen apart. There was a big disaster. Magic went wrong, and you're now trying to rebuild the world after that's happened. Time and space has stopped meaning anything. So you're fighting to preserve sort of memories, but piece together communities and reinforce them. So it's through building trade routes, through building personal relationships, and through developing your community. It makes the world around it more real. And of course, it's beset by all the horrible things that are being corrupted by this big apocalypse. It's a you come and check it out at the booth, but it's a really it's a hope-filled post-apocalyptic game.
It's a fascinating one for me. If people haven't seen anything about Broken Weave and they're fond of D&D, then they should really keep their eyes on it, because you can set off from your village to travel a road that you've known your whole life to go to the village down the street. And it takes you 3 days longer than it should, and when you arrive it's a castle. And you're going, what's gone wrong there? And it's the idea that the world itself is failing due to the magic that's sort of impacting as well.
No, you can see some of the weird and wonderful creatures that have evolved there. It's hard trying to find the camera, isn't it? There you go.
There we go. There's some of the creepy things. There's a particularly creepy bird with human hands. And I was told that it's actually the same size as a human as well, which made it even
horrendous,
worse.
Aren't they? I'll never be able to find it when I'm actually looking for it.
I wouldn't worry.
Mother possum as well. I think that's
But once
Mother
again,
caring rather.
It's
maybe a name change.
Beautifully designed, but it can be woven together with some of the other things as well from a life well lived, especially if they've been playing for a while in a life well lived, and then you suddenly drop Broken Weave on them, and then they don't know what's happening. Your home has gone away, and now you've got to try and find your nearest and dearest. Where could they be? You just don't know.
And that's those memories can fade, and I was looking for Endless City. I love there's some fantastic locations as well. So the gods died, and they're sort of lying around the place, and some people have used those to build homes.
It's good to harvest a dead god.
I think so.
Nothing bad will happen
definitely.
So what are the plans then for the rest of 2024 for Cubicle 7?
We're very busy. We have so the laundry, based on Charles Tross's Laundry Files books, that is in development at the moment. So the Kickstarter finished about a month ago, I think, for that. So we're finishing that one up, which is fantastic. It would be was it 2010? I think we did the Laundry first edition. So that's the one where you are you're agents of the British Intelligence Service, and you are opposing, basically the stars are coming right, and there's a lot of mythos and other cosmic horrors that are coming through, thanks to the link between higher realms of maths and magic. All those sort of like cosmic threats and things like that are infovores. When maths happens, lots of information is created. With computing, even more information is created, and they're really hungry and would like to come and eat us all now, please, thank you. So, but that computing, it's computational demonology is the bedrock of that. So you get your standard issue Necronomophone preloaded with magic apps, and head off to fight the unknown. But keep your receipts, because the auditors will need those.
It's all about the bureaucracy at the end of the day.
It's a lot of
and I
it,
always knew maths was evil.
Yeah.
So that makes a lot of sense to me.
Definitely. So there's that. Victoriana, which will be coming to Kickstarter in July. It's a Victorian fantasy. What is the? It's kind of. I mean, I've heard some people describe it as like Victorian Shadowrun.
Yeah.
But I think that's because it's quite like a class-based thing. I think, isn't it?
Well, yeah. Classes and classes.
Yes.
But both types are available in Victoria.
They are indeed.
I'm looking forward to that. It has a really distinctive look as far as the steampunk world goes.
It does. Yeah. It's I just think it's that really good blend, isn't it? I think of it's got some of the. Those interesting kind of like the social aspects of the Victorian society, but obviously then in with the magic and some of the our own particular blend of steampunk and things like that. And that one, so it was a game that our own game engine that we were using. This one is a 5e version, and that was a lot of ums. I should definitely... Let's cut those out and go back. Okay. That's in July, and we'll have more on that soon.
Okay. Well, look forward to seeing that. Right. I'm also going to be looking forward to getting my hands on the laundry files when they arrive. Yes. It's been a pleasure talking to you once again.
Likewise. Thank you.
And I'll be seeing you tomorrow alongside Luke and Ian Livingston as well.
Yes, that would be lovely. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, we'll all have a lovely day sitting here chatting RPGs.
For like 70 hours, I think probably
that's what I've demanded. Right.
Sounds good. Brilliant. Thanks very much.
Cheers.
Thank you, everyone.
Throw back to the studio.
In the beginning, it was a game, an island called Catan, made by the creator, Klaus Teuber.
Hello.
It brought building, trading, strategy, called...
Like my favorite game ever.
By my friend Scarlett. Now, 25 years later, it's a global phenomenon, with a bunch of versions in over 40 languages, bringing together millions around the globe. A game that can be learned fast and played to infinity, with endless options for gameplay and imagination. The world building continues.
That violent storm has left you barely alive, stranded on a tiny island in the middle of nowhere. Your life and fate depend on your decisions. Keep up with the story on the cards, make your choices, and follow the instructions. Washed Ashore is a story-driven adventure that develops differently depending on your decisions. Play the game several times to find out all 13 possible endings.
Valiant Vikings, you must secure resources for the prosperity of our settlement. Explore and conquer new lands. Onward, fearless warriors! Welcome to Loot, a family board game in which each player leads a Viking clan. Gather the treasures needed to develop your fjord. On your turn, place the Viking on a terrain space on the main board and collect a resource. You can also seize control of buildings from rival players if you're swift enough. Then haul your hard-earned loot back to your fjord. Use your resources wisely to complete construction sites and load your longships. Bring back the most riches and build the greatest settlement to be proclaimed Jarl. Loot is available in your favorite board game store, and you can also play it now on Board Game Arena. Gigamic.
From their humble beginnings to the first call to adventure, create a rich history for your character, giving them a family and a home worth fighting for. Or take a quiet moment to reflect on all you have done. When the time comes, you can hang up your sword and begin a new life. Bring your characters to life like never before. With A Life Well Lived for 5th edition by Cubicle 7.
In the beginning, it was a game, an island called Catan, made by the creator, Klaus Teuber.
Hello.
It brought building, trading, strategy, called
like my favorite game ever
by my friend Scarlett. Now, 25 years later, it's a global phenomenon, with a bunch of versions in over 40 languages, bringing together millions around the globe. A game that can be learned fast and played to infinity, with endless options for gameplay and imagination. The world building continues.
That violent storm has left you barely alive, stranded on a tiny island in the middle of nowhere. Your life and fate depend on your decisions. Keep up with the story on the cards, make your choices, and follow the instructions. Washed Ashore is a story-driven adventure that develops differently depending on your decisions. Play the game several times to find out all 13 possible endings.
Valiant Vikings, you must secure resources for the prosperity of our settlement. Explore and conquer new lands. Onward, fearless warriors! Welcome to Loot, a family board game in which each player leads a Viking clan. Gather the treasures needed to develop your fjord. On your turn, place the Viking on a terrain space on the main board and collect a resource. You can also seize control of buildings from rival players if you're swift enough. Then haul your hard-earned loot back to your fjord. Use your resources wisely to complete construction sites and load your longships. Bring back the most riches and build the greatest settlement to be proclaimed Jarl. Loot is available in your favorite board game store, and you can also play it now on Board Game Arena. Gigamic.
From their humble beginnings to the first call to adventure, create a rich history for your character, giving them a family and a home worth fighting for. Or take a quiet moment to reflect on all you have done. When the time comes, you can hang up your sword and begin a new life. Bring your characters to life like never before with A Life Well Lived for 5th edition by Cubicle 7.
In the beginning, it was a game, an island called Catan, made by the creator, Klaus Teuber.
Hello.
It brought building, trading, strategy, called
like my favorite game ever
by my friend Scarlett. Now, 25 years later, it's a global phenomenon, with a bunch of versions in over 40 languages, bringing together millions around the globe. A game that can be learned fast and played to infinity, with endless options for gameplay and imagination.
Through this now. Sure. There we are. I'm live. Don't swear. I'm joined by Cosmo from Piazza.
Hello.
And we're going to get involved with some more RPG because I love RPGs, and that's why they threw me out here for the end of the day so I could talk about all of it.
Yeah.
And by God, you've got a lot to talk about.
So much. This is a great year for Paizo. This has been a great year of really cool releases, and we just are about to finish up what we call our remaster project, where we fully remastered the Pathfinder 2nd Edition role-playing game.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same game, same engine, but now we fully removed the old OGL content, and we're fully into the open role-playing creative license, the Orc license.
Everybody loves an orc.
Everybody loves an orc. Yeah, and our most recent core release here is the Monster Core.
Mm-hmm.
And as you can see, I've got 3 different versions here.
Yeah, and they look all very interesting, all very different as well.
Yeah. So yeah, the internal content here in each of these books is the same, and this is our standard cover. Let me just get that right there. I'm assuming, how are we doing for...
Well, once our guy in the booth gives us the top-down camera,
Ah,
which he's not listening to me at the moment, so he won't.
cool. Well, I've got...
I'll do that.
Excellent. So we've got our standard cover,
Yep.
and then I'm very excited that we also have...
Top down, please.
Haha.
Pretty please, Warren, with sugar on top. Andrew, throw something at the man.
Well, our sketch covers are a hobby retailer exclusive cover.
Okay.
I'm only making these available through hobby distribution, so the only way you can get your hands on these very, very cool sketch cover versions is through your local hobby retailer. You know, we hobby retail is kind of the lifeblood of the industry, and I love my hobby retailers, and this is our gift to them.
Yeah.
You know, I want to make sure that everybody's got a reason to go see their FLGS, right?
Yeah. Well, that is great. So even if people go directly to you, they can't get their hands on that one?
For the first 120 days of release, no.
Good.
After the first 120 days, we do put them up on Paizo.com, but that's just, so we can cover the folks who don't have an FLGS nearby. I want to make sure that everybody can get their hands on it, but if you want to get it day and date, you got to go to your local gaming store.
I do love it. It's
Yeah.
very distinctive, and it's nice seeing the sketch work compared side by side with the actual painted illustration then as well. So it has such an evocative look just there in the sort of the stark grayscale.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have Wayne Reynolds doing all of our covers, and looking at Wayne Reynolds' art, yeah. But then we also have, for people who want the super special deluxe edition, we do have our limited edition, special edition covers. These are fantastic. And, you know, we also, in our most recent hardcover release, we have Howl of the Wild here in both the standard and special edition. This book has everything you need to have a wilderness-influenced character. If you're playing a druid, if you're playing a ranger, or if you just want to add some wild to your other class, it's all in here.
Yeah.
These books have, you know, this has got wild-themed monsters as well as player options as well. If you want your character to be wild-themed, or if you want to bring, if you're a GM and want to bring some wild into your game, this is the book for you.
Yeah, just adding some feral NPCs to the mix.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Which is always good family fun, I suppose. Obviously, you're just pushing into the new ORC stuff. The Pathfinder catalog was extensive, to say the least.
Yes.
How long has that taken you to get to the point where you're sort of doing the rebirth of it? So how far along has it taken you to get to the position where you can rebirth all of those expansions?
So, going forward, we let me back up here a bit here. So at Gen Con, we're releasing Player Core 2.
Okay.
And that will be, that after we've released Player Core 2, that is kind of the end of what we're calling the remaster project, where we have all of our core books remastered and all of the core classes put out in a new remastered format. And once we have the Player Core 2 releasing at Gen Con, August 1st, going forward, all of our releases going forward are going to be remastered, using the remaster rule set. And as far as you know, what product we need to cover, everything that we released for Pathfinder 2nd Edition prior to the remaster is still totally compatible. It's still Pathfinder 2nd Edition. There's the changes between the OGL version and the Orc version are mostly cosmetic.
Sure.
So if you've got Rage of Elements, you can still use Rage of Elements. Book of the Dead is still the go-to source for undead players or GM stuff. And so going forward, you know, we will be covering all of the subjects that we would be covering, and everything that we've already covered will be, we won't necessarily need to re-express it, or if it does come up again in a remaster format, it'll be a totally new expression.
Okay. Which is always good, because when people put a collection together, they don't want a new rule set to suddenly invalidate the previous iterations or source books.
Totally.
So.
And, you know, we there's no invalidation of the existing 2nd edition stuff. It's all totally compatible. And, you know, if you want to throw a red dragon at your characters, you can do that and it'll work out of the Bestiary 1, and then you can use your remaster barbarian to try to defend yourself, and maybe he's next to an arcane dragon out of the monster core.
Yeah, well, which is excellent, because we can always feed more barbarians to dragons.
Exactly.
They get very hungry, and there's an infinite amount of barbarians out there as far as I can tell, so that's always good.
Well, and you know, when I'm running a game, I call barbarians as Dragon Chow, but that's just me.
Yeah, that's fine. Unlike the dwarves, who are more sort of a nibble.
Yeah, you know, it's just little palate cleanser.
So what else have you brought for Pathfinder then? So you've got the other core books with you?
Sorry?
You've got the other core books for Pathfinder with you?
Yeah, we've got, so I brought the player core and the GM core as well. This is everything you need to play the game. This is everything you need to run the game. And of course, these also have our sketch cover versions. We've had a little bit of some hiccups in our hobby distribution in the UK recently, but I've got that all straightened out, and we're actually working on trying to get our future releases releasing at the same time in the UK as they are releasing in the States. That's something that I'm hoping to have in place soon.
Well, we'll take soon, because simultaneous releases are always great.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we were back in the old days where we had to wait 68 months for a movie to come out, or in this case, a game book.
In this day and age, there's, we can fix this issue, and that's kind of one of my goals for coming to this show in the first place was to get that sort of thing figured out. And I'm happy to say that we have it figured out. We're just kind of ironing out the details, and you should see a day and date release, knock on wood, Gen Con releases, but if not by Gen Con, then very soon thereafter.
Yeah, which would be fantastic.
Yeah.
Before we move off Pathfinder, you've already mentioned the ORC, the Orc. I'd like to touch on that a bit, because if people aren't aware, there was a brouhaha, shall we say.
A bit of a kerfuffle.
Kerfuffle regarding the OGL and Dungeons and Dragons, which led Paizo, amongst others, to decide that they needed an open license that could be used and accessible to all game companies who want to.
Yeah.
That would exist in perpetuity by itself and untouchable by a company, unrestricted by a company.
Exactly, yeah. It's something that we work together with other companies and, our law office to make sure that, it's something that we developed in cooperation with several other companies to make something that is going to be reliably irrevocable going forward. We have no control over it. Nobody at this point has a control over it. Like, it cannot be revoked. It is there for posterity and for all game companies to use. We've got the Kobold Press's Tales from the Valiant is coming out soon. That's using the Orc license. That's a very exciting release coming up soon. And we have a lot of, companies all over, RPG companies all over the industry are gathering forth and using the Orc license. And more coming on every day.
Yeah, it's great to see not just leading the way with your own RPG, but then helping to lead a community initiative like that as well. Because there's so many old school resources, the OSR stuff, where a lot of companies were worried that either their stuff would be invalidated or their stuff would just be pulled completely. But by transferring across to the ORC, it means that they've got that surety behind it.
Yeah. So. Well, and the key aspect is Pathfinder 2nd Edition, when we moved from 1st to 2nd Edition, we actually had removed most of the OGL content already anyway, and the content that was still in there was mostly just still in there for nostalgia and familiarity's sake.
Sure.
And, even though as a result of the kerfuffle, it didn't end up getting revoked, just the idea of that was the nudge that we needed to know that, it was time to make Pathfinder 2nd Edition as it was actually intended to be, fully removed, no more OGL content. This is its own game, and going forward we get, we have our own game that we are fully in control over.
Yeah, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
Obviously, Pathfinder was the big sort of flagship when it launched for fantasy, but you also have the sci-fi version with Starfinder as well.
Oh yeah. We've got the Starfinder role-playing game has been it's been our test bed for new types of adventures. It's been our kind of blank canvas for doing the fun stuff. It's our sci-fantasy game, and it's based on the 1st edition Pathfinder rule set. But we have just announced that we'll be doing the Starfinder 2nd Edition playtest starting at Gen Con, which is August 1st. And that's going to be available in a couple of different ways. I'm releasing a soft cover playtest handbook at Gen Con as well as into distribution. It's going to be, I'm not making a very big print run. It's not going to be enormously available in physical form, but I want to let everybody who wants to get their hands on it able to do so.
Sure.
But if you don't get your hands on the book, we're going to have a free PDF on Paizo.com. We want everybody to take a shot and give the Starfinder Second Edition rule set, run it through its paces, and give us some feedback so we can make sure that it's the best game possible. And then at Gen Con 2025, that's when Starfinder 2 fully actually releases. And the one exciting aspect to the Starfinder Second Edition for me is that we're bringing Starfinder into the Pathfinder Second Edition rule set.
Okay, yeah.
And that means that, you will need the player core and GM core to run your playtest. But these rules are available online for people who don't have the books, but hopefully they've already got the books, and they're much easier to get here in the UK now that we've got our distribution figured out. One fun thing that we are also releasing at Gen Con for Starfinder is we're doing a playtest adventure, and I'm really excited about this. So the playtest adventure is called Cosmic Birthday. And in this adventure, you play starting out Starfinder, level 1 characters in Absalom Station, just starting out, and the fantasy Starfinder analog to Pluto, it's called Octurne, it hatches.
Right.
And a new god bursts forth, and it just sows chaos across the solar system and across the universe, and there's a new cult that comes up out of that, and you're brand new Starfinders, and you've got to deal with this.
Oh yeah, because dealing with a god at level 1 is always fun.
Yeah. And then in October of this year, we're releasing the second playtest adventure, and this is going to be the higher level playtest adventure. So you're going to be now a higher level Starfinder, and because of the craziness released from this new god, the Aslanti Star Empire and the Veskarium go to war, and you are stuck in the middle, and there's this crazy cult that's messing things up all over the place. And it's going to be insanity. And one of the cool parts about this is, it's a playtest adventure. We're using it to run the rules through its paces. But also, these events are going to be core events for the setting going forward. So Starfinder Second Edition is going to have this brand new god, as well as, the Aslanti Star Empire and Veskarium, these two giant empires at war, and that's going to be some core issues in the setting going forward.
That's also really nice, because anybody who likes westerns will look at that and think, two big empires going to town like that, that's a way to make some money.
Yeah, well, and yes, exactly. But, and for me, I just think, these are playtest adventures, but also, this is your chance to, get in on these foundational events that are going to be affecting Starfinder for the years now. This is what you're going to have to deal with going forward. We are always moving the timeline forward with every year, and this is a chance to be a part of that as it's happening.
Well, with the likes of the playtest, then, because you also do a lot of stuff via things like Roll20, can people then use that, and is there a way to find, if they don't currently have a group, maybe they could find one online to get involved in the playtest with?
Yeah, we're going to have playtest activities for our organized play program. We will have Roll20 integration, Foundry, Demiplane, our VTT partners. This is going to be a full court press, and you're going to be able to jump in on the Starfinder playtest wherever you want to play and however you want to play.
It's the best way, especially when you've got a year to get sort of feedback behind it.
Yeah.
Spreading it wide and far is the best way. When it comes to feedback, will you have some sort of surveys or questionnaires for people? Because feedback is a gift, but only if it's good feedback, and sometimes people just go, I didn't like this, and that's not great.
We will have surveys for folks to fill out after and from the first adventure, from the second adventure, as well as going forward. And that playtest is going to run starting on August 1st and go throughout the rest of the year. And by the end of the playtest, we'll have collected all of our responses from online, and collated that and will be incorporating that into the game for 2025.
Which all sounds absolutely magnificent. I see a Starfinder book lurking over there as well.
So
you have to show us.
I have to show this book. This is the final Starfinder First Edition Adventure Path, and to make a terrible pun, we're going out with a great big bang. This is the Mechageddon Adventure Path, and I talked to the developers, Thurston Hillman and Jenny Drozavsky, and I was like, so what, it's called Mechageddon. What is cool about this? All I have so far is that you're piloting a mech. And Thurston says, yes, and you're fighting against demonic kaiju. And that's pretty much it.
That's a hell of a selling point.
Yeah, it's mechs versus kaiju. Starfinder is going out with a bang. The other aspect of this is this represents the new ways that we are doing adventure paths for Starfinder.
Okay.
Starting with Scoured Stars earlier this year, continuing with Mechageddon, and then once Starfinder 2 is up and running, the adventure paths for Starfinder are going to be in this format where it's a quarterly collected whole adventure path in one book that's going to come out once a quarter rather than the monthly volumes like we do with Pathfinder and have been doing with Starfinder so far.
It should be an easier way to collect them as well then for people, so they're not having to deal with constant monthly updates.
It's going to be an easier way. It's going to be easier for collectors. It's going to be easier for retailers to have an entire adventure path on their shelf, and it's going to be a way to just get the whole story in one fell swoop.
Yeah, I have to ask, out of both systems or both settings rather, which would be your favorite setting?
My favorite setting?
Yeah.
I mean,
Pathfinder or Starfinder?
Trick question, same setting.
Yeah.
Pathfinder is set on the planet of Golarion, and this is our planet. We actually have a full solar system statted out in Pathfinder, all of the same planets, including Octurne, which you don't know is an egg. But then Starfinder is same setting in the distant future, and between the two is what we call the gap. And the gap is this immeasurable blank spot in history. Divination magic that tries to enter the gap fails. The gods won't talk about it. Nobody knows what happened. But on one side of the gap, you had this planet called Golarion, and on the other side of the gap, at the same place of where Golarion was, is the Absalom space station, a planet-sized space station that people have been living on. And, it's a relatively well-known fact that Rovagug, the god of destruction, was imprisoned in the center of Golarion. No idea what happened to him.
I'm sure he just retired peacefully.
Yeah. I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, we're all fine here. Yeah, but it's a fascinating thing. We often talk about gaming in the gaps, finding those little niches inside a game that you can explore that haven't really been pinned down, and for one-offs and one-shots, maybe telling a bit of that story or telling the aftermath of that story can be a lot of fun for people as well. Potentially even taking characters from both Starfinder and Pathfinder and melding them together. Everybody wakes up somewhere.
Oh yeah. Well, and Starfinder 2nd Edition is coming into the Pathfinder 2nd Edition rule set, which means that if you want to mix some chocolate with your peanut butter, you absolutely will be able to. Personally, I'm looking forward to having like my 5th, 6th level Starfinder characters come across a group of goblins that maybe are standing next to a weird portal or something, and having like, oh, it's just goblins, let's just go get them, and then have the goblins pull out laser pistols and start shooting at them. Because while the rules are going to be totally compatible, it's the same rule set, the power levels are naturally a different power level.
Sure.
Starfinder has a lot more range and laser weapons and explosives and guns, and there's just a different power level between the two, which I can't wait to play with.
But I know how to defeat that because I seen John Boy Walton in a Yankeean King Arthur's court, and he just got the shiniest gold armor he could, and lasers just bounced off him. It was fantastic. Apart from the Pathfinder and Starfinder games then, we've already sort of touched on the community side of things, but the Pathfinder Society, the organized play that you do is very comprehensive as well.
Yeah, we've got a long history organized play program here in the UK. We've got volunteers all over the place, and it's very easy for players and retailers to there we go. Just trying not to make the bad noise. But it's real easy for players or retailers to get involved on, Paizo.com. And, if a retailer wants to get involved, they can go to Paizo.com/retail. Mm-hmm. If a player wants to get involved, just PathfinderSociety.com. And you can contact your local FLGS, you can contact your local coordinator, or just get online and get involved. When you're involved in the organized play program, you can make your character, play it at your local game shop, take it in, come to UK Games Expo, go to the Hilton Metropole where we have our PFS games happening right now. You can play there and then take that game, and then come on over to Gen Con and meet us at Gen Con and play at Gen Con as well.
And get involved in the very first of the play tests as well when they're over there.
Ooh, yes.
I can't let you go without talking to you about the brief announcement that was made of an upcoming Quest game.
Ah, yes. Pathfinder Quest. We've just announced Pathfinder Quest. This is going to be crowdfunded on BackerKit, and if you want to know more about it, you can actually go on BackerKit right now and register to be involved and get updates as soon as they happen. It's going to be an adventure game and a tabletop board game expression of Pathfinder, and it's going to be a fun quest-based board game. Very excited for it.
I'm looking forward to that because I've seen some Pathfinder, Starfinder miniatures in the past from various companies, and there's some very ubiquitous models that you'd expect to see all the time, barbarians or heroes with laser swords or whatever. But then you've got the really unique look of some of the monsters, which I really love. Especially those big wide-mouthed goblins. They're absolutely fantastic.
Yes. The monsters.
Yes.
We've got the best monsters. We've got, our world is a deep and full world with a ton of, lore and history behind it. You can dive in and see all kinds of stuff in Galarian. And as far as Pathfinder Quest goes, like I said, can hop on BackerKit and register to be kept up to date with all the with the whole thing.
That's excellent stuff. It's been a pleasure speaking to you, Cosmo. Thank you so much for popping around and giving people an overview of where Pathfinder and Starfinder are and where they're going to as well.
Yes.
We're going to let you get back to your stand. I'm sure plenty of people are missing you already.
Oh, yeah.
And we're going to be going on ourselves. So that wraps us up for the live stream for another day, folks. We'll be back again tomorrow, so please join us then. We have a flurry of activity coming, including people like Ian Livingston, Luke Gygax, and Don McDowell are going to be here talking about 50 years of role-playing. We've got Catalyst Games. We'll be bringing over Battletech to take a wee look at that as well. And I think I'm even going to have Mantic on the stand later on so I can bend their ear as well. But until then, enjoy yourself and the UKGE. Bye-bye.
In the beginning, it was a game, an island called Catan, made by the creator, Klaus Teuber.
Hello.
It brought building, trading, strategy, called
like my favorite game ever
by my friend Scarlett. Now, 25 years later, it's a global phenomenon, with a bunch of versions in over 40 languages, bringing together millions around the globe. A game that can be learned fast and played to infinity, with endless options for gameplay and imagination. The world building continues.
That violent storm has left you barely alive, stranded on a tiny island in the middle of nowhere. Your life and fate depend on your decisions. Keep up with the story on the cards, make your choices, and follow the instructions. Washed Ashore is a story-driven adventure that develops differently depending on your decisions. Play the game several times to find out all 13 possible endings.
Valiant Vikings, you must secure resources for the prosperity of our settlement. Explore and conquer new lands. Onward, fearless warriors! Welcome to Loot, a family board game in which each player leads a Viking clan. Gather the treasures needed to develop your fjord. On your turn, place the Viking on a terrain space on the main board and collect a resource. You can also seize control of buildings from rival players if you're swift enough. Then haul your hard-earned loot back to your fjord. Use your resources wisely to complete construction sites and load your longships. Bring back the most riches and build the greatest settlement to be proclaimed Jarl. Loot is available in your favorite board game store, and you can also play it now on Board Game Arena. Gigamik.
From their humble beginnings to the first call to adventure, create a rich history for your character, giving them a family and a home worth fighting for. Or take a quiet moment to reflect on all you have done. When the time comes, you can hang up your sword and begin a new life. Bring your characters to life like never before. With A Life Well Lived for 5th edition by Cubicle 7.
In the beginning, it was a game, an island called Catan, made by the creator, Klaus Teuber.
Hello.
It brought building, trading, strategy, called
like my favorite game ever
by my friend Scarlett. Now, 25 years later, it's a global phenomenon, with a bunch of versions in over 40 languages, bringing together millions around the globe. A game that can be learned fast and played to infinity, with endless options for gameplay and imagination. The world building continues.
That violent storm has left you barely alive, stranded on a tiny island in the middle of nowhere. Your life and fate depend on your decisions. Keep up with the story on the cards, make your choices, and follow the instructions. Washed Ashore is a story-driven adventure that develops differently depending on your decisions. Play the game several times to find out all 13 possible endings.
Valiant Vikings, you must secure resources for the prosperity of our settlement. Explore and conquer new lands. Onward, fearless warriors! Welcome to Loot, a family board game in which each player leads a Viking clan. Gather the treasures needed to develop your fjord. On your turn, place the Viking on a terrain space on the main board and collect a resource. You can also seize control of buildings from rival players if you're swift enough. Then haul your hard-earned loot back to your fjord. Use your resources wisely to complete construction sites and load your longships. Bring back the most riches and build the greatest settlement to be proclaimed Jarl. Loot is available in your favorite board game store, and you can also play it now on Board Game Arena. Gigamik.
From their humble beginnings to the first call to adventure, create a rich history for your character, giving them a family and a home worth fighting for. Or take a quiet moment to reflect on all you have done. When the time comes, you can hang up your sword and begin a new life. Bring your characters to life like never before. With A Life Well Lived for 5th edition by Cubicle 7.
In the beginning, it was a game, an island called Catan, made by the creator, Klaus Teuber.
Hello.
It brought building, trading, strategy, called
like my favorite game ever
by my friend Scarlett. Now, 25 years later, it's a global phenomenon, with a bunch of versions in over 40 languages, bringing together millions around the globe. A game that can be learned fast and played to infinity, with endless options for gameplay and imagination. The world building continues.
That violent storm has left you barely alive, stranded on a tiny island in the middle of nowhere. Your life and fate depend on your decisions. Keep up with the story on the cards, make your choices, and follow the instructions. Washed Ashore is a story-driven adventure that develops differently depending on your decisions. Play the game several times to find out all 13 possible endings.
Valiant Vikings, you must secure resources for the prosperity of our settlement. Explore and conquer new lands. Onward, fearless warriors! Welcome to Loot, a family board game in which each player leads a Viking clan. Gather the treasures needed to develop your fjord. On your turn, place the Viking on a terrain space on the main board and collect a resource. You can also seize control of buildings from rival players if you're swift enough. Then haul your hard-earned loot back to your fjord. Use your resources wisely to complete construction sites and load your longships. Bring back the most riches and build the greatest settlement to be proclaimed Jarl. Loot is available in your favorite board game store, and you can also play it now on Board Game Arena. Gigamik.
From their humble beginnings to the first call to adventure, create a rich history for your character, giving them a family and a home worth fighting for. Or take a quiet moment to reflect on all you have done. When the time comes, you can hang up your sword and begin a new life. Bring your characters to life like never before. With A Life Well Lived for 5th edition by Cubicle 7.
In the beginning, it was a game, an island called Catan, made by the creator, Klaus Teuber.
Hello.
It brought building, trading, strategy, called
like my favorite game ever
by my friend Scarlett. Now, 25 years later, it's a global phenomenon, with a bunch of versions in over 40 languages, bringing together millions around the globe. A game that can be learned fast and played to infinity, with endless options for gameplay and imagination. The world building continues.
That violent storm has left you barely alive, stranded on a tiny island in the middle of nowhere. Your life and fate depend on your decisions. Keep up with the story on the cards, make your choices, and follow the instructions. Washed Ashore is a story-driven adventure that develops differently depending on your decisions. Play the game several times to find out all 13 possible endings.
Valiant Vikings, you must secure resources for the prosperity of our settlement. Explore and conquer new lands. Onward, fearless warriors! Welcome to Loot, a family board game in which each player leads a Viking clan. Gather the treasures needed to develop your fjord. On your turn, place the Viking on a terrain space on the main board and collect a resource. You can also seize control of buildings from rival players if you're swift enough. Then haul your hard-earned loot back to your fjord. Use your resources wisely to complete construction sites and load your longships. Bring back the most riches and build the greatest settlement to be proclaimed Jarl. Loot is available in your favorite board game store, and you can also play it now on Board Game Arena. Gigamik.
From their humble beginnings to the first call to adventure, create a rich history for your character, giving them a family and a home worth fighting for. Or take a quiet moment to reflect on all you have done. When the time comes, you can hang up your sword and begin a new life. Bring your characters to life like never before. With A Life Well Lived for 5th edition by Cubicle 7.
In the beginning, it was a game, an island called Catan, made by the creator, Klaus Teuber.
Hello.
It brought building, trading, strategy, called
like my favorite game ever
by my friend Scarlett. Now, 25 years later, it's a global phenomenon, with a bunch of versions in over 40 languages, bringing together millions around the globe. A game that can be learned fast and played to infinity, with endless options for gameplay and imagination. The world building continues.
That violent storm has left you barely alive, stranded on a tiny island in the middle of